This is the story of how a penniless ex-con became the man before whom billionaires bow. He had nothing, no money, no name, no future. Even his fiancée didn't come to welcome him, but to humiliate him, tossing a torn engagement and a handful of cash in his face. But everything changed. Because behind him stood 5 mentors, each one powerful enough to shake the world. And now, he's back to claim what's his. One word from him and the whole nation will tremble. Those who once spat on him will kneel, too afraid to meet his eyes. If you haven't seen the previous parts, they'll be pinned in the comments. Yifeng looked at the cloud mist fruit and murmured, "A 1 in 10 chance, that is to say, a 10% probability. That is indeed quite low." The immortal demon Hall slowly said, "This probability is already very high. Among all the people I have seen, those with your level of talent are extremely rare. Even among them, very few have been able to reach this level. Moreover, the cloud mist fruit has just ripened. There are a total of 11 fruits on it. After consuming them, there is a high probability of obtaining something. So, Master, would you like to give it a try?" After observing for a long time, Yifeng looked at the spirit beasts in the Qi movement realm fiercely battling each other below. Most of them were at the 7th or 8th level. If he joined the fight, he would not face much difficulty. However, Yifeng suddenly asked, "What about the strength of the cloud mist tree demon?" The immortal demon Hall examined it for a moment and replied, "Peak of the Qi movement realm. However, due to bearing the cloud mist fruits, its strength has decreased significantly. But it should still at least be at the 9th level of the Qi movement realm. If you do not go now, Master, it will soon consume the corpses of those spirit beasts. It seems to be preparing to break through to the fusion realm. In other words, if I do not go now and return tomorrow, this cloud mist tree demon will have reached the fusion realm." Yifeng chuckled. "Such an opportunity, how could I possibly let it slip away?" Having said that, Yifeng's figure suddenly moved, shooting forward at great speed. He arrived in front of the cloud mist tree within a minute. All around him, spirit beasts were fighting with earth-shattering ferocity. Yet he stepped atop a stone mountain demon's head and forcefully leapt upwards. A monkey demon that had almost reached the height of the cloud mist fruit saw this and immediately started screeching. Then it swung its tail, thick as a barrel, horizontally in an attempt to intercept Yifeng. Yifeng turned his body slightly, narrowly dodging the strike from the side. He then used the monkey demon's head as a leverage point to launch himself further upward. Other spirit beasts, upon seeing this, began attacking Yifeng in unison. Several beams of light shot up from below in pursuit. Yifeng did not hesitate. He moved the Xian Yuan shield beneath him. The shield, having been tempered by a fusion realm expert, was immensely powerful. It not only blocked all attacks from below but also served as a springboard. Yifeng stepped on the shield and forcefully propelled himself upwards again. In the blink of an eye, he reached the cloud mist fruit. He stretched out his hand, swiftly plucked it, and stored it in the immortal demon space. Yet Yifeng's momentum did not cease. He continued using the Xian Yuan shield as a point of propulsion, swiftly climbing toward the top. About 3 minutes later, Yifeng finally reached the top of the cloud mist tree. A light mist began to spread around him, and several root-like vines started moving rapidly, aiming to pierce through his chest. He knew this was the cloud mist tree activating its self-defense mechanism. Yifeng did not waste words. He instantly drew a long sword from the immortal demon space and unleashed the demon-slaying sword technique. A sharp and powerful sword aura instantly severed the vines. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng waved his hand. His inner energy surged like a tide, enveloping all the cloud mist fruits. After a few gentle shakes, he easily picked them and stored every single one in the immortal demon space. Without lingering, he swiftly fled in one direction. The other spirit beasts went berserk upon seeing this and started attacking one another indiscriminately. Some even chased after Yifeng, leaving the battlefield behind. The cloud mist tree, on the other hand, was utterly enraged. The fruits it had painstakingly cultivated using its spiritual power were stolen by a human. It could not tolerate such humiliation. However, being immobile, it could only vent its fury on the surrounding spirit beasts. In an instant, countless vine-like spikes pierced through the bodies of many spirit beasts, madly absorbing their blood, flesh, and life force to strengthen itself. As for Yifeng, after obtaining the 11 cloud mist fruits, he found a relatively quiet place and dug a pit about 10 meters deep. There, he began to digest the fruits. Yifeng took out one cloud mist fruit. Wisps of mist floated atop it, and its enticing red hue made one want to take a bite immediately. Without much hesitation, Yifeng bit down hard. A sweet fragrance exploded in his mouth, flooding his senses and delighting his taste buds. Yifeng had never tasted a fruit so delicious before. He quickly ate the fruit, but nothing happened. Did I not trigger it? Yifeng was not discouraged. After all, A 10% chance is not something easily achieved, so he took out another cloud mist fruit and began feasting. The first few yielded no reaction. Not until the fifth one did Jifeng suddenly feel a warm current rushing into his brain. It seemed to engrave itself in his mind. A cultivation technique had been etched into his memory. Shen Yuan technique allows the cultivator to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth more quickly and break through their realm. Yi Feng frowned. This type of technique was of no use to him. Unless it was a type of ancient martial combat skill like the one the war god Tianrui had once given him, something not obtainable from the immortal demon hall, this was of little value. This technique was not even as good as the one his master had taught him. Still, Yi Feng did not lose heart. He quickly consumed 2 more fruits. Once again, a warm current surged into his mind and exploded like fireworks. A phantom figure appeared and demonstrated a movement combat technique to Yi Feng. Lightning danced beneath his feet, granting him extreme speed, even allowing him to become lightning itself. The sheer speed made Yi Feng exclaim in astonishment. This movement technique is a real treasure. Yi Feng laughed aloud. This time, he had struck gold. And it was not over yet. There were still 4 cloud mist fruits remaining. This time, Yi Feng ate 3 of them in succession. Though no warm current emerged, he suddenly felt his body become much lighter. He frowned and looked closely. Clouds of mist were now drifting around his body, floating gently. The mist seemed like a third arm, easily controllable. Master, you actually managed to obtain the cloud mist technique, the immortal demon hall exclaimed in surprise. It seems not only is your talent unmatched, but your luck is also extraordinary. What does this cloud mist technique do? Yi Feng extended a finger, and the mist quickly gathered to form a small cloud sea that swirled around his fingertip. The cloud mist technique will be of great use to you, master. However, I do not know much about it. You will need to explore its secrets yourself, the immortal demon hall said slowly. In any case, you have only just acquired it. It will take time to master. Yi Feng curiously gathered the clouds and mist. As his will shifted, the mist began to transform into various shapes, starting from simple forms such as stones, water droplets, flowers, and grasses, gradually evolving into more complex shapes, and eventually even imitating the form of a human. However, mist remained mist. It could not possess consciousness, and visually, it still appeared as nothing more than a white silhouette. Yi Feng, intrigued, condensed the mist beneath his feet and then stepped on it. Surprisingly, it felt as though he had stepped onto solid ground. On instinct, he directed the mist to rise, and he soared into the air. This is somewhat like the way of the immortals. Yi Feng exclaimed in delight. There is still much potential to be explored within the cloud mist technique, but there is no need to rush. Better to take it slow. Yi Feng looked at the remaining cloud mist fruits. They no longer held much value for him. It would be better to give them to Lan Yuning, as a gesture of gratitude. Let me explore a bit more. I will give them to her when I return. With that thought, Yi Feng slowly stood up, then suddenly began to swing his fists, pounding down at the soil beneath him. Bang! 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 A series of loud impacts resounded. An old man in a gray robe, hidden in a cave on the 8th level, abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze turned in the direction of the noise made by Yi Feng and he murmured, "Has someone entered again? Well, that is fine. Once their cultivation improves a bit more, they will be perfect for refining into pills." As he spoke, the old man actually reached out and gouged out his own left eye. Then, with a flick of his hand, the eye flew out on its own, ascending into the sky and looking in Yi Feng's direction. Buzz! A beam of light suddenly shot out and landed on Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng remained completely unaware. He only felt a strange and inexplicable sensation. At this moment, the immortal demon hall warned, "Master, you have been targeted." What? Yi Feng stopped his movements and asked in confusion, "How have I been targeted?" The immortal demon hall calmly replied, "A spiritual imprint was just planted inside your body. With your current level of cultivation, you cannot remove it. As long as that imprint remains, he will be able to locate you at any time. It must have been the noise I made that drew someone's attention." Yi Feng took a deep breath. No matter. I must quickly raise my strength. With that, Yi Feng resumed his fierce digging into the soil. Just as he was about to finish clearing this layer, his internal energy surged, flooding his meridians and violently battering the boundary of his current realm. He understood, everything was in place. It was time for a breakthrough. Sinking his breath into his dantian, his inner power expanded outward. Resounding booms, like ancient bells being struck, echoed as Yi Feng sat cross-legged in the soil, channeling his internal energy repeatedly toward the barrier of the next realm. Bang! 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 Within mere minutes, the already fragile and delicate boundary of his current level shattered. A pure force flooded into Yifeng's body, purifying and strengthening his internal energy, while expanding his dantian. His capacity to hold energy grew significantly. Once his energy was full again and reached its new limit, he would be ready for another breakthrough. The third level of the Qi movement realm. Yifeng rejoiced, sensing the strength now flowing through him. 2 breakthroughs in just 2 days, unbelievable. The immortal demon Hall explained, the deeper you go in this secret realm, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. Combined with my assistance, 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to nearly a month outside. With such speed, breakthroughs become natural. Then if I had a month here, I could reach the fusion realm. Yifeng said excitedly. Such a place rich in spiritual energy was a rare treasure. Subconsciously, Yifeng suddenly felt that using the formation breaking all to destroy this secret realm would be a terrible waste. If, upon leaving, the secret realm were to leak its spiritual energy, and upon returning it was no longer this effective, he would deeply regret it. It seems I need to keep digging and find the exit on my own. Yifeng made up his mind and continued to dig downward. With every strike, he absorbed a surge of pure spiritual power. In just a few moments, Yifeng pierced through another layer. The scenery beneath changed abruptly, from a plain to a vast cavern filled with spirit beasts. Yifeng was momentarily stunned. At that very moment, a massive avian spirit beast let out a piercing cry and swooped downward. The fierce winds generated by its wings were even more powerful than those on the plains above. There was no doubt the cultivation level of this bird beast was extremely high. Yifeng's expression turned serious. This level was not going to be as easy as he had hoped. However, since there were so many beasts here, hunting a few for meat might not be a bad idea. After all, he did not know how long it would take to find a way out. Having thought of it, Yifeng seized the moment, picked a secluded spot, and leapt down, landing steadily on the ground. He could have floated using the cloud mist technique, but recalling the enormous bird beast from before filled him with unease. Standing atop the hard rock, Yifeng could not help but stomp his foot a couple of times and muttered in surprise, if I dig through this stone, could it release even greater spiritual energy? Just then, a pained scream suddenly rang out from nearby. That same enormous bird beast had flown into the air, clutching a young man in its beak. Except for his head and limbs, the rest of the man's body was firmly bitten by the bird beast, with blood constantly pouring out. His condition was truly tragic. His agonized screams drew the attention of many nearby spirit beasts. Yifeng quickly noticed that the man was tightly clutching something in his hand, unwilling to let go. There is no way I can save him. Yifeng gritted his teeth and shook his head helplessly. The bird beast was far too powerful. If he tried to intervene, he would simply be throwing his life away. With that thought, Yifeng ignored the situation and began digging into the hard rock below. This time, he punched with full strength, but the tough rock only sank in by about 3 centimeters. Compared to digging in soil, this was drastically slower. But Yifeng's eyes lit up. Just from that one punch, the spiritual energy released was 3 times greater than what he gained from digging soil. This is a treasure. Yifeng could not help but laugh, then began excavating with focus. Before long, a small pit had already formed. Bang! In the vast burial grounds. At this moment, one person was tirelessly digging. In this layer filled with countless spirit beasts, Yifeng continued to strike downward against the rocky ground, having already dug several hundred meters deep. This had cost him half a day of time. However, it was not in vain. The power within his body had been refined to a state of extreme purity. It would not be long before he could break through again. Even so, in this perilous layer, Yifeng dared not act carelessly. After digging downward for a while, he would dig horizontally for some distance before continuing downward again. This was because earlier, a spirit beast at the Qi movement realm had accidentally stepped into the void and fallen straight into a deep pit from above. Had Yifeng not reacted quickly, the beast's body would have crashed directly onto him. Such an impact would have either killed or seriously injured him. And to be honest, getting injured in this kind of environment was extremely dangerous. After all, this was not a place where hospitals were available. Roar! 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 Deafening roars continued to echo from above, causing sand and rocks to fall around Yifeng and cover him. Yifeng shook his head and muttered, from that sound alone, the strength must be at least at the fusion realm. I need to be more cautious. The deeper I go, the greater the opportunities, but also the greater the danger. He then resumed his careful excavation. After another 3 hours, he had finally finished clearing out this layer. Rumble! Shattered rocks fell downward. Yifeng curiously peeked his head out. Below him was complete darkness, no living creatures in sight. Only a pitch-black tower stood silently there. Yifeng was taken aback. This 10th level seemed entirely different from the previous ones. Could there be some hidden secret? His gaze drifted downward toward the base of the tower, and there he saw Lan Yuning standing at the entrance. Ha! Yi Feng was startled. When did she come down? How did I not notice? With that, Yi Feng leapt down and quickly made his way to Lan Yuning's side. Hearing footsteps behind her, Lan Yuning immediately turned around warily. Seeing that it was Yi Feng, she let out a breath of relief and said, I did not expect you to be so fast. You have already reached the 10th level. I dug all the way down here, Yi Feng explained. But how did you get here before me? Lan Yuning smiled and said, Did I not tell you? I reached the 10th level before. I kept those passageways open, so whenever I wanted to come down, I could do so at any time. Oh. Yi Feng nodded indifferently, then pointed at the nearby tower and asked, What is this thing for? Lan Yuning looked at the tower, her gaze distant yet filled with curiosity. I have studied this black tower for a while. At first, there were only about 20 of them on the 10th level, but then, more and more appeared. I originally thought they had emerged from underground, but I quickly realized that was not the case. At this point, Lan Yuning looked at Yi Feng and said, These black towers correspond to individuals. Whenever a new person enters the burial grounds, a corresponding black tower appears. The one in front of us just appeared, it corresponds to you. Yi Feng was stunned. He had never heard of anything so strange. He immediately stepped forward and asked, What is your basis for this claim? Lan Yuning shook her head. There is no basis. It is just what I observed. Of course, I could be wrong. Yi Feng looked up at the towering, unfathomable black tower. An indescribable feeling rose within him. He focused his eyes and slowly walked to the ancient bronze gate. Without turning his head, he asked Lan Yuning, What happens once you go inside? I do not know. Lan Yuning shook her head decisively. I have never dared to go in, so I do not know what is inside. If you intend to go in, I suggest you mentally prepare yourself first. Before Yi Feng could respond, the voice of the immortal demon hall sounded in his mind. Master, I can sense that this black tower is not ordinary, but I do not detect much danger. You might as well go in and take a look, there could be hidden opportunities. That was exactly my thought. Yi Feng nodded, then said to Lan Yuning, I am going in to take a look. What will you do? Lan Yuning smiled. You are really going in? Then I will wait for you outside. If you find anything interesting in there, you must tell me. No problem. Yi Feng replied with a hearty laugh. Then, striding toward the black tower, he paused briefly at the heavy bronze door, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to touch it. As soon as he did, mysterious patterns began shifting across the surface, radiating dazzling colors. Yi Feng was surprised, and then the ancient bronze door began to slowly open on its own. Summoning his courage, Yi Feng strode inside. Countless torches lit up automatically around him. Once inside, by the faint light, he was able to make out many things. He stood at the base of a staircase and looked up. Though the tower had seemed enormously tall from the outside, the interior appeared to be only about 3 stories high. It was clearly larger on the outside than on the inside. The first floor was furnished with simple furniture and bedding. This surprised Yi Feng. It was rather strange to find such things in a place like this. After searching around, Yi Feng found nothing of value, so he headed to the second floor. There, he found no special items, only a strange formation etched into the floor, emitting a faint glow. There were also some unique murals on the walls, depicting what looked like a group of monsters in their natural habitat. Yi Feng then attempted to go to the third floor, only to find himself blocked by a powerful barrier. He knocked on it, producing a clear, ringing sound, and after a rough assessment, he realized the barrier was extremely advanced. He was currently nowhere near capable of breaking it. It looks like this is all there is. Yi Feng exhaled and turned his attention to the formation. This must be the key to the Black Tower. The immortal demon hall suddenly spoke. Master, this is a teleportation array. Once you step on it, it will transport you. Oh? Yi Feng was intrigued. Can you tell where it leads? The immortal demon hall replied decisively, no. The distance is simply too great. Well, I will find out by stepping on it, Yi Feng said with a smile. Who knows, maybe it is the way out. With that, Yi Feng stepped directly onto the array, and it erupted with a brilliant light. As Yi Feng took a single step forward, the teleportation array began to emit a series of rumbling sounds. At the same time, countless rays of light suddenly emerged and wrapped themselves around his body. Before he could regain his composure, Yi Feng's figure suddenly transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. At the same time, in another realm, gears that had lain dormant for countless years began to turn. A dignified middle-aged man in white robes was seated solemnly in a grand hall, enveloped in thick immortal mist. Suddenly, a sensation stirred within him. He abruptly opened his eyes, raised his head to the heavens above, and murmured, "Such a familiar presence. Could it be?" The white-robed man's expression grew heavy. Just as he was about to rise, countless chains suddenly appeared around him, tightly binding his body. He furrowed his brow and forcibly suppressed the emotions stirring in his heart. "I should give him a hand," the white-robed man sighed deeply. Then, he suddenly raised his index finger. A beam of white light burst forth and pierced through the sky, tearing through layers of space at incredible speed. "If I have calculated correctly, the time should be just about right." With that thought, a smile appeared on his face. He once again closed his eyes, sitting motionless in the grand hall. Around him, the misty aura shimmered with mysterious brilliance. The great sun above cast down magnificent rays of light, illuminating this space that resembled a celestial paradise. Soon, everything returned to silence. Meanwhile, on Yi Feng's side, he suddenly opened his eyes and quickly scanned his surroundings, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. "I am back?" Yi Feng was stunned. Was this not the very cliff he had jumped down from earlier? What? A wave of emotion surged in Yi Feng's heart. So that teleportation array was meant to transport people out into the outside world. Lan Yuning is still inside. I must tell her about this immediately. Just then, the voice of the immortal demon Hall echoed in his mind. "Master, things might be a little more complicated than they appear." "Complicated?" Yi Feng asked, confused. "Is it not just a teleportation array? What could be complicated about it?" The immortal demon Hall explained, "During the teleportation process, a higher power intervened and altered your path. That is why you ended up here. The original destination of the teleportation array was an entirely different location. Otherwise, I would not have commented earlier on the long distance of the transfer." After hearing this, Yi Feng fell into deep thought. So I was redirected mid-teleportation. But by whom? Or was it the burial grounds themselves affecting me? After thinking for a long time without any answers, Yi Feng could only shake his head and push aside these tangled, mysterious thoughts. He asked the immortal demon Hall, "If I go back down now, would I still be able to return?" Uncertain, the immortal demon Hall replied, "No one can guarantee something like that." Although Yi Feng was eager to return to cultivate more and Lan Yuning was still waiting for him, if he could not find another way out again, it would delay everything else. It had been difficult enough to escape once. Going back and might mean never coming out again. Thinking of this, Yi Feng sighed helplessly and said, "I will return to the burial grounds after I take care of things here. That place is certainly worth exploring. For now, I am still concerned about Mu Qing's situation." Just thinking of Sun Muqing brought a sense of certainty to Yi Feng's heart. Having made up his mind, Yi Feng began heading toward the Zhang family. Without any means of transportation, relying solely on his cultivation for movement was somewhat inconvenient. Meanwhile, at the Zhang residence, news that the war god Tianrui had recovered from his injuries had spread throughout the Dragon Nation. Previously, countless factions had eyed him like vultures circling a dying whale. If the old man had succumbed to death, the Zhang family would have been a feast for the taking. But now that the war god Tianrui had been healed, he was once again seen as an untouchable figure akin to a revered patriarch. Countless factions came to visit and offer gifts. During Yi Feng's absence, the Zhang family's doorstep had nearly been trampled flat from all the foot traffic. War god Tianrui stood at the entrance of the Zhang family to receive guests. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward the distance. A plain black sedan was approaching. His expression instantly changed, and his posture straightened. He knew exactly what that car represented. Bang! A middle-aged man dressed in black stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing him, the crowd instinctively parted to let him pass unimpeded. He walked forward with a broad smile and extended his hand to shake Tianrui's. "It has been a long time, old Zhang. You are doing quite well, old Li." War god Tianrui laughed heartily. "You are living a good life. I dare say, you are looking younger than ever." "You too," Li Shanha replied with a grin. "You are absolutely radiant. You look at least 20 years younger. If only I were as lucky as you." Sensing the underlying meaning in Li Shanha's words, war god Tianrui lowered his voice and asked, "You did not come here on official business, did you?" Li Shanha also lowered his voice and sighed, Old Zhang, it is not what I want either. But you know how things are on my side. I have been working under Pill Sage Zhan Wenji lately. You visited him yourself before. Now that you have recovered miraculously, how could he not be curious?" As he spoke, Li Shanha gently patted Tianrui on the shoulder and said, "Just think of it as doing this for the Dragon Nation. Do not make things difficult for me. Just a few words will do." War god Tianrui's expression hardened. He immediately shook his head. No, I will never speak of it. Just pretend I am dead and go tell Zhang Wenji whatever you like. Old Zhang, why put yourself through this? Li Shanha said with a bitter smile, just as war god Tianrui was about to respond. A young man stepped into the Zhang residence and remarked curiously, "Huh? I have only been gone a short while. Why are there suddenly so many people here?" Hearing this, war god Tianrui turned and his eyes widened in shock. He had never imagined that Ji Feng had returned. But with Li Shanha standing right there, he could not afford to show it. Otherwise, Yi Feng's identity might be exposed. Just as Tianrui was trying to figure out how to cover it up, Yi Feng suddenly saw him, waved, and walked straight over. "Senior, you are here too? Perfect timing, I wanted to ask a favor of you." War god Tianrui's heart pounded in panic. He had not yet figured out a plan, and here Yi Feng was, marching straight into danger. Li Shanha turned to look and saw a young man. He chuckled and said, "Not bad. For someone his age to have such cultivation, his talent must be extraordinary." War god Tianrui smiled. "Yes, he is indeed quite gifted. But," he added as Yi Feng approached, "did you not leave already? Why have you suddenly returned?" Yi Feng waved his hand and explained, "Do not even mention it. Something rather strange happened. Long story short, the car exploded. I would like to drive another one." "No problem." War god Tianrui nodded and immediately called over Zhang Heng, instructing him to give a luxury car to Yi Feng. Naturally, Zhang Heng did not refuse. Upon seeing his benefactor, he was filled with admiration and readily handed over his own car to Yi Feng. "Thanks." Not wishing to linger, Yi Feng took the keys and turned to leave without delay. Li Shanha watched Yi Feng walk past but showed no reaction. He simply smiled and exchanged a few words with war god Tianrui, then made some polite small talk before casually strolling away. Once he was out of war god Tianrui's line of sight, Li Shanha immediately made a phone call and instructed, "There is a young man driving Zhang Heng's car. Follow him, but do not let him notice you." With his innate sharp instincts, Li Shanha had an unshakable feeling that this Yi Feng was no ordinary person. To be able to speak so casually to war god Tianrui, that was not something just anyone could do. Let us hope he is the one, Li Shanha sighed silently. In truth, he did not wish to take on this task himself either. There were simply too many implications. Yi Feng pressed the car key, and a luxury sports car responded with a beep. He quickly approached and drove off toward Dragon City. After driving for a few kilometers, he glanced into the rearview mirror and, as expected, noticed someone tailing him. Yi Feng sighed and muttered helplessly, "What is going on lately? Why does trouble keep finding me?" As he spoke, Yi Feng stepped hard on the accelerator. On the wide, empty road, the car instantly surged past 200 kilometers per hour. The sudden burst of speed startled the vehicle behind him, and its driver hurried to accelerate as well. "This is way too obvious," Yi Feng muttered, glancing at the rearview mirror. Then, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping his car and quietly waiting for the vehicle behind to catch up. He certainly did not want to destroy another sports car. The pursuing vehicle screeched to a halt, stopping right in front of Yi Feng's car. "Why are you following me?" Yi Feng asked the two men in the vehicle. "You came from the Zhang residence too, did you not? Do we have some sort of feud?" The man in the driver's seat got out of the car and replied, "We are just heading in the same direction." "Same direction?" Yi Feng sneered. His body suddenly flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the man. Reaching out, he grabbed the man by the throat, producing a strangled crackling sound. Staring into his eyes, Yi Feng asked coldly, "Do you still think it is just coincidence?" The man in the passenger seat quickly sent a text message and then got out of the car, forcing a smile. "It is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We will leave right away, right now." "I do not care who you are," Yi Feng said, tossing the man he held to the ground, his gaze icy. "But if I see you again, I will not hold back next time." With that, Yi Feng got back into his car and sped away. "Captain, what now? Do we keep following him?" the man from the passenger seat asked, breathing a sigh of relief. The captain, panting heavily, shook his head and said, "If we continue, we will only be discovered again. Just report back to our superiors. There is no need to lose our lives over this." After that, no one disturbed Yi Feng. He drove through the night back to the villa district in Dragon City and called the war god Azura to have him investigate the situation. Yi Feng also considered mobilizing the 50,000 dragon soul troops to protect Sun Wuching, but that would have drawn too much attention. It was safer to keep things low-key. Yi Feng quietly returned to the villa district and immediately saw Yao Yao cultivating under the moonlight. At that moment, with the help of the Great Heaven Mysterious Pill, Yao Yao's cultivation had already returned to the peak of the 8th level of the origin opening realm. Breaking through to the 9th level was just within reach. All she needed was a little more time. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, then made his way to Sun Muqing's room. By now, her aura had stabilized significantly. She would likely recover fully by tomorrow. Su Chenyi heard the movement and came out, coincidentally running into Yifeng. He was briefly surprised, then smiled. Brother Yifeng, I did not expect you to be back already. I was just handling a small matter. Took a little longer than expected. Yifeng waved his hand and walked outside with Su Chenyi. Under the full moon, the surroundings were bathed in moonlight. Faint insect and bird sounds echoed through the night. Su Chenyi sat at the stone table and looked at Yifeng with a smile. Such a peaceful night, how about a few cups of wine to enhance the mood? Yifeng shook his head. Alcohol no longer has any effect on me. It is no different from water. Just do not expel it with your internal energy, Su Chenyi replied, bending down to retrieve 2 jars of fine wine from beneath the stone table. Clearly, he had prepared them earlier. Do not be so reserved, brother Yifeng. Are you trying to make me feel unwelcome? Su Chenyi poured a bowl of wine and handed it to Yifeng. Yifeng hesitated for a moment but accepted the offer, lifting the bowl. Then, they toasted. Clang! The crisp sound echoed through the night. Yao Yao slightly opened her eyes. Seeing that Yifeng had returned, she let out a breath of relief, her heart settling down. During Yifeng's absence, she had felt uneasy and restless. Now that he was back, she finally felt at peace. That night, Yifeng and Su Chenyi spoke at length, discussing everything from personal matters to ambitions and the future. Neither of them used internal energy to resist the effects of the alcohol. At some point, they both fell asleep, snoring side by side. The next morning, Yifeng suddenly felt something poking his face. Annoyed, he reached out to scratch it, then opened his eyes groggily. Sun Muqing's stunning face appeared right before him. Yifeng instantly sobered up. Supporting his aching head, he stood and said, "Muqing, you are awake." Sun Muqing giggled, "I have been awake for a while. But what about you, brother? How did you end up sleeping out here?" "I was drinking with Su Chenyi last night." Yifeng pointed across from him, but there was no one there anymore. Yifeng was momentarily stunned, then laughed. He had said that alcohol no longer affected him, that he could expel it with internal energy. But in the end, Su Chenyi had sobered up and left, while he himself passed out outside. "Muqing, how are you feeling?" Yifeng shook his head and asked her. Sun Muqing smiled mysteriously and said, "Watch closely, do not blink." As she spoke, Sun Muqing walked over to the pond and suddenly struck the water with her palm. A surge of inner energy, cold as ice, erupted and instantly froze the pond water into solid ice. The surrounding temperature also dropped noticeably. Seeing this, Yifeng exclaimed in surprise, "Your cultivation is quite high." "Of course it is." Sun Muqing replied with a smile as she walked back to Yifeng's side. Then she said, "Brother, I heard everything. During this time, it was you who helped me. This strength I now have is all thanks to you." Yifeng fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then sighed deeply and said with a solemn tone, "Muqing, are you willing to become a martial cultivator?" He had expected her to hesitate, but Sun Muqing decisively nodded and said, "Of course I am. That way, I can help you. Besides, becoming a cultivator will allow me to protect myself. If I ever encounter danger, at least I will be able to defend myself, right?" Seeing that Sun Muqing had already made her choice, Yifeng said nothing more. He spoke silently to the immortal demon hall, "Bring out a suitable cultivation technique." Understood, the immortal demon hall responded and delivered a technique into the immortal demon space. Yifeng retrieved it and glanced over the description. The Supremine Codex requires the presence of Supremine Qi to cultivate. The more Supremine Qi possessed, the easier it is to train. Those who master it can, with a single palm, freeze seas and rivers. They can seal the heavens and the earth in cold for millennia. Reading the formidable introduction, Yifeng could not help but gasp inwardly. This technique was terrifying. It was a form of ancient martial cultivation. Yifeng handed the Supremine Codex to Sun Muqing and said, "For now, focus on cultivating with this technique. Never reveal it to others. Otherwise, someone might try to take it from you." Sun Muqing, aware of the technique's immense value, became very serious. She accepted the codex and sincerely thanked Yifeng. "You really are the best, brother." Yifeng smiled casually, patted her head, and said, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. I have other things to take care of now, so I cannot take you with me." "It is fine, I understand." Sun Muqing lifted her chin and said, "Go handle your matters, brother. I cannot keep you by my side all the time." Yifeng was deeply moved by her understanding. Just as he was about to say something else, his phone suddenly received a message. It was from Black Demon. Black Demon's message read, "Master, I have found the whereabouts of the demon sect envoys." Oh? Yifeng narrowed his eyes, then turned to Sun Mooching and said, "I need to handle something. For now, stay with Su Cheney I or continue living here in Dragon City. Remember, never let anyone see the technique I gave you." "I understand." Sun Mooching nodded firmly and said, "Go ahead, brother. I am going to cultivate." With that, Sun Mooching turned and left. Yifeng immediately called Black Demon. "Master, I finally found information on the demon sect envoys." Black Demon said excitedly on the other end. "Speak quickly. Do not waste time," Yifeng urged impatiently. This was about his mother, how could he not care? Black Demon, extremely agitated, said, "Through my investigations, I have confirmed that the demon sect sent out 3 envoys. But for some unknown reason, 2 of them went to the Sakura Nation, and the third disappeared without a trace." Sakura Nation? Yifeng was stunned. He had not expected the demon sect envoys to go there. Could it have been a detour by accident? No, impossible. Black Demon added anxiously, "Master, what do you plan to do next?" "Of course I will track down the demon sect envoys." Yifeng clenched his fists. At his current level, he could easily kill cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of the Chi movement realm. 2 demon sect envoys were no threat, but if it were a demon sect elder, that would be another matter. "You continue investigating the missing envoy. I will handle the rest myself." After giving his instructions, Yifeng hung up and made another call to the war god Azura. "I need a flight to the Sakura Nation immediately." The next day, Yifeng and Yao boarded the war god Azura's private jet, flying swiftly across the ocean to Japan. Sitting nearby, the war god Azura examined the information from his instrument and said to Yifeng, "Palace Master, we only managed to trace faint traces. The envoys are said to have gone to Tokyo, where the higher-ups of the Sakura Nation reside. I suspect they may be trying to make contact with those officials." Yifeng frowned and said, "What would the demon sect want with the leaders of the Sakura Nation? With the demon sect's power, they should not even care about a place like that." "That remains unclear," said the war god Azura, setting the device aside. "Shall we conduct a full investigation?" Yifeng decisively shook his head. "Too much noise will attract attention. Yao and I will investigate on our own." "In that case," said the war god Azura, handing Yifeng some information, "I will introduce you to someone. She is one of my most trusted subordinates and has lived in the Sakura Nation for some time. She has had contact with local officials and will make an excellent guide." "Sounds good." Yifeng did not refuse. After all, he did not speak the local language. Having someone to interpret would be helpful. Soon, the plane landed on the tarmac. Yifeng and Yao disembarked. The war god Azura, standing at the hatch, called out, "Palace Master, there has been unrest in the northwest. I must go stabilize the situation and cannot accompany you this time." "No problem," Yifeng replied with a smile. "The Sakura Nation is nothing I fear. If anything comes up, call me anytime." With those words, the war god Azura left by helicopter. Surrounded by unfamiliar scenery and soil, Yifeng took a deep breath. Just then, a vibrant voice rang out beside him. "You must be the Palace Master." Yifeng turned to see a girl dressed like a high school student, excitedly running toward him. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Before Yifeng could respond, Yao instantly released a surge of demonic energy and stood protectively in front of Yifeng, coldly asking, "Who are you?" The girl jumped back like a startled wildcat and quickly retreated. Nervously, she said, "I was sent by the war god Azura to greet the Palace Master. I am also one of Lord Azura's trusted aides, part of the Dragon Soul Hall." "Calm down, Yao," Yifeng patted her shoulder. "She is the guide war god Azura mentioned earlier." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Yao finally let out a cold snort and withdrew her terrifying demonic energy. Yifeng was slightly surprised. Yao's strength was no longer what it used to be. If she could successfully break through to the Chi movement realm, she would become a formidable force in battle. The girl was so frightened her heart pounded violently. After several deep breaths, she managed to calm down and nervously said to Yifeng, "My name is Pei. If the Palace Master requires anything, please feel free to command me." Pei glanced Yifeng up and down, thinking to herself that this Palace Master did not seem as imposing as she had imagined. In fact, he was quite handsome. Yifeng nodded and then asked Pei, "I want to investigate the upper echelons of Tokyo. Is there any direct way to make contact?" Pei pressed her index finger to her chin, tilting her head thoughtfully. "I know quite a few people from prominent families around here. One of them is a good friend of mine. He is from the Inoue family. Through him, we can gain access to Tokyo's elite circles." Then let us proceed with your suggestion, Yifeng said casually. Very soon. The three of them left in haste. They began heading toward Tokyo. Since the war god Azura had only flown Yifeng near the Tokyo area, they were still some distance from the city center, so the three had to drive the rest of the way. Fortunately, Pei had developed quite well in the region, and with the war god Azura's secret support, her finances were solid. She had a luxury car, which they now used to head into central Tokyo. The unique surroundings drew Yifeng's attention. He looked out the window and saw many people standing along the roadside holding wooden placards with characters from the Sakura Nation, shouting passionately and parading through the streets. Curious, Yifeng asked, "What is going on?" Pei instinctively looked out the window, saw the commotion, and explained, "Oh, them. Recently, Tokyo's 5 great families, together with the Tokyo Shrine, proposed the establishment of a samurai dojo. They want all children in Tokyo to begin training in the way of the samurai at the age of 5 and only begin formal education 10 years later." This sparked a lot of public dissatisfaction. People believe it has no future, so they started these protests. At this point, Pei laughed and added, "But it is pointless. Once the Tokyo Shrine speaks, the matter is already settled." Yifeng frowned after hearing this. It seemed the Sakura Nation was truly warlike, going so far as to force young children to train in the way of the samurai? But this was not Yifeng's concern. Whatever happened in the Sakura Nation had nothing to do with him. Before long, Pei drove into Tokyo's city center and stopped in front of an upscale restaurant. She turned and said to Yifeng, "Palace Master, the person from the Inoue family I mentioned is currently inside this restaurant." "I understand," Yifeng replied with a wave of his hand. He and Yao Yao stepped out of the car, and Pei quickly followed. "Ding-a-ling. Miss Pei, I am over here." The three turned to look and saw a young man from the Sakura Nation waving with a smile. He was quite handsome, though a bit short, giving his overall appearance an odd imbalance. Pei led Yifeng and Yao Yao over to the table, sat down, and cheerfully introduced, "This is Inoue Kairan, direct heir of the Inoue family, one of Tokyo's 5 great families. This is..." "I am Yifeng," Yifeng interrupted. Inoue Kairan narrowed his eyes and smiled at Yifeng. "Very well, Mr. Yifeng, I know a little of the Dragon Nation's language. I should be able to communicate reasonably well. I heard from Miss Pei that you wish to learn about Tokyo's upper echelons?" Yifeng did not mince words. "Correct. I want to meet some high-ranking individuals in Tokyo. Do you have a way?" "There is a way, of course." However, Inoue Kairan raised a finger and waved it toward Yifeng. "I will be doing quite a bit of work, and I expect to be compensated." "How much do you want?" Yifeng asked calmly, watching the man's finger circle in the air. Inoue Kairan smiled and said, 100 million Dragon Nation coins. Pei was startled and exclaimed, "What? You are robbing people, Kairan. I never realized you were so greedy." Inoue Kairan sipped his tea and smiled at her. "The value of the task determines the cost. 100 million in exchange for access to Tokyo's elite is not too high. That is way too much." Pei glanced nervously at Yifeng. If she angered the Dragon Soul Hall's palace master, she might also be implicated. But Yifeng, without hesitation, took out a bank card from the immortal demon space and tossed it to Inoue Kairan. "No password. There are 300 million on that account. Take it all." This was part of the surplus from the massive auction funds he had recently acquired. Inoue Kairan was not intimidated by Yifeng. He snapped his fingers, and a tall figure in black quickly approached. Kairan handed the card to the man, who nodded and pulled out a device to verify the account. A moment later, the man leaned in and whispered something in Sakura language to Inoue Kairan. Only then did Inoue Kairan nod with satisfaction and flash a brilliant smile. "Mr. Yifeng, your sincerity is impressive. In that case, I must provide something of equal value." As he spoke, Inoue Kairan took a voucher from his chest pocket and handed it to Yifeng. "This is an invitation to a grand ceremony at the Tokyo Shrine. All high-ranking officials of Tokyo will attend. If you want to meet them, that would be the perfect opportunity." Yifeng took the invitation and said impassively, "It is not enough." Inoue Kairan was momentarily stunned but then laughed. He took out a black card and handed it to Yifeng. "This is for an internal martial arts tournament at the Tokyo Shrine. If you enter and win, you will attract enough attention. Will that suffice?" Yifeng put away the black card. Though becoming too well known was not ideal, investigating the demon sect envoys required engaging with the elites. If he only investigated from the shadows, he might find clues, but not necessarily the full picture. By going the opposite route and becoming famous, the demon sect envoys might approach him on their own. After all, they were sent to find him. It was more efficient and saved time. Yifeng had more important matters to attend to. and he still needed time to cultivate. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction to Inoue Kairan. Thank you. It was merely a transaction, Inoue Kairan said with a smile, then stood up to leave. I hope we will have the chance to work together again. And Miss Pei, until we meet again. With that, Inoue Kairan left with his subordinates. Yifeng looked at Pei and asked, the martial arts tournament that guy mentioned, when is it supposed to take place? Pei thought for a moment and replied, it should be held during the Grand Pilgrimage, which will take place tomorrow. They are holding the tournament at the Tokyo Shrine, and it will determine who will become the next master of the Tokyo Shrine. As long as you win, you can become the master of the Tokyo Shrine? Yifeng was surprised. He had not expected such an absurd custom to exist in the Sakura nation. Pei explained, in this country where the way of the samurai prevails, as long as your strength is formidable, you can earn everyone's respect. For instance, the master of the Tokyo Shrine, there was even a foreigner once who held the position, but the term only lasted for 3 years. It did not carry much significance. However, for the 5 great families of Tokyo, it is an opportunity to expand their strength and influence. That is why they treat it with such seriousness. I see, Yifeng nodded, now having a better understanding of the customs in the Sakura nation. If the Grand Pilgrimage is not until tomorrow, then we will deal with it then. Yifeng said to Pei, find us a place to stay for now. Pei nodded and said, there happens to be a 5-star hotel nearby. I will go and check you and this elder sister in. The 3 of them left the upscale restaurant and entered the nearby 5-star hotel. As soon as they walked into the hotel, Yifeng immediately sensed countless eyes fixating on him. He looked up and saw a group of burly men in traditional kimono and wooden clogs, their thick waists and muscular legs giving them an imposing presence. Their eyes were locked onto him. At the front of this group stood a tall and bear-like man. Pei was momentarily stunned and whispered to Yifeng, that is Takamura Kota, president of the Sumo Society, one of Tokyo's 5 great societies. He is incredibly powerful and has also come to participate in the Grand Pilgrimage. I see, Yifeng nodded. Although the man was strong, he was of no concern to Yifeng. Still, he had no interest in provoking them unnecessarily. Yifeng queued behind them with Yao Yao and Pei, waiting quietly to check in. One arrogant member of the Sumo Society glanced at Yifeng's physique and could not help but sneer. A little runt like that? I could kill him with one punch. Ha ha ha, another member laughed. Looks like he is from the Dragon Nation. These bean sprouts, if not for the current diplomatic tension, I would kill him right now. Pei frowned. She hesitated whether or not to translate the insults to Yifeng, but when they took things too far, she immediately stepped forward and scolded the fat brutes in Sakura language. What a joke! The palace master of the Dragon Soul Hall was standing right next to her. How could she cower before a bunch of Sakura Nation men? Hearing her angry rebuke, many of the Sumo Society members turned to glare at her furiously, including Takamura Kota himself. Pei's heart jumped, and she quickly hid behind Yifeng, whispering, they insulted us, so I cursed them back. Yifeng simply smiled and asked, what did you say to make them so angry? Pei blushed in embarrassment and said, I told them they are all greasy fat pigs with nothing better to do than stuff their faces all day. Yao Yao could not help but chuckle. Yifeng nodded and said to Pei, let me handle it from here. Since they had insulted people of the Dragon Nation, Yifeng could not let this go unpunished. You little bean sprouts are just asking to die, one of the Sumo Society members roared in broken Chinese before charging at Yifeng. Yifeng did not dodge. He merely extended a single index finger, and as the attacker's palm came crashing down, Yifeng flicked his finger lightly. A surge of internal energy burst forth, releasing tremendous force that sent the Sumo Society member flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This scene stunned everyone present. He had sent a man flying with just one finger. What level of power was this? The other members of the Sumo Society stepped forward, preparing to launch a deadly assault on Yifeng. But Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and his figure moved like a phantom, so fast he was nearly invisible. He weaved through the crowd, and by the time he reappeared, nearly half of the Sumo Society members were writhing on the ground, groaning in pain. Their bodies had suffered horrifying impacts. Just a bunch of dead pigs, Yifeng said calmly, as if nothing had happened. He casually shook his hand and added, pathetic. Takamura Kota shoved aside the fallen members and stomped toward Yifeng. His heavy breathing and authoritative demeanor made him quite intimidating. He stared at Yifeng and slowly said in Dragon Nation language, do you dare repeat what you just said? Yifeng smiled and repeated, did you not hear me the first time? I said you are worthless. Die. Takamura Kota roared in fury and swung a heavy slap toward Yifeng's head. But Yifeng simply stepped back 2 paces, light as a feather, easily dodging the blow. The gust of wind stirred by the strike fluttered Yifeng's hair, revealing the terrifying power behind it. Takamura Kota, having missed his target, narrowed his eyes and unleashed a killing intent. His speed suddenly doubled, far surpassing what his body size suggested. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yifeng, his arm, thick as a barrel, aimed to smash into Yifeng's torso. Yifeng remained composed and struck with a punch. Bang! A deafening sound echoed through the hotel. Amid countless stunned gazes, Yifeng had sent the sumo king, Takamura Kota, crashing to the ground with a single blow. His wrist was shattered, blood pouring everywhere, his expression twisted in agony. A mere first-level chi movement realm? Hardly worth mentioning, Yifeng said disdainfully, shaking his hand. You bastard! Takamura Kota ignored the pain in his right arm and rushed forward to strike Yifeng again. But Yifeng gave him no chance. A lightning-fast kick struck Takamura Kota in the throat, blasting a bloody hole through it. Takamura Kota's eyes went wide with disbelief. With a twisted and vacant expression, he collapsed to the ground, dead. Boom! Takamura Kota's burly body crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound, leaving countless onlookers utterly stunned. At that moment, most of those present in the five-star hotel were members of Tokyo's elite circles. Naturally, they were well aware of Takamura Kota's strength. They had assumed they were merely in for some entertainment and that he would easily subdue his opponent. But who would have thought? Takamura Kota had actually run into a truly formidable adversary. It had taken only a few moves for him to be violently slain. Such power was truly terrifying. The other members of the sumo club were gripped by an overwhelming fear as they looked at Yifeng. Firstly, they had never expected someone to dare commit murder in this place. Secondly, they were completely unprepared for how powerful he actually was. Only those who had been in close contact with Takamura Kota knew just how powerful he really was. Yet, in just that brief instant, Takamura Kota had died, in no time at all. The sumo club members, trembling with fear and panic, scattered and fled, unwilling to face the demon that was Yifeng. Pei was equally shocked. She had not expected it either. The strength of the Dragon Soul Hall's master was absolutely horrifying. Yaya looked at Takamura Kota as if he were garbage, then stepped forward, channeled her demonic energy into his body, and soon returned to Yifeng's side, speaking. Young master, I used the soul-searching technique of the demon sect. It allows one to access the memories of others. However, it works best when the target is still alive. If they are already dead, the effectiveness is greatly diminished. Oh? Yifeng asked with interest. So, what did you see just now? Just some trivial memories, Yao Yao replied, shaking her head. Nothing of value. If the young master wishes to locate the demon sect emissary, it would be quicker to search the memories of the living. Very well. Yifeng said with a smile. Later, I shall capture a few more for you to use the soul-searching technique on. Hearing Yifeng speak such terrifying words with a calm and smiling face, Pei involuntarily shivered, then nervously stepped forward and said with an awkward smile. Master, perhaps we should check in now? And what about him? Yifeng glanced at Takamura Kota's corpse on the ground and asked curiously, is no one going to deal with that? Pei paused briefly, then explained. In the Sakura Nation, strength commands respect. You killed Takamura Kota, it only proves that you are stronger than he was and elevates your status. The corpse will be dealt with shortly, but members of the sumo club and the other 4 major associations may very well come looking for you. Oh? Yifeng nodded and said, that is fine too. If they all come to me, I will not have to hunt them down one by one. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly noticed a news reporter nearby, holding a microphone and broadcasting live. He strode over, grabbed the camera, pointed it at himself, and declared, to all the powerful figures of Tokyo and the Sakura Nation, I am right here. If any of you wish to die, form a line and come one by one. With that said, Yifeng paid them no further attention and went to complete the check-in procedures. Meanwhile, news of the sumo club president's brutal death at the hands of a young man from the Dragon Nation spread throughout the Sakura Nation. The headquarters of the 5 major associations in Tokyo were instantly thrown into a rage. The president of the Kendo Club slammed his hand on the table in fury. Outrageous! Is this not a direct slap to the face of our Tokyo associations? And to think he is running wild on our own turf. I will not be at peace until that man is dead. The president of the Kyoto Club sprang to his feet, shouting, unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. What he just said was a direct insult to our Tokyo associations. That man from the Dragon Nation must die. A man from the Dragon Nation, killing Takamura Kota, this is a disgrace, the Karate Club president roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. The Judo Club president slammed his teacup to the floor, his gaze ice-cold as he growled. I will confront that man myself. I refuse to believe he can defeat me. With that, The judo club president, accompanied by 5 disciples, burst through the door and rushed to the hotel. The Tokyo Association headquarters was nearby, so they arrived quickly. Upon entering, they saw members of the Tokyo Shrine already handling Takemura Kota's corpse. Witnessing the state of the body, their rage ignited further. Countless bystanders looked on as the judo club president arrived in a blaze of fury, all drawing sharp breaths. It was clear now. The Tokyo associations were about to clash head-on with this man from the Dragon Nation. The judo club president walked up to the reception desk but had not even spoken when the elevator doors opened, and out came the very man who had arrogantly spoken on live camera, Yifeng. And Pei. They had come down simply to buy a drink, but unexpectedly ran into the furious judo club president. The president immediately stepped forward, pointing at Yifeng. "It was you who just killed the president of the sumo club, was it not?" Yifeng did not reply. Instead, he turned to Pei and asked, "Why do all these Sakura Nation people speak Dragon Nation language?" Pei shrugged and explained, "This is also the East Realm, it is essentially a part of the Dragon Nation. They just refuse to admit that they are descendants of the group we exiled 1,000 years ago to search for the elixir of immortality. Over the years, they have been diligently learning our language to do business and negotiate with us." "I see," Yifeng said with sudden understanding. At this moment, the judo club president stared coldly at Yifeng and, without turning his head, ordered, "Ie Seriko, you are my most outstanding disciple. Go and face that man from the Dragon Nation." Ie Seriko instantly turned pale with fear. This opponent had slain the president of the sumo club. No matter how strong she was, she could not possibly match that level. The judo club president merely wanted to observe Yifeng's fighting style and weaknesses through real combat. She was nothing more than a pawn. However, in the Sakura Nation, a master's command could not be defied. Ie Seriko sighed deeply, then slowly stepped forward, cupped her fists in greeting, and suddenly launched an attack. Seeing her youthful and inexperienced movements, Yifeng merely smiled and did not regard her as a true opponent. He casually flicked his palm, and the resulting wave of energy shredded her body, leaving numerous bloody gashes and sending her flying with a crash. "What?" Countless Sakura Nation warriors gasped in shock. What kind of power was this man from the Dragon Nation wielding to be this strong? Ie Seriko slowly got back up and cast a grateful look at Yifeng. She knew, if he had truly wanted to kill her, she would already be dead. Yifeng's gaze turned to the judo club president, taunting, "What is the matter? Are you scared? Sending your disciple first to test the waters?" "Nonsense!" The judo club president, exposed and enraged, roared, "Man from the Dragon Nation, I will kill you myself." Bang! The president of the judo club advanced with light and swift steps, yet each movement carried the force and grace of calligraphy brought to life. Within an instant, he had reached Yifeng and struck out with a fierce punch. Yifeng also unleashed a punch, aiming directly for the judo club president's head. However, the president twisted his body with a serpent-like motion, slipping past Yifeng's fist and launching himself toward Yifeng's chest. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the president of the judo club to possess such skill. At the very least, he was far stronger than the president of the sumo club. But only by that much. Without hesitation, Yifeng summoned the Xianyuan shield. A teal energy rapidly condensed into the form of armor, clinging tightly to his body. Bang! A crisp sound echoed through the entire hall. The judo club president was forced several steps backward by the recoil, struggling to steady himself. He stared at Yifeng's chest and saw the Xianyuan shield. "Just a cheap trick," the judo club president sneered, emboldened by his earlier success. He charged forward again, launching another vicious attack at Yifeng. This time, Yifeng did not allow him another chance. His aura focused sharply, locking onto the judo club president, and he struck out with a single explosive punch. The president tried to repeat his earlier maneuver to dodge Yifeng's attack, but he quickly realized the punch was blindingly fast, at the very limit of human speed. No matter how he tried to evade, there was no escaping it. Before he could even react, Yifeng's fist struck him squarely. The judo club president's head exploded instantly, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. His body collapsed limply to the floor. Countless people screamed. Shock rippled through the crowd. The president of the judo club, one of Tokyo's elite associations, had died just like that, so quickly and easily. It was utterly unbelievable. Gulp! Ie Seriko swallowed hard as half of the president's severed head rolled past her. Panic and dread flooded her heart. Who exactly had she encountered? Seeing their leader killed with a single blow, the remaining disciples fled in terror, unwilling to face Yifeng. But Ie Seriko made up her mind. She swiftly ran up to Yifeng and fell to her knees with a loud thud. "I wish to become your disciple." Yifeng was slightly surprised. He had no intention of taking a Sakura Nation native as his student, and he flatly refused. I do not intend to accept any disciples. Then I shall serve you as my master, Ie Sariko said with admiration written across her face. Your martial prowess has overwhelmed me. I am willing to give you everything, my body and my soul. Yifeng glanced briefly at her, curvaceous and stunningly beautiful. Although he was not interested in accepting disciples, having a servant from the Sakura Nation might not be a bad idea. He nodded and said, very well, I will take you as a servant. But you must do some things for me. Of course. Ie Sariko stood up with a smile and proceeded to reveal everything she knew about the Tokyo associations, giving Yifeng detailed insider information. Then she added, they are about to hold a press conference and join forces to eliminate you. Master, if you. She did not finish her sentence, such words were not for someone of her status to say aloud. Yifeng, however, smiled nonchalantly and replied, let them come. I actually want them to. As he spoke, Yifeng looked toward the judo club president's corpse and muttered to himself, too bad I forgot to bring Yao Yao. Otherwise, we could have searched his soul. Very soon. News of Yifeng killing the judo club president spread throughout the Sakura Nation. The Tokyo Association was furious. They swiftly held a press conference and publicly declared war. We, the Tokyo Association, will confront that man from the Dragon Nation at the Tokyo Dojo. If he dares not come, we shall come for him. Their declaration shocked the nation. It was the first time these elderly figures had shown such rage on live broadcast. Upon receiving the news, Yifeng led his group toward the Tokyo Dojo. The roads were lined with onlookers. Yifeng and his companions ignored the crowds and entered the Tokyo Dojo through the central corridor. By then, the presidents of the remaining 3 associations were already waiting. The president of the Kendo Club held a long blade and sneered coldly at Yifeng. We have been waiting for you, man from the Dragon Nation. You really are bold. Do you truly believe that by killing those 2 worthless fools, you can defeat us as well? You can always try and see, Yifeng replied indifferently. You are asking for death. The president of the Kendo Club exploded with rage. Amid the shocked cries of countless onlookers, he moved like a thunderbolt, swinging his sword and slashing directly at Yifeng's chest. But Yifeng calmly reached out with 2 fingers, precisely catching the tip of the blade, then gave a sharp twist. The sword shattered instantly. The president of the Kendo Club was stunned. This was a renowned greatsword, and it had broken so easily? Yifeng did not give him another chance. He threw a powerful punch directly at the man's abdomen. The devastating force crushed his belly inward. The president fell unconscious, and Yifeng casually tossed him to Yao Yao. You are asking to die, roared the presidents of the Kudo and Karate clubs, launching simultaneous attacks at Yifeng. One attacked from afar, the other from close range, both moving at incredible speed. The president of the Karate Club struck a combat stance and launched a flying kick at Yifeng. Yifeng showed no fear. He countered with a lightning-fast kick of his own, precise and devastating. The blow landed squarely on the Karate Club president's abdomen, knocking him unconscious just like the Kendo Club president. Yifeng could not help but scoff. Karate, huh? More like suicide. Just as he made the remark, a flash of light glinted from the distance. Yifeng's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to catch an arrow flying straight at him. The president of the Kudo Club was stunned. He had never imagined that this man from the Dragon Nation could catch one of his arrows with his bare hand. In the next instant, Yifeng was upon him. With a single open-handed slap to the head, he knocked the Kudo Club president unconscious. The massive Tokyo Dojo, once filled with noise, fell silent like a library. Everyone stared at Yifeng as though trying to scrub their own eyes. How could someone be so powerful? In less than a minute, he had defeated all 3 remaining association presidents. It was beyond belief. Just then, a round of applause broke the silence. Yifeng turned his head and saw a young woman approaching, her appearance pure and sweet. At that moment, nearby spectators were visibly shocked. That is Yuko Nakazaki, a national-level celebrity of the Sakura Nation. It really is her. But why is she here? Yifeng casually glanced at Yuko Nakazaki and said with disdain, and who might you be? As soon as those words were spoken, the scene erupted in an uproar. No way! This man from the Dragon Nation does not know Yuko Nakazaki, the woman hailed as the #1 beauty of the Sakura Nation. That is Yuko Nakazaki, a national treasure of the Sakura Nation and the dream woman of countless men. And now she is inviting this Dragon Nation man into her private RV. This is unbelievable. Indeed, such a powerful man from the Dragon Nation is worthy of being paired with a Sakura beauty. That damned Dragon Nation bastard. How dare he try to steal Yuko Nakazaki from me? I will never forgive him. Yuko Nakazaki belongs to me alone. Yuko Nakazaki looked at Yifeng with a sweet smile and said, defeating the Tokyo associations proves your strength. I acknowledge you. I am willing to become your wife, to offer both my body and my soul to you. With that, she made a graceful gesture of invitation and said to Yifeng, Sir, would you honor me by sharing a drink? Yifeng heard all the remarks from the Sakura people and then turned to Yuko Nakazaki and asked, You are a celebrity? Indeed, Yuko Nakazaki replied with a smile and nod. Yifeng considered for a moment. He was currently in desperate need of clues regarding the demon sex emissary. If this woman was a major celebrity, she must have access to a wide network of information, perhaps she knew something relevant. Thus, Yifeng readily agreed, Very well, I shall join you for a drink. Then he turned to Ie Seriko and said, You may return first. There is no need to wait for me. Yes, sir, Ie Seriko responded. Yifeng then instructed Yao Yao and Pei Yi to finish searching the memories of the 3 association presidents, and to kill them afterward. Shall we go, sir? Yuko Nakazaki smiled as she stepped up beside Yifeng, wrapping her arm around his and leading him outside. Very soon, the news that Yifeng had defeated all 4 of the Sakura Nation's Tokyo associations spread like wildfire through the media and exploded across the nation. What did you say? The 4 major associations of Tokyo have been defeated? The people of the Tokyo Shrine could not believe it. Those are the top-tier forces of our Sakura Nation. How could they possibly lose to a man from the Dragon Nation? I do not believe it. That man from the Dragon Nation must have used some despicable, shameless tricks. Otherwise, the 4 major associations would never have fallen. That must be it. Each of those presidents was strong enough to kill that Dragon Nation man on their own. How could all 5 be defeated? Night fell swiftly. Inside the Tokyo Imperial Shrine, the top brass from every major faction of Tokyo had gathered, furiously condemning the incompetence of the 5 associations and how they had disgraced the Sakura Nation. Some also denounced Yifeng for his sheer arrogance. The head of the Yasuji clan said angrily, I absolutely refuse to believe that man from the Dragon Nation could defeat all 4 associations. The head of the Inoue clan slammed the table and bellowed, Shameful. Absolutely disgraceful. Are we now telling the entire world that all of us in the Sakura Nation combined are no match for a single Dragon Nation man? The head of the Genji clan took a deep puff from his pipe and said, He is trampling on the dignity of the Sakura Nation. It is the ultimate humiliation. Kill that man from the Dragon Nation, this is what must be done now. Clan heads, said the head of the OE clan suddenly, I have heard that Ie Seriko has become an accomplice of Yifeng. This matter involves her as well. As a citizen of the Sakura Nation, yet willing to become a traitor, such a person must not be allowed to live. Upon hearing this, the head of the Inoue clan flared with rage. Send men immediately to the Ie's household. Force them to hand over Ie Seriko. If they refuse, wipe out the entire clan. Let her father personally kill Ie Seriko, and then commit ritual suicide in apology. Agreed. Let it be done. The other clan heads voiced their support. 10 minutes later, countless powerful warriors from the Sakura Nation gathered outside the Ie's clan estate. At that moment, Ie's patriarch had already had both arms severed. His face was pale, blood pouring out uncontrollably. Genji Sei, holding a dragon-slaying blade, stared coldly at him and said, I will give you one more chance. Surrender Ie Seriko, or I will wipe out your entire bloodline. Cold sweat poured from the patriarch's body. He wanted to protect his daughter, but when it came to choosing between her and the entire clan, he ultimately chose the clan. After all, how could one person be worth more than such a vast family? Daughter, forgive me. The Ie's patriarch immediately said, I support the actions of the clan heads. My daughter is in her room now. You may go there yourselves. This declaration was nothing less than swallowing his own bones. Genji Sei smiled and said to the men behind him, Let us go. With that, a torrent of powerful warriors from the Sakura Nation stormed toward Ie Seriko's room. At that moment, inside the RV, Yuko Nakazaki was conversing with Yifeng when she suddenly received a message. Her expression changed drastically. Mr. Yi, I just received word. The various families of Tokyo are enraged and are taking their anger out on Ie Seriko. They have already invaded the Ie's estate. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression turned icy. Pathetic scum. They know only these underhanded tactics. We can talk later, I will return shortly. Yuko Nakazaki cried out anxiously, Mr. Yi, it is a trap. They are luring you in. Yifeng stepped out of the RV without even turning his head. A pack of mongrels. No matter how many, they are still just trash. With that, he shot into the sky and flew straight toward the Ie's estate. Yuko Nakazaki, feeling Yifeng's overwhelming aura, was filled with admiration. Now that is a man. Meanwhile, the Iase estate. Traps were hidden everywhere, and the top warriors of Tokyo's noble families were stationed all around, forming an impenetrable blockade. Anyone who entered was doomed to a gruesome death. Yifeng arrived swiftly and strode directly through the main entrance. The moment he reached the gate, a figure slowly emerged. "My name is Yusuji Kai. I would like to challenge you," said the man, holding a samurai longsword as he addressed Yifeng. "Enough noise," Yifeng replied dismissively. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yusuji Kai. His internal energy surged, condensing in his right fist. He struck with a force so fierce it defied comprehension. In the very next instant, Yusuji Kai, who had just spoken, had his head blasted apart, blood spraying in a crimson mist. Hidden ninjas in the grass were struck with terror, their hearts gripped with fear. This man from the Dragon Nation was truly terrifying, but they had been given a death order. This man must be killed, no matter the cost. With a single thought, 6 ninjas leapt high into the air, launching a flurry of concealed weapons at Yifeng like a storm of deadly plum blossoms. Yifeng's gaze sharpened, his speed reached its peak, leaving behind afterimages. In the astonished cries of the ninjas, a flash of golden light exploded in the night. It instantly tore through the bodies of 3 men, smashing them into dust and fragments. The remaining 3 immediately attempted to perform ninjutsu. But how could Yifeng give them the chance? With a sudden surge, his body pulsed outward, unleashing vast internal energy like rippling waves. Upon contact with the energy, the ninjas felt their bodies twist violently, and then they exploded on the spot. In the blink of an eye, their bodies shattered, and their blood rained down like a storm. Utterly pathetic, Yifeng snorted coldly and continued walking toward the Iase estate. However, the moment he stepped through the main gate, Yifeng sensed something was wrong. Though the courtyard ahead appeared ordinary, it was teeming with hidden mechanisms. For example, his eyes darted to the side, where he spotted an almost invisible thread stretched across the path. Touching it would surely trigger a trap. Pointless tricks, Yifeng muttered as he abruptly reached out and tore the thread down. At that moment, a trap was triggered. Whoosh! 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 Arrows shot out from all directions. Yifeng ignored them completely and walked forward. Clang! 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 As the arrows struck his body, they sounded as though hitting solid bronze walls. With his current mastery of the chi activation realm, Yifeng was entirely impervious to such traps. Atop the roof of the Iase residence, Genji-sei watched Yifeng step inside. He had witnessed the previous scene but still snorted coldly and said, "Since you dared to come here, you shall never leave alive." Yifeng entered the courtyard and immediately saw the Iase family patriarch slumped against the wall, barely clinging to life. He frowned and walked over. "Where is Iase Eriko?" he asked. The patriarch looked up at Yifeng. Pale and bloodless, he murmured, "My daughter has been captured. I could not stop them. Her room is inside." "I see," Yifeng replied casually. Then, without delay, he strode deeper into the courtyard. Buzz! 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 Suddenly, a vibration reached Yifeng's ears. He instinctively took 3 steps back. The spot where he had just stood erupted in a violent explosion. Some hidden device had been triggered, reducing the area to rubble. Yifeng's expression turned grim. He would not advance so slowly anymore. He gathered his vast internal energy, circulating it throughout his entire body. His dantian churned out terrifying power, and with a powerful stomp, Yifeng shot forward dozens of meters in an instant. The aura of the chi activation realm began to resonate within him, rippling outward in powerful waves. The hidden positions of Sakura Nation elites were instantly exposed. To Yifeng, it was as if he could see through everything. In mid-leap, he suddenly lunged toward a nearby door and grabbed. One of the hiding warriors screamed in fright as Yifeng seized his head. With a slight twist, he snapped the man's neck cleanly. Then Yifeng continued his assault. Against these Sakura Nation warriors, he struck them down like chopping vegetables, slaughtering them in an instant. Every trap laid in his path was either blocked by his powerful body or bypassed in a flash before they could even be triggered. Very soon, Yifeng reached a central courtyard. There, Iase Eriko was suspended upside down from a beam. Thick ropes bound her hands and feet. Below her, countless Sakura Nation warriors stood in formation, brandishing weapons and preparing to face Yifeng. Genji-sei descended from above and landed steadily on the ground. Raising his samurai blade, he impatiently asked, "You are that man from the Dragon Nation, yes? What if I am?" Yifeng stepped forward. "That is all I needed to know," Genji-sei sneered. "As long as we do not kill the wrong man. You think you can take me?" Yifeng glanced around with contempt. "I thought the Sakura Nation's elites were supposed to be powerful. Turns out they are weaker than one of my fingers. Die!" A furious warrior could not bear the insult. He raised his katana and charged at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. He struck with a single punch. A gust of immense force surged forward, blasting a bloody hole through the warrior's chest. The man stared at Yi Feng in disbelief before collapsing to the ground. The remaining warriors were stunned. This was not someone they could defeat. Instinctively, they all took 2 steps back. Genji-sei narrowed his eyes and roared to rally them. "What are you afraid of? He is alone, we are many. If each of us lands 1 strike, he will die. Backing down now is a disgrace to the Sakura Nation." "Do you mean to say that the great warriors of the Sakura Nation fear one man from the Dragon Nation?" His words reignited their courage. Yes. There were so many of them. Why should they fear one man? But Yi Feng suddenly furrowed his brow. Something in the distance was emanating a powerful aura, heading straight toward them. Without hesitation, Yi Feng activated the mist cloud technique. Gray mist surged around his feet, lifting him into the air. He floated upward, surveying the distance from above. Below, Genji-sei was so shocked he nearly fainted. This was no ordinary man. This was like something from legend and immortal. Genji-sei panted heavily, trying to convince himself. It is just sleight of hand. If I were prepared, I could do the same. No, we cannot delay any longer. Everyone, attack together. With a furious roar, Genji-sei charged forward, followed by the army of Sakura warriors screaming in unison. Yi Feng had no interest in wasting words on these useless insects. He instantly summoned his internal energy, condensing it into his fists. Illusory dragons of azure light coiled around his hands, surging with terrifying and unstoppable might. Boom! With a single punch, it was as if a divine dragon let out a furious roar. The force hurled downward, pressing down upon the warriors of the Sakura Nation. Countless warriors, faced with such a terrifying blow, all changed expression and unleashed every ounce of strength they had to resist. But it was utterly useless. Countless defensive techniques were shattered in an instant, and the illusionary dragon obliterated the Sakura Nation warriors like a storm crushing dry leaves. Anyone it touched exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dying horribly on the spot. Suspended upside down from the ceiling beam, Ie Sariko stirred slightly at the sound. Upon waking, she witnessed this terrifying scene. In that moment, she was shaken to the core. Her eyes remained fixed on that punch brimming with draconic might, utterly disbelieving so many elite warriors of the Sakura Nation, all annihilated by a single blow from this Dragon Nation man. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Now more than ever, Ie Sariko was firmly resolved to follow Yi Feng. 1 punch, complete annihilation. Yi Feng looked down at the ground below. A massive crater had been blasted into it. Almost all the Sakura Nation warriors had been killed, only a few were barely clinging to life, half dead. It seems that after breaking through 2 levels consecutively, the power of my coiling dragon fist has doubled. Yi Feng looked at his fist, clearly satisfied with his current strength. Cough, cough, cough. Genji-sei coughed up a mouthful of blood. Using his samurai blade to support himself, he stared around in panic. Severed limbs littered the ground, causing his spirit to tremble. He knew what he was facing, but he could not accept it. Suddenly, Genji-sei lifted his head toward Yi Feng and burst into wild laughter. "We warriors of the Sakura Nation never die kneeling." With that, he raised his blade high, battle spirit practically solidifying around him. A deep groan echoed from within, transforming into immense power. Die! Genji-sei flashed forward, wrapped in divine might, and charged at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, however, replied casually, "Do not flatter yourself. Go to hell and tell those others not to provoke the Dragon Nation in their next life." He struck out with a palm. The palm wind collided with Genji-sei's terrifying aura. In the next second, Genji-sei's entire skeleton was crushed by the force, his body smashed into the ground, exploding into a mist of blood. Genji-sei had barely managed to break into the chi activation realm. But Yi Feng, at this point, could kill even a 7th-level cultivator of the chi activation realm with a single slap. Had Genji-sei known this beforehand, he likely would have vomited blood and died on the spot. After eliminating all enemies, Yi Feng's gaze lingered for a moment on a distant mountain before he cancelled the mist cloud technique and walked slowly toward Ie Sariko. Ie Sariko was filled with gratitude and said, "Master, thank you for coming to save me. It is nothing, just a small matter." Yi Feng untied her and said, "But it seems they have harmed your father. You should go check on him quickly." "What?" Ie Sariko's expression changed, and she immediately ran toward the Ie's residence gate. "Now that this matter is resolved, it is time to look elsewhere," Yi Feng murmured, his gaze once again fixed on the mountain. He squinted, he could feel a dangerous aura emanating from there. For even him to be wary, the strength must be extraordinary. Just as Yi Feng prepared to activate the mist cloud technique and fly over, He received a message from Pei, "Master, it is time to attend the grand ceremony of worship." "So soon?" Yi Feng paused and looked up at the sky. The first light of dawn was just beginning to rise. He sighed. "I spent too much time talking with that Sakura Nation celebrity. I did not even get the information I needed. What a pity." With that, Yi Feng gave Ie Seriko a quick instruction and returned to the hotel. There, Yao Yao and Pei Yi were already waiting. Pei Yi smiled and said, "Master, your name has spread throughout the Sakura Nation. In just one day, nearly every citizen knows who you are. What good is being known?" Yi Feng waved a hand dismissively. "My goal is only to find the 2 demon sect envoys. No need to worry. At this grand ceremony of worship, we are bound to find clues regarding the demon sect," Pei Yi said encouragingly. "I hope so." Yi Feng nodded. Yao Yao approached and shook her head in disappointment. "Young master, the memories of those presidents contained no information about the demon sect. It seems they were not involved." Yi Feng replied, "Then I will capture a few more high-level individuals later and try again." As they spoke, the 3 of them exited the hotel. Outside, a large crowd was holding up signs and cheering for Yi Feng, behaving fanatically. Yi Feng was surprised and turned to Pei Yi, asking, "What is going on with these people?" Pei Yi laughed. "This is a nation that reveres strength. Your deeds have conquered them. After all, taking down the presidents of 5 major associations in one day, that is no feat an ordinary person could accomplish. These Sakura Nation people are truly something," Yi Feng muttered. He suddenly wondered if they revered martial prowess so much, why would anyone oppose the establishment of Bushido? Perhaps this nation still had a few sane individuals. Yi Feng, Yao Yao, and Pei Yi rode in a car toward the Tokyo Shrine. It was not far, so they arrived quickly. The entire place was under heavy guard. Even regular security personnel were positioned at the outermost posts. It was layered in protection. This was expected, after all. The top echelon of the Sakura Nation was gathered here. Yi Feng strode confidently forward, but was quickly stopped by 2 samurai. "Please show your invitation," one of them said in broken Dragon Nation language. Yi Feng did not speak. He swiftly pulled out the invitation and a black card and handed them over. At the sight of the invitation, the guards were calm, but when they saw the black card, they were shocked and immediately stepped aside. "This way, sir. We will escort you in." Yi Feng pointed to Yao Yao and Pei Yi behind him. "Can my attendants come along?" "Of course. The rules allow 2 attendants per guest." "Perfectly fine," the samurai replied with flattery. Yi Feng nodded, and the 3 of them proceeded down the main path into the Tokyo Shrine. Despite the shrine's vastness, its architecture was strikingly simple. Looking further inside, aside from the large ceremonial space used for worshipping the gods, there were hardly any other facilities. Pei Yi, standing beside him, explained cooperatively, "The main purpose of the Tokyo Shrine is actually not religious worship, but rather a venue for the upper echelons to negotiate and divide up interests, so naturally, the design is kept minimal." Yi Feng nodded. He knew well that the Tokyo Shrine was nothing more than a pretext for the Sakura Nation's elites. Otherwise, why would a martial arts tournament even exist? Clearly, there was something deeper going on here. And barging in like this might stir up some unexpected changes. Very soon, they entered the Tokyo Shrine, but instead of stopping at the main altar, they passed beyond it and came to a large gate at the back. The samurai walked forward and pushed the gate open, then said to Yi Feng, "Honored guest, you may go in directly." Yi Feng glanced at Pei Yi. She nodded at him, and only then did he stride forward into the room. The moment he entered, Yao Yao suddenly said, "Young master, I sense the aura of the demon sect, though it seems to have been here only recently." As soon as Yi Feng heard this, he tensed up immediately and told Yao Yao, "Do not lower your guard. The demon sect members might still be hiding here." "Yes," Yao Yao replied at once, her expression turning unusually serious. When it came to matters concerning the demon sect, Yao Yao never let down her guard. After all, they were the ones who had taken her former master, Shi Yao. "Master, shall I remain on watch here?" Pei Yi asked. "No need," Yi Feng shook his head. "Come in with me. If anything happens, I will protect you." Thunk! A bamboo tube filled with water tilted and dropped onto a stone, pouring its contents into a pond. Once emptied, the tube, now light, lifted back up again. Repeatedly. Thunk! Amid this simple, serene scene, Yi Feng suddenly pushed open a large door. The upper echelons of the Sakura Nation who were attending the martial arts conference all turned toward him sharply, their gazes filled with suspicion. A thin young man, seeing Yi Feng arrive, walked over with a smile and spoke fluent Dragon Nation language. "You must be Yi Feng. We know you. You have certainly caused quite a stir in the Sakura Nation these past couple of days. And who are you?" Yi Feng asked directly. Watch your mouth. A man in traditional kimono stormed forward aggressively, pointing at Yi Feng and shouting, "You Dragon Nation dog, show some respect to our palace master." Do not be angry, it is not fitting to treat guests like that. The young man smiled calmly, stopping the kimono-clad man, then turned to Yi Feng and said, I am the master of the Tokyo Shrine and also the palace master of the Tokyo Imperial Shrine. I have no name, you may call me palace master. Oh. Yi Feng casually scratched his ear and said indifferently, I am here to participate in the martial arts conference. Do you have a problem with that? These words instantly enraged the Sakura Nation's upper ranks. Who did this man from the Dragon Nation think he was, to speak so arrogantly to the palace master? Just as they were about to explode in anger, the palace master raised his right hand, stopping them, then smiled at Yi Feng and said, Of course you may. Judging from the number of black cards issued, it seems you are the final participant. Exactly. Yi Feng pulled out the black card and casually tossed it to the ground. Since I am already here, this thing is useless now, right? The palace master did not get angry. Instead, he remained composed and said, As you wish. With that, he no longer paid attention to Yi Feng and slowly returned to his seat. Yi Feng looked at the palace master and smiled slightly. Seems like he is quite a deep character. Not simple at all. Though I wonder how strong he actually is. Saying this, Yi Feng found an empty seat and sat down. Since all the others were already seated, the last one must be his. Behind him, Yao and Pei stood, appearing somewhat delicate in contrast. After all, the other participants had attendants who were all tall and physically imposing. Yi Feng suddenly sensed killing intent from beside him. He turned his head and saw an old man glaring at him viciously. He could not help but ask, Old man, what are you looking at me like that for? I have not even provoked you. The old man immediately burst into angry shouting, pointing at Yi Feng and rattling off a long string of words. Unfortunately, Yi Feng could not understand a word. He frowned and asked Pei, what is he saying? Pei, somewhat embarrassed, explained, he is the head of the Yusuji clan. Among the Sakura Nation warriors you recently killed, about 1/3 were from his clan. Yi Feng chuckled helplessly. He nodded politely to the old man, then ignored him. Seeing this, the Yusuji clan leader reached for his samurai sword, intending to draw it and strike. Yi Feng calmly sipped his tea. Then he shifted his gaze slightly toward the clan head, and instantly, a wave of dangerous aura erupted. Bang! A fine needle shot out, striking the samurai sword and sending it flying. The palace master shook his head at the Yusuji clan leader and said, Do not act on impulse. Otherwise, leave now. The old man snorted coldly. He twisted his numb wrist and turned his head away, refusing to look at Yi Feng again. The palace master then addressed the arriving guests with the usual ceremonial remarks for the banquet. Pei translated everything for Yi Feng, but he waved his hand and said, Only translate the important parts. No need for the rest. Or just listen, let me know when the fighting starts. All right. Pei nodded and wiped the sweat from her brow. This would greatly reduce her workload. At the same time, Yao stood like a wary wildcat, eyes darting around, increasingly uneasy. About 30 minutes later, the palace master finished speaking, and the other Sakura Nation elites began speaking in turn. Yi Feng could not understand them, but judging by their expressions, it looked like they were arguing over something. Wealth, power, strength? Yi Feng shook his head. These Sakura Nation folks truly loved such things. Their words likely never strayed from those three topics. Another half hour passed. Yi Feng could not help asking Pei, translate for me, ask when the martial arts conference is going to begin. All right. Pei nodded and loudly posed the question to the palace master. The moment she did, countless upper-level figures from the Sakura Nation were stunned and turned their eyes toward Yi Feng in unison. Did I say something wrong? Yi Feng frowned and asked in confusion. In Yi Feng's view, the so-called martial arts conference must be a martial exchange event, an opportunity for him to take the stage, knock down the Sakura Nation elites, and then have Yao use her soul-searching technique. That way, he would definitely be able to obtain information about the demon sect emissaries. However, at present, something seemed off. Yi Feng blinked. Could it be that I misunderstood? At that moment, the palace master of the Imperial Shrine suddenly spoke. Mr. Yi Feng, you may not fully understand the structure of the martial arts conference. First, we conduct a civil contest, then we move on to the martial contest. There is a distinction between civil and martial? Yi Feng stood up in exasperation, turned to face all the Sakura Nation dignitaries, and said, If you ask me, we can skip the civil part. Let's move straight to the fighting. All of you can come at me at once. How about that? Are you joking? A clan leader stood up and pointed at Yi Feng, shouting, Who do you think you are to declare war on us so shamelessly? Exactly, another patriarch chimed in. You are just a man from the Dragon Nation, what right do you have to meddle in our affairs? The Kawashima and Miyamoto family heads could not hold back any longer. They already had grievances with Yifeng, and now that he had come to the Sakura Nation, there was no way they would let him leave unscathed. Kawashima Somu, patriarch of the Kawashima clan, spoke up. Man from the Dragon Nation, do not be so arrogant. Back in the Dragon Nation, we held back not because we feared you, but because we did not want to damage our relationship with the Dragon Nation's war god. But now that you are here in the Sakura Nation, you must follow our rules. Indeed, snapped Miyamoto Juzaburo, patriarch of the Miyamoto clan, gripping the handle of his blade as he glared at Yifeng. We still have unfinished business. If not for the palace master's presence, I would have cut you down already. Kill me? Yifeng stared at Miyamoto Juzaburo and suddenly laughed. You think you have what it takes? This Miyamoto Juzaburo was only a second-level chi activation realm cultivator. He was no threat to Yifeng whatsoever. Yet in the Sakura Nation, he was considered one of their top-tier powerhouses. This made it clear the overall strength of the Sakura Nation's elite was mediocre at best. Not even on par with one of the ancient martial families of the Dragon Nation. Then come fight me. Yifeng waved both fists with excitement and challenged Miyamoto Juzaburo. This instantly infuriated the other dignitaries, and many began surging forward, ready to attack Yifeng. The palace master, realizing things were getting out of control, stepped forward and shouted, "Enough! Everyone stand down!" But the crowd barely listened. They continued charging at Yifeng. The palace master's expression turned cold. A tangible wave of energy erupted from him, sweeping outward in all directions. Buzz! Everyone present heard a sharp ringing in their minds. They all froze, looked at the palace master, and obediently returned to their seats. Yifeng gave the palace master a meaningful look and silently mouthed the words, "Are you from the Dragon Nation?" The palace master's expression instantly changed. He gave a subtle nod. Yifeng was startled, then grinned. So the palace master was from the Dragon Nation. He had not seen that coming. No wonder he had no name. That surge of energy earlier, it was unmistakably the style of an ancient martial clan. That confirmed it, he had to be from the Dragon Nation. But, Yifeng mused, I have already declared war on all ancient martial families. No wonder he does not want to deal with me, he wants to keep his head down and avoid being dragged into this mess. Yifeng gave him a look, signaling that if he did not begin the martial contest, there would be bloodshed. Helplessly, the palace master announced, since the civil contest no longer meets everyone's expectations, let us begin the martial phase. With that, he opened a sealed scroll, and a beam of light shot out, landing at the center of the hall and forming a teleportation array. He continued, now I will explain the rules. Once you enter, you will be transported into a trial space. Each of you will be assigned to a different realm, and your strength will be judged based on the number of levels you can break through. Yifeng was momentarily confused. This was not what he had imagined. Was it not supposed to be a battle to the death? Just as he was about to refuse, the immortal demon hall suddenly said, Master, you should try it. That scroll the palace master used is an ancient formation. There must be a great opportunity hidden within. With your talent, you could claim it easily. Yifeng paused, then made his decision. After all, who would turn away from a golden opportunity? Once the palace master finished speaking, the other Sakura Nation elites began entering the array, as though they were already familiar with the process. Yifeng gave instructions to Yao Yao and Pei Yi, then flashed a mysterious smile at the palace master, putting him on edge. The palace master understood clearly Yifeng was warning him not to harm his people. As if I would dare, he muttered bitterly to himself. Then, Yifeng stepped into the teleportation array. Space twisted violently around him as the environment began to change. In a ripple of energy, when Yifeng opened his eyes again, the world had completely transformed. Surrounding him was a mystical realm, and before him was a hide of a drawn beast, its patterns so intricate, every inch felt lifelike. Upon seeing it, Yifeng felt a strange resonance stir deep within his soul. The immortal demon hall exclaimed, Master, this is a rare chance. If you can comprehend the patterns on that beast hide, you will be able to construct large-scale formations and craft talismans. Oh, Yifeng's eyes lit up with joy. Crafting talismans? That was something very few in the Dragon Nation could do. Those who could had inherited ancient legacies passed down through generations. And now, such a chance had appeared in the Sakura Nation? Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the realm. Yifeng looked up and saw monstrous beasts lurking in the lake, their jagged forms resembling living boulders. Each of them radiated power near the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Their defenses looked especially formidable. Yi Feng instantly understood this trial required him to decipher the beast patterns and craft a talisman powerful enough to slay the monsters. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yi Feng suddenly looked up and was startled to see a clock spinning non-stop, showing that only 15 minutes remained. So insane! Yi Feng was instantly shocked. If one could comprehend the beast mark diagram within 15 minutes, that would truly be on the level of a genius. The immortal demon Hall quickly urged, "Master, you must not waste any more time. Hurry and study the beast mark, then imitate the patterns to carve and draw it, refine talismans, and use them to kill the demon beasts in front of you. Otherwise, when the time runs out, you will be ejected." Hearing this, Yi Feng became tense. He immediately raised the diagram depicting the fur of demon beasts and began examining it closely. At first, for 3 minutes, Yi Feng felt nothing unusual. But when he started perceiving the beast fur as individual lines, the entire world seemed to change. In his eyes, intangible patterns began to emit light and recklessly danced before him, soon forming an extremely peculiar image like the simultaneous roar of myriad beasts. "I understand now." 10 minutes later, joy lit up Yi Feng's face. He quickly put down the beast mark diagram and picked up a brush, beginning to draw at lightning speed. As the saying goes, his brush moved like a dragon or serpent, completing the process in one fluid motion. Yi Feng took only 1 minute to finish the drawing. The moment the talisman was completed, an overwhelming power suddenly surged forth. As if by instinct, Yi Feng channeled a burst of inner energy into the talisman, and instantly, the skies changed color. A terrifying thunderbolt descended with a roar, utterly annihilating all the demon beasts. Not a single one was spared. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng was momentarily startled. He had not expected the talisman to possess such immense power. As soon as he completed the trial, the passage to the next level slowly opened. At the same time, the primal divine talisman from the first scroll of the beast mark diagram emerged in Yi Feng's mind. As long as he used this primal talisman, he could easily craft the corresponding spell marks. Time to move on to the second level. Yi Feng exhaled deeply and stepped forward. Meanwhile, outside, in the martial arts arena, as the 15 minutes expired, nearly everyone was ejected. After testing each other, they all sighed in frustration. Over the years, they had entered the place dozens of times, yet each time, they failed to comprehend the purpose of the beast mark diagram. It was all for nothing. Only a few clan leaders were capable of progressing to the second level. This time, they noticed that Yi Feng had not been ejected either, and their expressions immediately changed. Could this man from the Dragon Nation have grasped something? But it was only his first time. Even the prodigiously gifted Miyamoto Juzaburo had only succeeded in his 3rd year. At this moment, on Yi Feng's side, time ticked away, second by second. Having fully deciphered the second scroll of the beast mark diagram, Yi Feng smiled with satisfaction. He placed the second scroll aside, then nodded and smiled. "Now that I have mastered the second primal divine talisman, slaying these demon beasts should be no problem." Sitting cross-legged atop the misty clouds, Yi Feng focused his mind, his consciousness pouring like a tidal wave into the crafting of talismans. Facing the strange and increasingly powerful demon beasts, Yi Feng smiled calmly and walked slowly toward the drawing platform. Boom, boom, boom. Countless demon beasts surged toward Yi Feng, crashing into the protective spiritual light shielding him, creating ripples on its surface. Yi Feng took a deep breath and began focusing on the crafting of talismans, the beast mark diagram. Within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, more than 10 beast mark talismans were swirling around him. With a wave of his hand, the talismans shot forth. Their terrifying power exploded, forming a massive beam of light that slaughtered the demon beasts instantly. Thus, Yi Feng effortlessly broke through the second level of the trial space. Next came the third level. Yi Feng again needed less than 15 minutes to clear it. Fourth level. Fifth level. Again, the same result. Then came the sixth level. Yi Feng looked out through the spiritual barrier, where hordes of demon beasts charged at him, their frenzied and terrifying attacks pounding against the barrier and steadily weakening it. An ordinary person would have been terrified by now. But Yi Feng simply smiled slightly and began to comprehend the sixth scroll of the beast mark diagram. As he delved deeper, Yi Feng's essence, energy, and spirit surged rapidly to their peak. He integrated everything he had learned from the previous scrolls and swiftly finished his comprehension. He then laid out the materials for the talismans and began sketching the intricate patterns of the sixth beast mark diagram. Each stroke flowed with spiritual resonance, executed with great skill. Countless spiritual runes burst forth with strange colors. In one seamless motion, within a very short time, a new beast mark diagram was complete. It floated up and began circling Yi Feng, who did not even glance at it before beginning the next one. With patterns as the guide, I draw supreme divine might. Yi Feng's hands and mind were in perfect sync. As he made each stroke, he channeled immense inner energy into it. The energy formed spiritual runes that danced across the talisman paper. Several types of runes overlapped and merged, soon forming the structure of the 6th level beast mark diagram, crystal clear inside and out, flawless. This one carries even more spiritual resonance, Yi Feng muttered, ignoring the demon beast's attacks as he examined his freshly made diagram with satisfaction. Then he resumed crafting more. Within the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea, he had created 7 new beast mark diagrams. They hovered around Yi Feng, spinning continuously. The surroundings were chaotic, filled with demonic roars and assaults. The once sturdy spiritual barrier had dimmed and was about to collapse. Then a soft whisper rang out, crisp and clear amidst the chaos. Divine might, manifest. The talismans were activated. Countless beast mark diagrams began spinning rapidly around Yi Feng. They formed circles of glowing runes, radiating strange light and releasing terrifying power. Buzz. Infused with terrifying energy, the diagrams ignited violently and erupted with beams of unimaginable brightness, sweeping outward in all directions from Yi Feng's position. The entire space began to tremble violently. The terrifying force seemed apocalyptic. In an instant, it engulfed all the demon beasts. Upon contact, their once impenetrable flesh and bones shattered like paper, obliterated to dust, then completely destroyed, reduced to nothingness. In a single breath, countless demon beasts were utterly annihilated. Buzz. A teleportation formation suddenly appeared before Yi Feng, emanating a powerful wave of energy. He had now fully conquered the 6th level. Within his mind, 6 primal divine talismans had already manifested. As long as he had the necessary materials, Yi Feng could now use the power of these talismans to rapidly craft spell seals. What a pity, Yi Feng suddenly sighed. These talismans are indeed powerful, but when faced with true experts, they are still somewhat lacking. The primal divine talismans from the 6th level can at most kill a cultivator at the 3rd or 4th tier of the Qi activation realm. Had anyone else heard this, they would have been so shocked their jaws would hit the ground. Spell seals capable of killing cultivators in the 3rd or 4th tier of the Qi activation realm, that was already an overwhelming level of power. Yet in Yi Feng's eyes, it was still not enough. With his current strength, killing such individuals would take nothing more than a slap. Yi Feng glanced at the 6 primal divine talismans within his mind. Each one represented a beast-shaped spiritual rune, and just like puzzle pieces, they could be assembled to form a massive demonic beast diagram. However, 3 pieces were still missing. If I can comprehend the final 3 beast mark diagrams, and complete the final form, just how powerful will that complete beast diagram be? With that thought, Yi Feng took a step forward and entered the next level. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Assembly, countless powerhouses from Sakura Nation were exchanging puzzled glances. At this moment, Miyamoto Juzaburo had also emerged from the formation, his face brimming with joy. He loudly declared to the head of the Divine Palace, "Palace Master, I have now fully comprehended the 3rd scroll of the Beast Mark diagram. At this moment, I already possess 3 primal divine talismans. This power is more than enough for me to become the next Palace Master, is it not?" His words instantly caused an uproar. The Sakura Nation cultivators were dumbfounded. They had thought that it was already remarkable for Miyamoto Juzaburo to break through to the 2nd level. Who would have expected that in just a few years, with only a handful of attempts, he had already mastered the 3rd scroll? Such talent was truly extraordinary. The Palace Master remained calm and said, "Do not be hasty. One person has not yet come out. The result has not been decided. If he comprehends the 4th scroll, then he will become the Palace Master. Someone is still inside?" Miyamoto Juzaburo frowned and looked around, noticing that all of the Sakura Nation cultivators had already exited. For a moment, he could not identify who was still inside. Then he spotted Yao Yao and Pei. "It is that man from the Dragon Nation who has not come out." Miyamoto Juzaburo was first startled, then suddenly laughed. "That guy is probably already dead in there. Over the years, many of our own have died inside. Someone as weak as him, of course he would die. I do not think there is any reason to keep waiting." His words sparked widespread agreement. Other Sakura Nation cultivators echoed one after another. "Yes, Palace Master. That Dragon Nation man must be dead already. Why should we keep waiting for him? He is dead?" One of the clan leaders fixed his lecherous gaze on Yao Yao and Pei and said with a smirk, "Then I shall take these 2 as my maids." "No way. You have to share one with me. Anyone who sees gets a share. I want one too." Feeling the disgusting stares, Yao Yao frowned in disgust and said coldly, "If you do not want to die, shut the hell up." As she spoke, A vast demonic aura erupted from her body, almost materializing as it surged out, instantly covering the entire arena. Too weak. Miyamoto Juzaburo sneered coldly, his speed reaching the extreme. He suddenly drew his blade, and a brilliant slash of light instantly tore the demonic energy apart, split cleanly in two. Yao Yao staggered back several steps, letting out a muffled groan. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Seeing this, Pei rushed to her side, supporting her and glaring angrily at the Sakura Nation cultivators. Are you all courting death? Having followed Yifeng for the past 2 days, Pei now clearly understood just how terrifying the strength of the Dragon Soul Hall's master was. With Yifeng's power, these people were nothing more than trash. Once Yifeng emerged, they would all die horrible deaths. Silence. The palace master of the Divine Palace swiftly waved his sleeve. A radiant arc of light burst forth, transforming into a protective barrier that shielded Yao Yao and Pei. Seeing this, Miyamoto Juzaburo snorted angrily and shouted at the palace master. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to protect these two from the Dragon Nation? You must remember, this is Sakura Nation. Strength reigns supreme. These two women are weaker than us, and it is only right that they become our captives. The palace master sighed inwardly. He did not wish to face Yifeng. With his current cultivation, he was simply no match. Thus, he could only reply helplessly, the teleportation array has not closed yet, which means that man from the Dragon Nation is still alive. I say we wait until he emerges and everything is settled, then decide what to do. Fearing Yifeng's power, Miyamoto Juzaburo could only snort coldly and return to his seat, dropping the matter for now. The other Sakura Nation cultivators were all disappointed. Yao Yao, however, glared fiercely at everyone present, rage rising in her heart. She swore to break through to the Chi activation realm soon so she could kill every last one of these bastards. Just as everyone was calming down. Crack! A sharp cracking sound echoed from the teleportation formation, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The Divine Palace Master's expression shifted to one of shock as he looked at the teleportation array, now riddled with countless cracks and seemingly on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Yao Yao cried out in panic, "Young master! Unbelievable! Truly unbelievable!" Panic surged through her. In her understanding, such a thing should have been utterly impossible. With Yifeng's power, how could he possibly perish within the teleportation formation? Miyamoto Juzaburo burst into uncontrollable laughter. I told you that man from the Dragon Nation was dead. None of you believed me. Now can we act? The palace master of the Divine Palace looked grim, unsure of what to do next. But at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from within the teleportation array. Oh, you want to act? I heard every word, loud and clear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A single foot stepped out of the teleportation array. Then, Yifeng's entire figure walked out slowly, and at the same time, the formation behind him finally gave way and shattered into pieces with a deafening crash. Everyone's gaze fell on Yifeng, and in that moment, their hearts were filled with dread. Yifeng swept his gaze across the crowd, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure engulfed every single member of the martial arts assembly. Even the most powerful among them, Miyamoto Juzaburo, felt his expression freeze. His body was completely immobilized, and his heart trembled with shock. This immense power, it actually came from a young man. Everyone held their breath, completely captivated by Yifeng's every move. It was as though even the slightest gesture from him brought immense pressure upon them all. Seeing that Yao Yao was injured, Yifeng immediately walked over and asked with concern, "Who did this? Are you all right?" Before Yao Yao could respond, Pei began to cry aggrievely, then pointed at Miyamoto Juzaburo and said, "Hall Master, it was that old man who suddenly struck Yao Yao and injured her. He even said he would take us captive and make us his servants. They have gone too far." Yao Yao was momentarily stunned, then nodded and said, "Young master, the injury is nothing. Just a minor wound, I will recover with a bit of rest." "All right. You both rest now," Yifeng replied coldly. "Leave the rest to me." With that, Yifeng handed Yao Yao a great profound heaven pill so she could rest, then turned sharply, his face filled with fury as he stared at Miyamoto Juzaburo. After all this time, Yifeng had long regarded Yao Yao as his own younger sister. For someone from Japan to dare lay a hand on her, he could not tolerate that. "You are courting death," Yifeng roared, stepping forward in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of him, then launched a powerful punch. The force was so immense it compressed the air, producing a series of explosive booms. Its speed was utterly bone-chilling. Miyamoto Juzaburo could not even see Yifeng's movement clearly. The next moment, he felt an immense force slam directly into his head. Bang! In the very next instant, Miyamoto Juzaburo's head exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. His body collapsed instantly, following suit, limp and lifeless on the ground. With one punch, everyone was stunned. Countless Japanese cultivators stared wide-eyed at the scene, completely in disbelief. Their nation's third-ranked expert had actually been killed with a single punch by someone from the Dragon Nation. What kind of sick joke was this? Was this a dream? Someone even rubbed their eyes and slapped their own face, trying to wake themselves up. But upon looking again, they realized it was real. Yifeng cast a cold glance at the remaining Japanese cultivators and said sullenly, "All of you, listen to me. The Miyamoto and Kawashima families have wronged me before. I will personally visit them. As for the rest of you, I may let you live, but from now on, you will follow my orders. If not..." Yifeng suddenly stomped his foot, and Miyamoto Juzaburo's corpse was instantly crushed into pieces, his remains scattering in all directions. Those nearby were splattered with filth, as though contaminated by something foul. They began frantically wiping themselves, some even tearing off their clothing in disgust. "Divine Palace Master, what about you?" Yifeng turned his gaze toward the Palace Master and asked calmly. The Palace Master smiled, then slowly stepped forward and handed Yifeng the scroll used to activate the teleportation formation, saying, "I am no longer the Palace Master. That title now belongs to you." "I am not interested," Yifeng replied, shaking his head. "I have a subordinate from Japan named Ia. Let her take the position of Palace Master. As for this item, I will be keeping it." As he spoke, Yifeng snatched the scroll from the Palace Master's hand and stored it in the immortal demon space. "That works. Ia. Is it? Someone from the Ia's family. I will inform them immediately," the Palace Master said with an awkward smile. Then he added in a low voice, "Once everything here is settled, I will return to the Dragon Nation. My mission is complete." "Do not leave just yet," Yifeng said indifferently. "I have something to ask you. Let me make it clear, if you disobey, do not blame me for what happens." The Palace Master was instantly startled. He had no doubt that Yifeng had already shown murderous intent toward him. If he refused now, he would likely lose his head on the spot. With that realization, he dared not say another word. He quietly stepped aside and stood obediently in place. Yifeng glanced around, then shouted loudly, "All of you, get over here and line up. One by one. Anyone who does not follow orders, I will kill without mercy." The words had barely left his mouth. The Japanese upper ranks immediately stood up and scrambled to form a line. In no time at all, they had lined up neatly. Just then, Yifeng noticed the head of the Kawashima family trying to sneak away. He sneered, pulled out a spell talisman from his pocket, and activated it with a surge of internal energy. The talisman burned up instantly and transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking toward the Kawashima clan leader like a thunderclap. Crack! A scream rang out. Before the Kawashima patriarch could make it to the exit, lightning struck him squarely. A powerful current surged through his body, instantly reducing him to a charred corpse, which collapsed to the ground. Everyone who saw this became even more respectful and terrified of Yifeng. The fates of Miyamoto Juzaburo and the Kawashima clan leader were now clear warnings. Yifeng turned to Yao Yao and asked, "Can you perform soul searching now?" "Yes." Yao Yao nodded. She then stepped forward and began performing the soul-searching technique on the first person in the line. During that time, Yifeng approached the Divine Palace Master and asked seriously, "Do you know where the people of the Demon Sect are?" "The Demon Sect?" The Palace Master looked surprised, then immediately shook his head. "I am from the Dugu family. We are mortal enemies of the Demon Sect. How could I possibly know their whereabouts?" "Dugu?" Yifeng was slightly taken aback. That surname rang a bell. It came from the Heaven Square Scroll. The Heaven Square Scroll had been refined by a powerful cultivator known as the Old Man Dugu. Moreover, among the ancient martial clans, there did not appear to be any family known as Dugu. Yifeng looked puzzled and curiously examined the Palace Master. "Is there an elder in your family who goes by the title Old Man Dugu?" The Palace Master paused, then replied with a hint of pride, "That is my grandfather. He is a renowned expert of the Dugu family." "Why, do you know him?" Yifeng nodded. "It is said your grandfather refined 11 Heaven Square Scrolls. I currently have 4 in my possession." "The Heaven Square Scrolls, huh?" the Palace Master said with a bitter smile. "Those were originally life-saving tools my grandfather left for his descendants. But they were sold off by someone. Now the Dugu family only has 5 left. I never expected that you would already have 4. Yifeng said calmly, "Just a matter of coincidence. But I am not particularly interested in such things. However, you from the Dugu family, why are you here acting as this so-called Divine Palace Master?" "My name is Duguyen." Duguyen scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly as he spoke. Back then, my grandfather sent us younger members out into the world to temper ourselves. I thought I would head to the East Sea to train, but I encountered a shipwreck, and when I woke up, I was already in Japan. Since my strength was decent, I made acquaintances with several people from the Dragon Nation living here. They suggested I try comprehending the beast mark diagram, and I agreed. I did not expect that I would actually comprehend more than others, and as a result, I was chosen as the Divine Palace Master. As he spoke, Duguyen rubbed his head again in embarrassment. After that, I decided to stay and continue studying the beast mark. I never expected that I would remain here until now. It has been 3 whole years since I returned to the Dragon Nation. Hearing this story, Yifeng could tell that Duguyen was nothing more than a young man inexperienced in the ways of the world. He had many more questions he wanted to ask, but now was not the right time. Duguyen clenched his fists with excitement and curiously asked, "Just now, I heard you say that people from the demon sect came to Japan?" Yifeng replied without any concealment, "Yes. 2 envoys from the demon sect. I came to Japan precisely to kill them." "Then let me help." Duguyen smiled. "Eradicating the demon sect is a duty my Dugu family must also share. We will talk once I have investigated." Yifeng did not refuse. Just then, a voice came from Yao Yao's direction. "Young master, I found it." Hearing this, Yifeng raised an eyebrow and quickly walked over to her. At that moment, she was performing the soul-searching technique. Strange energies continuously seeped into the mind of a Japanese cultivator, as though digging through his consciousness. His head twitched repeatedly in response. "What did you see?" Yifeng asked urgently. Yao Yao's closed eyes quivered slightly, then she began describing what she had seen. 2 people, one middle-aged, the other a youth. According to this man's memory, they are heading toward Japan's sacred mountain. Japan's sacred mountain? Yifeng was momentarily stunned. Duguyen leaned in and explained, "Japan's sacred mountain is just north of the shrine, not very far from here." Only then did Yifeng realize that the mountain he had seen when rescuing Iasai Riko was in fact Japan's sacred mountain, and that eerie aura he had sensed at the time had obviously been caused by the demon sect envoys. But what were they going to Japan's sacred mountain for? Yao Yao, gasping for breath, tossed the Japanese cultivator aside and said to Yifeng, "I could not understand what they were saying, but from the looks of it, it seemed related to the Kawashima family. That family lives just beneath Japan's sacred mountain. We cannot delay any longer." Unease stirred within Yifeng's heart. The demon sect envoys could not have gone to the sacred mountain merely for sightseeing. There had to be some hidden plot, something sinister was brewing. Yifeng turned to Yao Yao and Pei Yi and said, "The 2 of you should find a place to rest. I will go to Japan's sacred mountain to investigate what those demon sect envoys are really up to." Yao Yao and Pei Yi knew well that their strength was lacking, unable to assist Yifeng and only likely to drag him down. They had no choice but to accept the reality and nod in agreement. With that, Yifeng departed like a gust of wind, his speed terrifying. "I will go with you." Duguyen quickly chased after Yifeng, determined to uncover the truth. The other Japanese cultivators, seeing this, no longer dared provoke Pei Yi and Yao Yao. They scattered in a panic, unwilling to remain at the Tokyo shrine. Pei Yi helped support the exhausted Yao Yao, his heart aching. "Let me take you back to the hotel." "All right," Yao Yao replied, feeling the unstable boundary of her cultivation realm beginning to give way. A smile appeared on her face. Finally, she had taken a step forward in strength. Nightfall. Yifeng was moving at his absolute limit. Beneath the moonlight and galaxy, his shadow stretched long behind him. He moved like lightning across rooftops, and with each burst of cloud mist beneath his feet, he formed countless auspicious clouds to support his body, lifting him gently into the air. Then, channeling internal energy, he launched himself forward atop the clouds, flying straight toward Japan's sacred mountain. But down below, Duguyen was having a much harder time. With only second-tier chi activation realm strength, he was practically giving his life just to keep up with Yifeng. When he saw Yifeng take flight, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell? You are only 4th-tier chi activation realm, how are you flying on auspicious clouds?" But the reality was in front of him. Duguyen had no choice but to believe it. Less than 15 minutes later, Yifeng arrived at the Kawashima clan. Without hesitation, he landed directly in the clan's central grounds. Boom! Crash! A sound like an earthquake thundered through the entire estate. The ground trembled violently under the impact, as if struck by an overwhelming force. Weaker buildings instantly crumbled, and countless figures rushed out in panic. "Oh!" Yifeng glanced at the group of Japanese cultivators wielding katana and sneered coldly. "So the Miyamoto family is involved too, huh?" Back in the Dragon Nation, it was the Kawashima and Miyamoto clans who had constantly made trouble for him. Now that their patriarch was dead and the core members were all gathered, it was the perfect chance to eliminate them all. Baka! You die now! One Miyamoto samurai charged straight at Yi Feng, raising his katana to strike. Yi Feng sneered. He had no desire to waste a single word. He would simply kill every last one of them. Buzz! Dark energy began to surge violently from Yi Feng's body. Without hesitation, he summoned the Supreme Dao sword into his hand. For scum like this, using the demon-slaying sword technique would be faster. What followed was ruthless slaughter. Yi Feng executed the demon-slaying sword technique with ease, his strikes smooth and swift, piercing through the movements of countless enemies. Sword after sword, Japanese cultivators fell, their deaths piling up in a bloody scene. His fists were powerful, his swordsmanship even more so. Whoosh! 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 The long sword in his hand whipped through the air like a serpent, attacking with terrifying force. One Miyamoto expert had not even clearly seen Yi Feng's face before a flash of white light shot toward him. In the next instant, his world flipped upside down. His head had been cleanly severed. The speed was simply too fast. In less than a moment, the powerhouses of the Kawashima and Miyamoto families were devastated. Almost no one could withstand the force of a single sword strike from Yi Feng. Countless corpses now lay strewn across the ground, rivers of blood flowing freely. Yi Feng struck down anyone whose heart wavered and who tried to flee. Each palm strike pierced through their bodies with a gust of wind, blasting gory holes straight through them. By the time Duguyen arrived, there was not a single living soul left except for Yi Feng. A blood-red, feral glint flashed in Yi Feng's eyes as he suddenly turned toward Duguyen. Startled, Duguyen quickly waved his hands and shouted, "It's me! Me, Duguyen!" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng managed to suppress his killing intent. He swiftly withdrew his sword, his expression turning strange. Why had he suddenly lost control and gone on a killing spree? At that moment, the immortal demon hall reminded him, "Master, your body naturally contains immense demonic energy, and you were born with a demonic heart. However, after so many years of suppression, it should not be erupting now. Something must be influencing you. If you do not stabilize your mind, you might turn into a mindless killing machine, completely possessed. At that point, forget about revenge. You would not even remember who you are." Yi Feng shuddered from head to toe, chilled to the bone. He had not expected that he had just been on the verge of demonic possession. Duguyen cautiously approached and asked nervously, "Are you all right?" Yi Feng shook his head. "I am fine. I have finished dealing with everyone here. Now I plan to enter Japan's sacred mountain. But I advise you not to follow me, the road ahead is far too dangerous for someone with your strength." Though unwilling to be dismissed as weak, Duguyen replied firmly, "It does not matter. Whatever happens next, I will take full responsibility for myself." "Suit yourself." Yi Feng said no more. He invoked the cloud mist technique and shot toward Japan's sacred mountain. Duguyen followed close behind, unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, within Japan's sacred mountain, in a quiet, hidden space, countless disciples of the demon sect were cultivating. Before them pulsed a massive crystal, beating rhythmically like a living heart. "Excellent, excellent," said one of the demon sect envoys, an older man named Liao Hua. He looked at the new generation of demon sect disciples with great satisfaction and said, smiling, "It seems Japan's sacred mountain truly is as legendary as claimed. The core of this sacred land will be enough to sustain our cultivation for 300 years. When they finally emerge from here, each one will be a peerless talent, further strengthening our sect." "Of course," said the second envoy, a much younger man who folded his arms behind his back and laughed. "If the sect master had not assigned me to investigate what happened back then, I would have liked to stay here for years as well. Once I break through to the fusion realm, I will be eligible to participate in the sect's grand assembly. At that time, I will expand my influence and establish my own power base within the demon sect." "Li Xin, you would do well to keep a lower profile for now," Liao Hua said meaningfully. "Your talent and potential should have earned you far more recognition, but certain people are suppressing you. Your master asked me to bring you out precisely for this reason. When you reach the fusion realm, you will earn your place." Li Xin clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. "If it were not for those bastards, how could I have been excluded from the 3-foot celestial platform? Once I break through, I will make those demon sect holy sons pay." As the two of them spoke, Yi Feng stood before the towering mountain, his brow furrowed. He could clearly sense the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from within. It was undeniably coming from deep inside. "Screw it. I will strike first." Without hesitation, Yi Feng drew his sword and slashed at Japan's sacred mountain. Demon-slaying sword technique. Brilliant sword light roared forth and struck the mountain with explosive force, instantly carving deep gashes into its surface. The mountainside collapsed, revealing a vast hollow space within. Ha! Yi Feng was taken aback, then swiftly flew toward the opening, his heart filled with caution. The demonic energy here was suffocating. At the same time, elsewhere under the same heavens, the opening of the 3-foot celestial platform drew near. Numerous hidden sects began to emerge, and some had already begun scheming. At that moment, the demon sect revealed itself, dispatching countless experts with the intent of reaching the celestial platform. On the righteous path, the one leading the resistance was the Sword Immortal of Sky Azure. Sky Azure's Sword Immortal had already gathered many powerful cultivators, intending to intercept the demon sect's forces before they could reach the platform. A mighty tide of righteous warriors began to assemble. Just as they prepared to set out, the skies above suddenly changed. Dark clouds, like flowing shadows, swept in to shroud the heavens. From within, countless streaks of pitch-black light flickered. Demonic energy surged as innumerable demon sect disciples appeared, blotting out the sun. In the distance, terrifying demonic power condensed into massive columns of black light erupting from the ground, shooting straight into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, 2 ancient statues descended from the heavens, shaking the earth itself. Dense demonic runes gleamed across their surfaces. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth, rapidly forming 2 immense, fearsome figures. What is happening? What is going on? It is the demon sect. The demon sect is attacking. Those are 2 of the demon sect's top figures, Xiao Changhe, sect master of the ancient demon sect, and Li Xiankong, holy son of the myriad saints demon sect. How did they know we had gathered here to prepare for battle? Could someone have leaked the information? Seeing the appearance of these 2 demonic giants, countless cultivators were shocked to the core, their expressions flickering with fear. At that moment, a sinister, enchanting voice echoed across the sky. Since you know I am here, why have you not knelt before me yet? Floating in midair, wearing a black robe and crown, exuding supreme authority with every movement, Xiao Changhe, sect master of the ancient demon sect, looked down coldly at the righteous disciples. A strange pressure surged directly from within their hearts, instantly tightening its grip on every nerve. Their bodies moved involuntarily, knees beginning to buckle. Even cultivators in the fusion realm were not spared. All these years of cultivation, yet we cannot withstand a single word from the demon sect. Someone gritted their teeth in defiance, refusing to kneel. Sky Azure's Sword Immortal stepped forward, his expression utterly calm. Is it necessary to strike down juniors? As his voice fell, the sky erupted with brilliant divine light, instantly resisting the demonic voice and violently suppressing it. Xiao Changhe's expression darkened. The Sky Azure Sword Immortal, he was colder than during their last encounter. And his cultivation had clearly advanced as well. Countless righteous cultivators were gasping for breath, barely able to lift their heads to gaze at the tall, imposing figure, Sky Azure Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal has struck, he will surely annihilate the demon sect. This is the kind of person we cultivators should follow. To become a subordinate of the Sky Azure Sword Immortal would be the highest honor. I told you last time, the next time we met would be the day I took your life, said Li Yukong, holy son of the myriad saints demon sect, his expression cold. Sky Azure Sword Immortal, today is the day of your fall. You are far too arrogant, the Sword Immortal replied indifferently. Shut up. Li Yukong's face twisted with rage as he nearly roared. The holy maiden of the myriad saints demon sect actually fell for you. Yet you never even looked at me. If I kill you, she will surely change her heart. His words immediately sparked a wave of gasps and astonishment. No one had expected the Sky Azure Sword Immortal to have a history with the holy maiden of the myriad saints demon sect. There was clearly a long, hidden story behind this. One must understand, the myriad saints demon sect is one of the 10 great demonic sects, highly revered in the demonic world. The holy maiden's status was even more exalted. Many had only glimpsed her from afar. Her figure was graceful, her beauty unparalleled, enchanting enough to topple nations. She also possessed a rare lunar constitution, exuding noble elegance. Compared to the holy maiden of the ancient demon sect, any ordinary woman would be utterly outshined. Immediately, many female cultivators from the righteous sects became anxious, secretly vowing to express their affection to the Sword Immortal once they returned. The Sword Immortal heard this and replied with a slight smile, I have no feelings for her. It was merely one-sided infatuation on her part. Enough talk, prepare to die. As he spoke, Li Yukong reached out midair. A vast cloud of demonic energy instantly condensed into a pitch-black spear, which he grasped firmly in his hand. The terrifying power became nearly tangible, surging outward like ocean waves. In the blink of an eye, Li Yukong vanished. When he reappeared, he was already before the Sky Azure Sword Immortal. Boom! A deafening sonic boom tore through the air as the sharp spear thrust toward the Sword Immortal's head. But the Sword Immortal remained calm. He swiftly raised his right hand, using his index and middle fingers to clamp the tip of the black spear with precision. No matter how hard Li Yukong exerted his strength, the spear merely trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Li Yukong's face changed drastically. He could feel the vast power within the Sword Immortal's body, and was certain that his cultivation had advanced yet again. This is bad. Xiao Changhe, sect master of the ancient demon sect, sensed trouble. He immediately dashed forward, his figure flashing like a shadow across the sky. In a split second, he was behind Li Yukong, grabbing his shoulder and retreating with him. In that very moment, the Sword Immortal exerted slight force. A stream of spiritual energy surged into the spear, causing it to explode from within, dispersing into demonic mist that scattered into the heavens. Damn it! Furious, Li Yukong once again attempted to charge forward to strike down the Sword Immortal, but Xiao Changhe held him back. Activate the Heaven Demon Grand Formation, kill him here and now. Xiao Changhe flipped his palm, producing a black jade token. He crushed it, and instantly the countless demonic runes on the ancient statues nearby began to glow, transforming into a pure, indescribable blackness. Seeing this, Li Yukong crushed his identical black jade token as well. The two ancient statues erupted with strange, powerful demonic energy, forming the Heaven Demon Domain, enveloping everyone within. Countless phantom demon shadows appeared, roaring as they lunged to devour the righteous cultivators. Damn it, it's the Heaven Demon Grand Formation, one of the three great ancient demonic formations. We are doomed. The Heaven Demon Formation consumes all who enter it, until nothing remains. Flesh, bone, and soul turn to dust. Run! We cannot even touch these demon phantoms. They are illusory but can attack us. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Changhe laughed wildly and shouted at the Sword Immortal, Sky Azure Sword Immortal, this is a gift from our two great sects to you. We even used ancient demon statues to power the Heaven Demon Formation. What do you think of that? I am not impressed. The Sword Immortal straightened his posture. A ringing of swords echoed from his body. All the swords carried by the righteous and demonic cultivators alike began to tremble and hum and then flew uncontrollably toward him. With a single step, a long sword soared beneath his foot. Within a few breaths, all the swords under heaven paved a heavenly path beneath him. Li Yukong roared, do you really think you can break the Heaven Demon Formation? Without surpassing the fusion realm, you must die here today. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Riding his flying sword, the Sword Immortal suddenly laughed. A mere Heaven Demon Formation, not worth mentioning. The leader of the righteous path, the Sky Azure Sword Immortal, could not possibly fall to such a petty trick. He formed a hand seal and softly whispered, summon wind. As those two words fell, the heavens trembled. Ancient echoes resounded. All creation was wiped away. A terrifying, unstoppable gale burst forth, sweeping across heaven and earth. Xiao Changhe and Li Yukong's faces instantly changed. This was not a power the Sword Immortal had displayed before. At his command, the raging wind surged. Boundless force erupted and slammed into the Heaven Demon Formation. In the blink of an eye, the two ancient demon statues cracked. Then, they shattered into fragments. No! The Sword Immortal's power has advanced again. We are no match for him. This ambush has failed, retreat immediately, Xiao Changhe said grimly. Li Yukong took a deep breath. Faced with the bigger picture, he could only nod. Fine, let us go for now. Xiao Changhe slashed open space, pulling Li Yukong with him as they stepped into the void, preparing to flee. But, shouldn't you leave something behind? As those words echoed, a razor-sharp blast of wind shot forward, piercing into the spatial rift just before it closed. Arg! A scream of agony tore across the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. An arm fell from the heavens. Righteous cultivators were stunned. Li Yukong, the so-called spear demon, has lost an arm. This is a crippling blow to his foundation. The Sword Immortal waved his hand, and the Heaven Demon Formation dissipated. The remaining demon sect disciples tried to escape, but his summoned wind stripped them of flesh and blood, reducing them to bones. In this battle, the righteous path did not even need to move. They won a complete and overwhelming victory. Silence. Shock. Countless cultivators raised their heads to the heavens, to the figure standing tall, the Sky Azure Sword Immortal. Swords from across the land bowed before him, lining the skies behind him. As long as he stands, the righteous path shall never fall. Their hearts surged with awe and admiration. His divine power was unrivaled under heaven. The aura of the Sky Azure Sword Immortal eternally etched into every soul present. Only such a man is worthy to be called the leader of the righteous path. While the Sky Azure Sword Immortal was battling the demon sect, on Yi Feng's side, Just as he blasted open Japan's sacred mountain, the hollow space revealed beneath the collapsed mountain walls left him slightly surprised. But since he now knew the two demon sect envoys were inside, there was no reason for him not to enter. With that thought, Yi Feng, riding the cloud mist, swiftly approached the opening. In no time at all, he arrived at the entrance and cautiously stepped inside. Drip! Drops of water fell from the ceiling of the cavern. It was brightly lit inside, with traces of human habitation visible everywhere. Judging by the layout, Yi Feng had no doubt that many people were living here. This also meant that there were likely more than just two demon sect envoys. There could very well be even more enemies hidden within. With that realization, Yi Feng grew even more cautious. After all, the demon sect's power was formidable. If a high-ranking elder was stationed here, he would have to retreat immediately. Facing a fusion realm cultivator, even if he could suppress one using the immortal demon hall, it would leave him unconscious for 3 days, which would make him an easy target for others and almost certainly lead to a miserable death. But something still puzzled him. Why would the demon sect choose to live inside Japan's sacred mountain? Very soon, Yi Feng followed a carved pathway deeper into the cave, when suddenly, he sensed a strange aura. He immediately hid behind a stone wall and used his cloud mist technique to conceal himself, blending perfectly into the wall, his body and breath completely hidden. Unless someone at the fusion realm came by, no one would detect his presence. Damn, the 3-foot celestial platform is about to open, and we are still stuck here training day and night. A demon sect disciple in a dark green robe sighed bitterly. Next to him, a girl who looked innocent and cute giggled and said, "That kind of opportunity is not something we can take part in anyway. Training here is just fine. These Japanese are so weak we can easily catch a few and use them to refine pills. And with the sacred mountain's core providing us with boundless spiritual energy, our cultivation speed is many times faster than outside. At this rate, we can emerge in just 10 years. You are right, junior sister." The man in green laughed. "When we come out, the world will see who truly holds the power. Our demon sect will sweep across everything." Hiding on the side, Yi Feng heard every word clearly. He now understood why the demon sect was hiding here. It was to nurture disciples using the sacred mountain's core energy. Apparently, the two demon sect envoys had come for this very reason. All of that Yi Feng could understand. But what was this 3-foot celestial platform? It sounded like something of very high importance. Yi Feng's gaze turned cold. Since they were demon sect disciples, there was no need to show mercy. Just as the two disciples walked past him, Yi Feng suddenly struck. A terrifying killing intent locked onto the green-robed man. In an instant, a punch flew forward. The sheer force compressed the surrounding air, producing a resonant booming sound. The demon sect disciple had no time to react. He was still joking with the girl when suddenly, his head exploded into a mist of blood. The girl's smile remained frozen on her face, even as a spray of blood covered her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She was completely stunned. As she began to react and was about to scream, a powerful hand grabbed her by the neck. The overwhelming force twisted her neck, preventing any sound from escaping her throat. GKKK. GKKK. She choked, saliva spilling from her mouth. She struggled, desperately trying to pry open the hand clutching her throat, but to no avail. Only pain noises escaped her lips. Yi Feng did not hesitate. He slammed her into the ground. Her body, already fragile, collided violently, and instantly her bones shattered and internal organs ruptured. Then Yi Feng mercilessly stomped on her lower dantian. Crack! Her dantian shattered. Her cultivation was lost. Before she could even scream, Yi Feng covered her mouth again. With a cold voice, he said, "From now on, answer only what I ask. Obey, and I may let you live. Refuse, and you can go to hell." With that, he loosened his grip. But the demon sect girl only let out a tragic laugh. "I do not care who you are. But to dare insult my demon sect, you will die by our hands sooner or later." Yi Feng's brow furrowed. He had not expected her to be so utterly fearless. He could show no mercy. Crack! Yi Feng snapped her neck. Then he dragged the two corpses into a concealed corner and continued deeper into the cave. This time, Yi Feng moved much faster. He had no desire to waste time wandering slowly. But the tunnels inside were labyrinthine. Even at Yi Feng's speed, it was hard to find the demon sect envoys quickly. At that moment, the immortal demon hall suddenly spoke. "Master, head down the northern passage. I can sense a presence." "Got it." Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He immediately followed the hall's guidance and headed in that direction. At each fork in the tunnel, he quickly chose the right path. Before long, he arrived before a massive bronze gate, already standing open. Yi Feng pressed close to the wall and peeked inside through the opening and saw a vast underground chamber. At its center stood an ancient demonic pillar, inscribed with weathered demonic runes, thrust deep into the ground. From its base extended countless black chains formed of magical symbols, tightly binding a glowing crystal. Streams of immense power were being drawn from the crystal, scattered among the many demon sect disciples below. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. That crystal was undoubtedly the core of Japan's sacred mountain. But the number of demon sect disciples below truly shocked him. There had to be at least 100, and on a stone platform in front of them sat two figures, exuding the aura of 8th tier Qi activation realm. It was clear these two were the demon sect envoys, and upon seeing his enemies, Yi Feng's eyes burned with blood-red fury. Yi Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the intense tension in his heart. Then, with extreme caution, he pressed himself against the wall and began quietly advancing inward. With so many people here, if they all attacked at once, he would not be able to hold out, no matter how strong he was. Yi Feng scanned the area. Most of these people were at the peak of the opening realm, a few were at the first tier of the Qi activation realm, and the strongest among them was no more than tier 2. This allowed Yi Feng to exhale in relief. With enemies of this caliber, he would at least stand a fighting chance. Just as Yi Feng was about to stealthily approach the two demon sect envoys, the immortal demon hall suddenly spoke. "Master, the core of Japan's sacred mountain is incredibly precious. If your battle here affects it, it might shatter instantly. What should I do then?" Yi Feng frowned. "I have a solution," the immortal demon hall said with a laugh. "Master, if you approach the demonic pillar and engrave the beast mark diagram onto it, converting its demonic runes into beast runes, you can then control the spirit linking pillar and in turn, control the sacred mountain core." "I understand what you are saying," Yi Feng replied, furrowing his brows. "But if I try to engrave it, I will definitely draw attention. It is not that easy. The cloud mist technique not only conceals your body and aura, it can also mask any sound or movement you make," the immortal demon hall replied matter-of-factly. "You are underestimating it. Otherwise, it would not be considered a heavenly treasure." Yi Feng stood frozen. He had not realized the cloud mist technique had such capabilities. Without hesitation, he activated the cloud mist technique to cloak himself. Because of its unique properties, no one around could see the mist enveloping him. Yi Feng took a deep breath, then punched the wall with force, producing a dull thud. He quickly looked around. Normally, such a sound would have drawn attention, but no one seemed to hear it. So powerful. Yi Feng's brow lifted in surprise. Now he truly understood the value of the cloud mist technique. And that was just one of its many uses. With his decision made, Yi Feng began carefully approaching the demonic pillar, the so-called spirit linking pillar. Arriving at its base, Yi Feng looked up at the massive pillar in the radiant core of Japan's sacred mountain, unable to stop himself from exclaiming in awe. It was becoming clear that this world was far more complex than he had imagined. Without any hesitation, he took out the inscription tools he had prepared earlier and began engraving upon the pillar. He modified the demonic runes by adding or removing strokes, gradually transforming them into his unique beast pattern script. Each time he altered a section of the runes, he felt his connection with the spirit linking pillar grow stronger, almost like it had become a third arm. At the same time, he felt as though he could control a portion of the mountain core's power. Seeing this, Yi Feng was delighted and quickened his pace, constantly modifying the rune inscriptions. Below, the demon sect envoys and their disciples all sat with their eyes tightly shut, desperately cultivating, completely unaware of what was happening above. Even if they had noticed, they would not have understood what was taking place. After all, their cultivation was not sufficient to engrave demonic runes. As for the beast mark diagram, Yi Feng could only inscribe it so swiftly because he possessed his innate divine talismans. Roughly half an hour passed. Yi Feng finally completed all the modifications. He could now feel a deep resonance between himself and the spirit linking pillar, like it was part of his body. At the same time, he felt a powerful attraction from the sacred mountain core. He could also sense its vast and boundless spiritual energy. If I absorb all of this, I might be able to break through to the fusion realm. Yi Feng could not contain his excitement. This was a genuine, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But first, he had to wipe out these demon sect disciples. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened as he stared at the cultivators below. He began controlling the spirit linking pillar, which was rapidly absorbing power from the sacred mountain core and compressing it within. When the energy had built up to the brink, Yi Feng leapt to the far side of the sacred mountain core and shouted fiercely. He then forcefully activated the spirit linking pillar and detonated the accumulated power. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy exploded outward and overwhelming spiritual tsunami surged in all directions. Countless demon sect disciples opened their eyes in disbelief. They tried to flee, but the spiritual tide consumed them instantly. Anyone touched by the shockwave was reduced to ashes, their souls obliterated, dead on the spot. Even cultivators at the 5th or 6th tier of the chi activation realm would be annihilated by such force. Let alone a group of low-tier disciples. Liao Hua's eyes snapped open. Seeing the disciples swallowed by the tide of spiritual energy, he roared in fury, no. He lunged forward, unleashing all of his power, trying to protect some of the disciples. But how could it be that easy? He had not even shielded himself, he was severely wounded in the process, and the others were consumed by the spiritual tide, disintegrating into dust before hitting the ground. Just as Liao Hua stood there, horrified, Li Xian suddenly awoke, only to witness the carnage unfolding before his eyes. Over 100 demon sect disciples, the future pillars of their sect. All gone, just like that. It was horrifying. Li Xian clenched his fists and roared into the air, who did this? Come out now. If you have the guts to cause this chaos, do you not have the guts to show yourself? Boom! A rumble echoed from the earth. Li Xian quickly looked up only to see Yi Feng standing before the sacred mountain core. Hands clasped behind his back, he took a single step forward. The ashes of the fallen disciples were lifted into the air, drifting like dust. You are seeking death. Liao Hua glared at Yi Feng, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, you dare kill disciples of the demon sect? Who are you? Name yourself. Yi Feng let out a cold laugh. I am the one you have been so desperate to find. My name is Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Those words struck like thunder. Liao Hua and Li Xian both froze. This entire southern campaign had been launched to investigate this man. Back when they were still in the demon sect, both Liao Hua and Li Xian had received orders to investigate Yi Feng of Dragon City. They had rushed south for this mission, though in truth, they were also using the excuse to evade certain matters and to gather resources along the way. However, what they had not expected was that Yi Feng would come straight to them, and not only that, he had slaughtered countless demon sect disciples. This was beyond tolerance. Liao Hua immediately let out a cold laugh. A mere 4th-tier chi activation cultivator, yet you dare act so arrogantly toward us? It seems I truly must bring you back to the sect and teach you some proper discipline. As he spoke, Liao Hua struck without warning. His figure flashed, and he appeared right in front of Yi Feng, unleashing a surge of overwhelming demonic energy that came crashing down like a raging tide. Yi Feng swept his gaze across. The Heaven's End sword appeared in his hand, and demonic energy surged along its blade, releasing a burst of pure, radiant light. Demon-slaying sword technique, Yi Feng shouted. The Heaven's End sword in his hand moved so fast it became imperceptible. A fierce sword aura sliced through the air, slashing directly toward Liao Hua. The immense pressure made Liao Hua's expression change. This sword technique, he had seen it before. It was the demon-slaying sword technique created by the Holy Maiden of the demon sect. Demon-slaying sword technique? Li Xian cried out in disbelief from behind, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. A sword technique designed specifically to counter the demon sect. Liao Hua's expression shifted dramatically. He could feel his own demonic energy shuddering in fear at the incoming sword light. Desperately, he tried to twist his body to dodge the terrifying strike, but the blade was simply too fast. So fast that even his thoughts lagged behind, his movements froze in place. This sword was meant to slay demons. Boom! The sword aura of the demon-slaying technique collided with the surging demonic energy. Like a blade slicing through the night, it easily tore through the formidable energy and then pierced directly into Liao Hua's body, cutting him cleanly in two. Liao Hua stared in disbelief at the scene before him. A line of crimson blood trickled down his forehead, and in the next instant, his entire body split apart and collapsed to the ground, blood pouring endlessly. Yi Feng's face was grim, the Heaven's End sword in hand, exuding a terrifying and unstoppable aura as he took step after step toward Li Xian. His voice was ice cold. Now, it is your turn. Li Xian had never witnessed such slaughter. Even within the demon sect's internal conflicts, he had never encountered a killing intent of this magnitude. It was as if the sword had cut open the demonic energy within his own soul and left it vulnerable. Terrified, Li Xian's legs gave out. He fell to his knees and trembled violently as he pleaded, "Please do not kill me. Do not kill me." Pathetic. Yi Feng stared at him and stepped forward, lifting Li Xian's chin with the tip of the Heaven's End sword. His gaze pierced straight through him, his words slow and deadly. "Where is my mother, the demon sect Holy Maiden Xiao? I do not know." Li Xian shouted, as if some deep horror had resurfaced. He shook his head frantically in denial. "Oh?" Yi Feng did not hesitate. The sword flickered like liquid light, swish, and an arm was instantly severed and fell to the ground. "Eh ha! Li Xian screamed in agony, clutching the bleeding stump where his right arm had been. I hope your next answer is more satisfying, Yifeng said coldly. Otherwise, you will not like the consequences. I will talk. I will talk. Is that not enough? Li Xian cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. His expression twisted in pain and rage as he screamed. The demon sect Holy Maiden Xia was exiled to the abyss of 9 hells by the sect master of the primal demon sect. She is tormented day and night without end. Where is the abyss of 9 hells? Yifeng shouted again. Li Xian, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, replied. The abyss of 9 hells is a forbidden zone of the primal demon sect. To enter, one must go through the sect master. I do not know the exact method. Then what use are you? Yifeng's eyes widened with fury, and he slashed horizontally with his sword. In the next instant, before Li Xian could even register what had happened, his head rolled to the ground. He had not even seen Yifeng's sword before he died. Having killed both demon sect envoys, Yifeng stood in place, gasping for breath. But this time, he had acquired vital information. His mother Xia, the holy maiden of the demon sect, was imprisoned in the abyss of 9 hells. And now it seemed, to rescue her, he would have to kill the sect master of the primal demon sect. The thought of his mother enduring soul-rending agony, suffering in both body and spirit, all because of him, stabbed his heart like a blade. The pain was almost unbearable. He whispered, "Mother, wait for me." As he spoke, Yifeng turned his gaze toward the core of Japan's sacred mountain, burning with determination and anticipation. If he could refine the core completely, his strength would soar to unimaginable heights. Yifeng asked within his mind, is there a way to absorb this faster? The immortal demon Hall replied, Master, I have a method, but it is risky. Risk? Yifeng suddenly burst into laughter, sorrow, and rage intertwined. At this point, risk is the last thing I fear. To become stronger, I will do anything. Sensing the shift in Yifeng's tone and the growing demonic energy within him, the immortal demon Hall sighed and said, Master, you can use the spirit linking pillar to converge all infusion channels directly onto yourself. I will assist you in locking the surrounding spiritual energy of this realm so it does not escape. However, breaking through this way may result in unstable foundations. While the cultivation speed will increase dramatically, the effects might be diminished. You have about 1 day. In that time, the spiritual energy from the sacred mountain core can elevate your strength to at least the peak of the Chi activation realm. If you want to be more cautious, I recommend stopping at Tier 8 and using the rest of the energy to stabilize your power. That is fine, more than enough. Yifeng nodded. He sheathed the Heaven's End sword and sat beneath the spirit-linking pillar. As he did, he activated the beast mark diagram, which manifested as countless chains linking him to the sacred mountain core. The immortal demon Hall did not hesitate. It summoned a force that instantly erupted into a powerful vortex, locking down the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth and channeling it rapidly into Yifeng's body. At the same time, the Hall added, Master, I will also help you preserve the sacred mountain core for a while longer. It would be a waste of a heavenly treasure otherwise. Many thanks. Yifeng expressed his gratitude, then immediately grew serious. At that moment, he felt as though he were submerged in an ocean of spiritual energy. If he were even slightly careless, he would be unable to withstand such tremendous power and could suddenly explode. He had to remain utterly focused and cautious. The immortal demon Hall directed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth toward Yifeng while simultaneously detonating the core of Japan's sacred mountain. In an instant, an endless surge of spiritual energy burst outward in all directions, but none of it escaped the pull of the immortal demon Hall. It is a bit more than I expected, the immortal demon Hall muttered greedily as it glanced at the flood of spiritual energy, then at Yifeng. Whispering to itself, it said, I will just take a little, just enough to help the master kill some enemies. Yes, just a little, only a little. After being sealed for so long. Although it did not feel hunger, the immortal demon Hall still needed to replenish itself when faced with such immense spiritual energy. As it spoke, it quietly opened its mouth and swallowed up all the spiritual energy in a large area. Upon realizing what it had done, the immortal demon Hall froze. It had accidentally devoured 1/5 of all the spiritual energy. However, its own strength had recovered slightly. It quickly redirected energy from other areas to make up for it and muttered awkwardly, luckily I stopped in time. Otherwise, at least half of the energy here would have been gone. Who knows how the master would punish me if that happened. Better help him cultivate seriously. The immortal demon Hall stopped hesitating and immediately began refining the chaotic spiritual energy into the purest form, then orderly channeled it into Yifeng's body. However, energy refined by the Hall always seemed to mysteriously lose a little along the way. At this moment, Countless streams of pure spiritual energy radiant as galaxies flowed methodically into Yifeng's body, as if the entire world were rotating around him as its center. Yifeng felt as if enlightenment were pouring directly into him. His internal force surged with increasing speed, and his dantian expanded to its limits on the verge of a breakthrough. In that instant, Yifeng truly seemed like the favored child of heaven and earth. His talent and resources had reached an unimaginable peak. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Along with the vibrations from his body, the barrier between realms within him was as fragile as paper. It tore apart effortlessly. In an instant, he broke through to the 5th tier of the Qi activation realm. This speed, unthinkable for anyone else. Yet Yifeng did not stop for a moment. He continued desperately absorbing the spiritual energy. It was as if pausing for even an instant would cause him to collapse. The immortal demon Hall watched with deep satisfaction. As expected of the one I chose, such talent is truly against the heavens. Anyone else would have already exploded, yet he is still absorbing and cultivating. But what exactly is the master's constitution? I cannot see through it. Could it be that it has not yet awakened? The Hall was puzzled. For example, Sun Wucheng's constitution naturally exuded cold energy, but Yifeng showed no such traits. Could it be that he had no special constitution, just monstrous talent? It was not impossible. While the immortal demon Hall pondered this, Yifeng continued cultivating rapidly. Seated cross-legged, his body was transforming every second. He felt as though there was a galaxy-sized reservoir of spiritual energy inside him, endlessly fueling his strength, helping him breach the next realm. Roughly half an hour later, his body again emitted a resonant buzz, followed by the sound of shattering glass as he broke through again, now reaching the 6th tier of the Qi activation realm. This pace was nothing short of terrifying. Meanwhile, in another realm, within a hidden sect, heavenly profound sect, a man carrying a long sword on his back, known throughout the land as Sword Immortal, had come here to wander and cultivate. He was now about to depart. Inside a tea house, the Sword Immortal had not yet left and was resting inside. A jade sword rested on the table beside him, radiating a mysterious glow that drew glances of awe, envy, and reverence from the surrounding guests. Although they did not recognize him, their desire to curry favor with such a figure only grew stronger. If they could form a connection, their futures would be secure. Just as the Sword Immortal lifted his teacup to taste, his robe suddenly trembled slightly. He glanced at it, put down the cup, and retrieved a communication jade stone. It is the elder of the heavenly profound sect. A voice urgently came through. Where are you now? I need to confirm something immediately. The Sword Immortal dared not delay. He had never heard the elder sound so anxious before and quickly replied, I am at the Tanyue tea house. If the elder needs anything, I can come at once. No need, I will come to you. With that, the elder cut off communication abruptly. The Sword Immortal stared at the jade stone in confusion. What could be so urgent that even the calm, composed elder of heavenly profound sect has lost his composure? Could something major have happened? But why come to me? No matter how he thought about it, he could not recall doing anything to warrant such attention, nothing that would draw the elder directly to him. Moments later, a figure rushed toward the tea house. Bang! The door burst open. The Sword Immortal looked up. It was indeed the elder of the heavenly profound sect. Ignoring the gazes of others, the elder sat down heavily across from him and spoke immediately. Did you once release a beast pattern teleportation array into the outside world? The Sword Immortal paused, then nodded. Yes, I did, but it was nothing major, just a basic beast pattern diagram. We have received news of it, the elder said excitedly. And something monumental has happened. What happened? The Sword Immortal was growing more uneasy by the second. The elder continued urgently, each beast pattern teleportation array sends information back to the sect. We have just learned someone entered it for the first time, and they reached the 8th floor. The 8th floor. Do you know what that means? A top-tier talent in the art of talismans has been born. What? The Sword Immortal's eyes widened in disbelief. There were only 9 levels total. Glancing at the surrounding onlookers, who were all straining their ears to listen, the elder of the heavenly profound sect quickly stepped closer to the Sword Immortal and whispered using a voice transmission, that person who reached the 8th level must be an extraordinary talent. If we can recruit him into our sect, he will undoubtedly become a major force for us. The base array of that beast mark diagram teleportation formation is in your hands. What we need to confirm now is how much time did he take to reach that level? The Sword Immortal was slightly stunned. Without further hesitation, he took out a peculiar glowing stone from his sleeve and carefully observed it. Then he stood up, cupped his hands, and replied, if we calculate precisely, it should be less than 1 hour. Are you certain? The elder of the heavenly profound sect asked solemnly. Given the magnitude of the matter, neither dared to be careless. The sword immortal responded steadily, I am certain. If I am wrong, I will stake my head on it. Although he had expected an extraordinary result, the elder was still visibly astonished. After a moment of silence, a smile suddenly lit up her face. Shall I act? The sword immortal could not help but ask. The elder replied, I must trouble you to make the trip. The sword immortal nodded, his mind racing with thoughts. Without waiting for the elder to speak further, he cupped his hands and swiftly departed the Tanyue tea house. Heavenly Profound Sect. Inside a grand and majestic palace, numerous elders were engaged in discussion. A careful listener could easily hear the undertone of urgency in their voices. As a brilliant light shimmered once more, the elder of the Heavenly Profound Sect reappeared, immediately drawing countless gazes. The previously noisy hall fell silent. With her eyes fixed on the resplendent golden throne, the highest seat in the sect, she declared loudly, according to my confirmation with the sword immortal, that person comprehended the beast mark diagram in just 1 hour. This statement caused an uproar. Incredible! Could that person truly be a once-in-a-generation genius? 1 hour. What is the record in our sect for the fastest comprehension of the beast mark diagram? I remember, it was 3 months. 3 months versus 1 hour? The difference was colossal, utterly staggering. A single genius left all the gathered powerhouses speechless. Involuntarily, all eyes turned toward the resplendent golden throne. At that moment, a warm and gentle voice rang out, 1 hour. In all of the history of our Heavenly Profound Sect, such a swift comprehension has never occurred. Xuanhe, was there any prior leak of this information? The elder Xuanhe responded with grave seriousness, no. Leaking classified knowledge is a capital offense. Every secret text is strictly recorded. If any leak occurred, the offender would be executed without exception. Her crisp voice echoed through the hall. Everyone understood the gravity of the matter, no one dared question it. In the following silence, a faint laugh suddenly rang out. All eyes turned once more toward the golden throne, filled with shock. She, the sect master of the Heavenly Profound Sect, had laughed. At that moment, Xuanhe felt her own breath stall. Her mind flashed back through the long years, but she could not recall ever seeing this smile before. Since the day she had joined the sect, since the first moment she laid eyes on the sect master, through all those long years that flowed like a river of time, never once had she smiled. But now, because of that one person, this rare moment had been etched into time. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. A soft mist rose within the grand hall, and an indescribable inspiration surged forth. A vague figure appeared atop the golden throne, smiling gently, and spoke in a warm voice. This is the most gifted talent in the way of talismans I have seen in all of history, both within and beyond our sect. Meanwhile, Yi Feng remained unaware of any of this. At that moment, he had become the center of all surrounding spiritual energy. Countless pure currents of power poured madly into his body. As his realm barrier grew ever more fragile, Yi Feng could no longer hold back. Breakthrough! As this thought echoed in his mind, his dantian exploded with energy, and he broke through. A surge of immense force rushed through his body. Deep within, something stirred. His body ignited with searing heat, blood boiled, and all the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn to him with terrifying force. Boom! A storm of energy slammed into a point within his body. Even Yi Feng was momentarily stunned and quickly gathered his focus to guide it with his spiritual will. Within a few breaths, crack! A sound of shattering erupted from inside him. Yi Feng's eyes widened as red veins spread across his body. The searing pain knocked him to the ground, his whole body convulsing as if his bones and sinews were being shattered and drawn out. But just as quickly as it came, it faded. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yi Feng gasped heavily for breath. He propped himself up with his hands and sat upright. Feeling the transformation within his body, he smiled. I have reached the 7th tier of the Qi activation realm. Yi Feng smiled and resumed his circulation of energy through his body. This breakthrough had a massive impact, particularly in terms of cultivation speed, whereas running a full cycle of internal energy had once taken much time. Now, it required only half an hour. The immortal demon hall reminded him, Master, your foundation has already begun to show signs of instability. That pain just now was a result of it. If you force another breakthrough in this state, you may lose all your cultivation. I advise you to first stabilize your foundation. Otherwise, your future may be ruined. I understand, Yi Feng replied, taking a deep breath. He then focused his entire mind and will on using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to solidify his current realm. As the immortal demon Hall had said, rapid successive breakthroughs, while easy, left one's cultivation unstable. It was like overdosing on pills, your meridians and dantian could rupture at any time. Haste makes waste. Every cultivator understood this principle. Yi Feng knew it too. Though he was desperate to grow stronger and rescue his mother, a reckless breakthrough would ruin everything. More importantly, the spiritual energy in this area had been sealed by the immortal demon hall, it would not dissipate. He had time. Stabilizing his body was the wisest decision. With that, Yi Feng began seriously repairing his body, healing the cracks and injuries that had appeared during the breakthrough. The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like a tide into Yi Feng's body. The cloud mist technique was automatically activated, gently lifting Yi Feng's body into the air. With every breath he took, a great amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged within him, growing ever more powerful. Amid this tide of the spiritual sea, the cloud mist technique also absorbed massive amounts of spiritual energy, constantly transforming its own strength. The previously ethereal mist now carried a faint sense of mystery and profundity. Yi Feng's damaged meridians and dantian, harmed from forcibly breaking through his realm, were rapidly healing. After consuming 1/3 of the remaining spiritual energy, his unstable cultivation finally settled. Yi Feng then centered his qi in his dantian and began preparations to break through to the 8th level of the qi movement realm. The immortal demon hall, observing Yi Feng's increasingly frenzied state, could not help but sigh, a hint of anticipation rising in its heart. It murmured to itself, since ancient times, righteousness and demonic paths have never been reconciled. Yet my master, despite being cloaked in overwhelming demonic energy, still retains his true self. I wonder what path he will carve for himself next. Perhaps, finally, someone may emerge who can balance both righteousness and evil. The immortal demon hall had existed for countless ages, and over such a long period, it had seen many masters, but none had met a good end. Among the many dazzling talents, Yi Feng was certainly a most extraordinary one. He likely did not even realize the high regard the immortal demon hall held for him. One day later, ripples of energy came from the sacred mountain of Sakura country. Nearby residents looked toward the mountain, believing the mountain spirit had manifested. They knelt and worshipped devoutly. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted from the heart of the sacred mountain. Rocks shattered and flew outward. From within emerged a figure. It was Yi Feng. Du Guyan, who had been sitting by the cave entrance, was startled. He had lost track of Yi Feng the previous day. Seeing this cave, he had not dared to enter alone, afraid of being discovered by people from the demon sect, and even more afraid of encountering the 2 demon envoys. Du Guyan knew full well his own strength. It was known. People of the demon sect never questioned reasons before killing, especially when it came to the Dugu family, with whom there was enmity. Seeing Yi Feng emerge now, Du Guyan was first shocked. Then he sensed the aura Yi Feng emitted, many times stronger than before. Yi Feng was now surrounded by countless wisps of drifting mist. His physical body appeared robust and radiant with golden light. His fair skin looked like jade, and an inexplicably mystical aura radiated from him. He no longer appeared ordinary. Du Guyan was stunned. He could not imagine what Yi Feng had experienced to undergo such a remarkable transformation. Yi Feng turned his gaze toward Du Guyan and slowly said, I am preparing to return to the Dragon Nation. Are you coming back as well? Yes, of course. Du Guyan took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. I have already handled everything here. I have no desire to stay in Sakura country any longer. Besides, it has been a long time since I returned to the Dugu family. This time, I intend to go back and check on things. Very well, Yi Feng nodded. Then I leave the remaining matters to you. If you need my help, you can come find me. There was an ethereal quality in Yi Feng's voice that left Du Guyan momentarily dazed. It felt as if Yi Feng had experienced great upheaval, and even though they had only just met, why did he seem to care so much about his affairs? Du Guyan could not understand. Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back and took a step into the air. Wisps of cloud mist supported his body, lifting him skyward. Each step stirred ripples in space. Just like that, he disappeared from Du Guyan's sight. Du Guyan's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Was this still a mortal cultivator? This was a true immortal. Normally, only after breaking through to the fusion realm and converting internal force into spiritual energy could one achieve flight. But Yi Feng was merely in the Qi movement realm. How was this possible? And stepping on auspicious clouds? That was beyond the capabilities of even the fusion realm. Du Guyan could not help but mutter, could he have already broken through to the fusion realm and is simply hiding his true cultivation? That cannot be. Back at the Divine Palace, though his strength was impressive, it certainly was not at the level of the fusion realm. It seems he must have gained some extraordinary opportunity in that cave. The demon sect. Du Guyan suddenly thought of something. A look of horror flashed across his face as he glanced into the cave, swallowing hard. Could he have killed all the people from the demon sect? While Du Guyan was still speculating, Yifeng had already returned to the five-star hotel. By then, countless Sakura Country citizens had gathered, forming a neat path on either side of the road, gazing at Yifeng with eager anticipation. Yifeng was puzzled. What were they planning? Just then, a massive figure emerged from the five-star hotel, wielding two long blades, his face twisted and fierce. His bare upper body was covered in countless gruesome scars, densely packed and horrifying. Beside him stood a man dressed in pristine white, wearing glasses elegant and refined like a noble son, immediately evoking a sense of goodwill. Yifeng frowned and called out from a distance, "What do you want?" "I heard you killed Miyamoto Juzaburo." The massive figure stepped forward, smiling. "I am Honkawa Takuya. I have always loved challenging the strong. Man from the Dragon Nation, let us fight." "You will die miserably," Yifeng said calmly, hands behind his back, smiling faintly. "Ha ha 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 ha." Honkawa Takuya's fighting spirit surged. "That is fine. If you are stronger than I, then to die by your hand is the best end I could ask for. No more words. Let us fight." As he spoke, Honkawa Takuya suddenly charged at Yifeng. His speed was many times faster than Miyamoto Juzaburo's. His eyes locked on the target as he prepared to swing his twin blades, when suddenly, his expression changed. The crowd of Sakura Country onlookers were visibly shocked. Even the man in white widened his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, Yifeng's fingertip had somehow landed gently on Honkawa Takuya's forehead, and Takuya remained frozen mid-motion, arms poised at his waist, preparing to strike. Such astonishing speed. Yifeng had neutralized it with just one finger? Yifeng smiled and flicked his finger. A terrifying burst of force exploded forth instantly. At that moment, Honkawa Takuya instantly felt an incomparably powerful force crash into his forehead, which then surged through his entire body with astonishing speed. In the next instant, his body was flung uncontrollably backwards with tremendous force. Bang! Honkawa Takuya smashed into the wall of the five-star hotel, creating a massive crater. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his powerless body collapsed to the ground. While the crowd stood in utter shock, Yifeng slowly walked over to the man in white and asked indifferently, "Are you here to challenge me as well?" The man in white instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He jerked his head around, only to find that although Yifeng had seemed to be walking very slowly, he had no idea when he had actually arrived at his side. A fear beyond words caused his entire body to tremble. He forced a trembling smile and said, I was just passing by." With that, the man in white stepped aside, respectfully giving way and ushering Yifeng into the building. Cough, cough. Honkawa Takuya coughed up fresh blood. Glancing over, he asked in a weak voice, "Why did you not kill me? Your life is your own." "I have no interest in taking it," Yifeng replied, then walked into the five-star hotel. Honkawa Takuya burst into wild laughter. As he laughed, the expression on his face gradually softened. He murmured, "So this is what it feels like to face a true powerhouse from the Dragon Nation. It really is a kind of helplessness." Following this battle, the media in Sakura Country reported the event at the fastest possible speed. They also disclosed the incidents involving Miyamoto Juzaburo and the Kawashima family, as well as news concerning the newly appointed master of the Divine Palace. Once the news was released, countless citizens of Sakura Country were shocked. If Yifeng's prior defeat of the 5 great shrines of Tokyo had still seemed within the bounds of reason, then this time he had slain the third strongest expert in the nation, defeated the top-ranked warrior with a single finger, scared the second-ranked fighter into submission, completely destroyed the Kawashima and Miyamoto families, and even obtained the position of master of the Divine Palace, though he gave it to someone else. Such an achievement defied the heavens. He had practically turned all of Sakura Country upside down. Now, people throughout the nation were spreading the news by word of mouth, making it one of the hottest topics. In a country that revered martial prowess, Yifeng had gained the highest respect imaginable. At that moment, just as Yifeng stepped into the hotel, he was stopped by a man in a suit. Seemingly afraid of being attacked by Yifeng, the man quickly spoke in standard Dragon Nation dialect. "You are Mr. Yifeng, correct? On behalf of Sakura Country, we welcome your arrival." However, Yifeng understood his meaning and smiled, replying, "Do not worry. I will be leaving Sakura Country shortly." Oh, that is not what I meant." The man in the suit clearly sighed in relief, then smiled and said, "But since Mr. Yifeng intends to leave, we shall not keep you. Should you wish to visit Sakura Country again, you are always welcome. We will provide the highest level of hospitality. I understand. Yifeng nodded and paid no further attention to the man, walking directly inside. Watching Yifeng depart, the suited man breathed a deep sigh of relief, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and hurried off to report the situation. At that time, Pei Yi and Yao Yao were in a room. Pei Yi sat off to the side, not daring to make a sound. The reason was Yao Yao. She was seated cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, surrounded by an overwhelming and terrifying demonic energy. At that moment, she held the last great celestial profound pill in her hand. Even before she could swallow it, the surging demonic energy engulfed it in an instant and quickly digested it completely. Yao Yao's body emitted a resonant hum, and a surge of even more powerful energy burst outward, causing everything in the room to tremble. Several glass objects even shattered on the spot. The terrifying scene startled Pei Yi, who screamed as flying shards came at her, and curled up into a ball. Just before the shards could touch her, that terrifying demonic energy swept in front of Pei Yi and devoured all the debris. Yao Yao opened her eyes and smiled at Pei Yi. It is all right now. That was close. Pei Yi cautiously lifted her head. Seeing that nothing had happened, she patted her chest in relief and said, "It is finally over." At that moment, Yifeng suddenly opened the door and entered. When he saw the scene and sensed the energy, he was surprised and said to Yao Yao, "You have reached the peak of the opening origin realm?" "Yes, young master." Yao Yao beamed and walked to his side, speaking gently, "I just broke through to the peak of the opening origin realm. And now that I have the path-breaking pill, it will not take long for me to advance to the Qi movement realm. By then, I will finally be able to assist you." Yifeng looked at Yao Yao and reached out to pat her head with a smile. "There is no need to rush. Cultivation must be steady. Otherwise, an unstable foundation can easily cause problems, especially since you follow the demonic path, which is more prone to instability." These words came from his own recent experience. Yao Yao nodded obediently. "I understand, young master." Yifeng thought for a moment, then handed all his remaining great celestial profound pills to Yao Yao. For the next few days, focus solely on cultivation. Try to break through to the Qi movement realm as soon as possible. Pei Yi then walked over with a cheerful smile and said, "Palace Master, is everything settled?" "It is settled." Yifeng nodded to Pei Yi. "We are returning to the Dragon Nation now. What about you?" "Me?" Pei Yi was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. "I will not return for now. I still have studies to complete here. I will go back in a few years." "Very well," Yifeng said calmly. "Then book 2 tickets for us to return. There is no need to trouble the war god of Azura with such minor matters." "No problem." Pei Yi smiled again, but then her expression dimmed slightly. She had known that Yifeng and Yao Yao would leave, and although their time together had been short, now that the moment of parting had arrived, she truly felt reluctant. Yao Yao seemed to sense Pei Yi's emotions. She stepped forward and hugged her, gently patting her back in comfort. "Do not worry. When you return to the Dragon Nation, come find us. We can hang out together." "All right, it is a promise." Pei Yi forced a smile and tried to cheer up. Sending off friends should be done with a smile. There was no point in wearing a gloomy face, it would not help anyone. Besides, it was not as if they would never meet again. They were only parting for a while. Buzz. The plane bound for the Dragon Nation took off. Yifeng and Yao Yao sat quietly in first class. This trip to Sakura country had been rather exhausting. Yifeng had just planned to close his eyes and get some rest. But before he could fall asleep, he heard a group of foreigners muttering beside him. "This time, we must take over the Lan family's business. Their emerging cosmetics brand in Tiandu has seriously impacted our product sales. If we do not act now, we may completely lose our foothold in Tiandu." A bearded man, completely ignoring the presence of others, said loudly, "Most importantly, we now have the support of the William family." A thin, monkey-like foreigner exclaimed, "The William family? Were they not already destroyed by a man from the Dragon Nation?" The bearded man snorted coldly. "With the support of the Shao family, they will recover quickly. This operation is one we must succeed in." Yifeng had not intended to pay attention, but when he heard the names William family, Shao family, and Lan family, he froze slightly, murmuring to himself, "Lan family, could that be Lan Yuning's family?" Lan Yuning was still at the burial ground, waiting for Yifeng and had helped him greatly. Now that the Lan family was in trouble, Yifeng could not just stand by. He turned his head slightly and listened quietly to the group of foreigners. "Mr. Hogg, may I ask what method we will use to take over the Lan family's business?" the monkey-faced foreigner asked. Hogg smiled and said, "This is simple. The Lan family used to have a war god of the Dragon Nation backing them, making them an unshakable force. But now that Lan Yuning has left, the remaining Lan family poses no threat. We can use commercial tactics, create public opinion, stir up disputes, and damage the Lan family's reputation. Then we will introduce stronger and higher quality products to quickly sweep the market and establish a positive image. If the Lan family engages in a price war, we will do the same. We have the William family and the Shao family backing us, do we lack funds? So taking over the Lan family's business is a very easy matter. But, a man in a trench coat asked hesitantly, what if Lan Yuning returns? Returns? Hogg sneered. She is merely a war god, not even stronger than the war god Yunxiao. Moreover, the Shao family's Shao Runhuang has also re-emerged. It is said that with the Shao family's secret treasures, he has made consecutive breakthroughs and is now at the third level of the Qi movement realm. With such strength, if he improves a bit more, he may even be eligible to challenge the war god of Azura. Why should we fear a mere Lan Yuning? Who would have thought the Shao family was this powerful, having not only the war god Yunxiao but also producing a Shao Runhuang? The trenchcoat man exclaimed with delight, in that case, taking over the Lan family will be no problem at all. Once we take over the Lan family, we will gradually infiltrate other industries in the imperial capital. Eventually, we will gain complete control over it. At that point, we might even take over the entire Dragon Nation. When Yifeng heard this, he could not help but laugh aloud. But to avoid drawing attention, he turned his head, not wanting them to notice. Meanwhile, Yao Yao spoke softly, young master, I heard those people say they want to take over the Dragon Nation. A pack of rabble, Yifeng chuckled. Once we land, I will teach them a lesson. If they dare to touch the Lan family, I will help the Lan family myself. As for the Shao family and the William family, I have yet to settle accounts with them. This time, I will finish them off altogether. Oh. Yao Yao, unaware of the past events, simply assumed those people were Yifeng's enemies. The group of foreigners glanced briefly in Yifeng's direction after hearing the sound, then resumed their discussion. The man named Hogg continued, for this operation, we will create a new brand. I have already chosen the name, Qi Tian. It was suggested by the Shao family. It should sound familiar to people of the Dragon Nation. As for the Lan family's industry, I have done some research. At present, all of the Lan family's businesses are under the control of one chairwoman, Lan Yuro, Lan Yuning's younger sister. Although the Lan family's enterprises are flourishing, they are facing some issues. I have heard about that too. The man in the trench coat laughed slyly. The Lan family's initial capital came from a major family in the imperial capital, the Feng family. Now that the Feng family sees the Lan enterprises thriving, they have pulled out an old contract. It is said that the contract contains an obscure clause, which the Lan family overlooked. As a result, the Feng family is now using that contract to demand 70% of the Lan family's shares. This is practically a death sentence for the Lan family. That ruthless, the monkey-faced man exclaimed. Seems like we cannot ignore the Feng family either, or we may end up falling into their trap. At this point, Hogg waved his hand and laughed. The Feng family and the Shao family are on the same side. You do not need to worry about that. Right now, Lan Yuro is busy dealing with the Feng family and has no time to concern herself with us. That gives us the perfect chance to launch a full-scale invasion and teach the Lan family a lesson. Let them know that our Qi Tian brand is the strongest of all. At these words, the man in the trench coat and the monkey-faced foreigner burst into laughter on the spot. Yifeng listened carefully but did not find anything particularly clever in their plan. It was nothing more than bullying through power and influence. However, the situation with the Feng family intrigued him. Looks like the situation is more complicated than I thought, Yifeng murmured, then said to Yao Yao, we may need to change our destination. Where are we going? Yao Yao tilted her head and asked. To the imperial capital, Yifeng smiled. There are some matters to resolve. It may take a day or two. But first, there is something I need to figure out. What is it? Yao Yao asked quickly. Yifeng paused in thought, then said, it is about the 3-foot immortal platform. Just by the name, it sounds quite extraordinary. I think I have heard of it somewhere before. It seems like a very important matter. Also, those celestial scrolls I possess are said to be keys to open the immortal gate. I wonder if there is any connection between them. If there is, Yifeng smiled and said, then I must get involved. Anything related to the immortal realm is surely not ordinary. Yifeng glanced once more at the group of foreigners. However, this was not the time to make a move. Acting on an airplane, crowded with people and eyes everywhere, would only invite unnecessary trouble. Qi Tian, Yifeng softly repeated the name, and then the image of Shao Runhuang appeared in his mind again. He smiled and said, the Shao family certainly knows how to name things, one called Qi Tian, another called Runhuang. Then, Yifeng shot a glance at the foreigners, closed his eyes, leaned back in his seat, and quietly waited. Soon after, the plane landed. The three foreigners chatted and laughed as they walked out, while Yifeng followed behind at a leisurely pace. Yao Yao wisely kept some distance from him and waited silently for his move. As the three turned into a corridor, Yifeng, with a flicker of movement, appeared in front of them and said, "You foreigners seem to be planning an attack on our Dragon Nation's Lan family, are you not?" The three foreigners were startled by Yifeng's sudden appearance. Fortunately, they understood Chinese. One of them composed himself and stepped forward, saying to Yifeng, "You were eavesdropping on us. You were speaking so loudly, it was as if you were afraid the people of the Dragon Nation would not understand English." Yifeng raised his eyebrows and retorted. That same man, Hog, stepped out and chuckled. "You people of the Dragon Nation are incompetent yourselves, and yet we are not allowed to step in? Business tactics are just that anyone can use them. Why have your people not used commercial means to destroy our national industries?" Yifeng sighed inwardly. What he said was, in fact, true. The Dragon Nation's commercial tactics were always used on their own people, while foreign industries were hardly given attention. Some even fawned over foreign industries. Lack of unity was one thing, collaboration with the enemy was another. But now that this had fallen into Yifeng's lap, there was no way he could turn a blind eye. Seeing the growing murderous intent in Yifeng's eyes, the three foreigners began to feel real fear. "This is the Dragon Nation. You would not actually kill us, would you? You know the laws here are strict. If you kill us, you will not survive either." Yifeng, however, smiled and said, "What crime is there in killing those who threaten my country?" Those words stunned the three. Did he really dare to kill someone in the Dragon Nation? Was he some powerful figure from one of the great families? Hog stared wide-eyed in disbelief and asked, "Do you really dare kill us?" "Yes, I do. Why would I not? You are already annoying back on the plane. Now it is time for you to rest in peace." Yifeng extended his hand, and terrifying energy began to gather. With a strike like this, not to mention ordinary people, even a peak-level Qi movement realm cultivator would be instantly annihilated. But just as Yifeng was about to strike, Hog's trembling voice rang out. "Wait. Oh?" Yifeng raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "Any last words?" "I do not accept this," Hog said with sudden bravado. "We may be ordinary people, but we use business warfare to win against Dragon Nation industries. You, on the other hand, use brute force. That is far too violent and uncivilized." Yifeng listened and then smiled. "Oh? So you are suggesting we settle this through a business war?" "Precisely." Hog patted his chest and said, "We at Qitian are fully confident that we can acquire the Lan family's businesses. Since you disagree, why not fight a business war? If we lose, Lan family acquires Qitian and expands into the foreign market. If you lose, Qitian takes over Lan family and monopolizes the imperial capital's industry. How about it? Is that not a magnificent wager?" Yifeng looked into Hog's eyes, which were full of passion and confidence. It was clear this man was a gambler. Had it been before, Yifeng would not have wasted time on such nonsense, he would have simply cut them down. But now, he found the idea of helping the Lan family expand into foreign markets a bit intriguing. He could take this opportunity to assist Lan Yuning. Since the Dragon Nation's industries were fragmented and internally divided with no united front against outsiders, he might as well use this opening to make the Lan family's businesses a vanguard, spearheading a counterattack against foreign industries. In doing so, he could spur the Dragon Nation's commercial expansion and external growth. This was far better than merely helping the Lan family. It was real progress. If it succeeded, it would be a major achievement. The Dragon Nation would no longer have to fear foreign powers or suffer at their hands. Otherwise, even if he stopped Qitian now, there would be countless other Qitians in the future. He could not deal with them all. Compared to brute strength, this kind of cultural and commercial infiltration was more effective, more enduring. "Well, what do you think of my proposal? Do you accept?" Hog, seeing Yifeng remain silent, began to feel anxious. After all, if Yifeng did not agree, the three of them would surely die. Confronting this Qi movement realm cultivator directly? What a joke! Even if they had infinite lives, it would not be enough to survive. Yifeng looked at Hog with a calm, refined air and said, "Very well. I accept your proposal. We will settle this through a commercial war between Qitian and the Lan family. The wager will be as you described, mutual acquisition." Hearing this, Hog and the other two were overjoyed. In terms of combat, they could never win, but in a business war it was a different story. Only the intelligent could compete in this kind of war. And it was not merely a matter of intelligence. The Lan family's business was young and inexperienced. How could they possibly contend with the established Qitian brand? With just a few strategic moves, they could take the Lan family's assets with ease. Hog smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Then let us begin formally." Seeing Hog offer a handshake, Yi Feng did not even look at it and said, "Very well, let it begin now." With that, Yi Feng turned and walked away, leaving Hog dumbfounded. After a brief moment of shock, Hog withdrew his hand, a dark expression forming on his face. The bearded man stepped forward and said, "Mr. Hog, that fool actually agreed. This is like a wolf stepping into a tiger's den. He is practically delivering the Lan family's assets to us." Another man also chimed in, "Exactly, Mr. Hog. Once we take over the Lan family, it will be easy to expand into the Dragon Nation's market. The population is large, demand is high, money will no longer be an issue." Hog nodded and said, "We will proceed as planned. But since the other side overheard our conversation, they will definitely be on guard. It seems we will still need a second plan to fully swallow the Lan family. Let both strategies move forward in tandem. Shi Tian will surely consume the Lan family's business." Yi Feng stepped out from the alley. Seeing this, Yao Yao quickly walked up to him. She had overheard the previous conversation and could not help but ask, "Young master, are we really going to engage in a business war with them?" "What business war?" Yi Feng waved his hand with a smile and said, "It is merely a way to lure out those behind the scenes. As for these industries, as long as one has enough strength, they can be easily built up. Without strength, they will inevitably be devoured. What they call a business war is just the method of ordinary people." Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction of the Shao family. "For us, it is entirely unnecessary. But drawing out the people behind them, that is essential. If he truly wanted to destroy the Shao family and the William family completely, drawing them out was the first step. Then what should we do now?" Yao Yao asked, puzzled. Without hesitation, Yi Feng replied, "We go directly to the Lan family and find Lan Euro. I knew her older sister, Lan Yuning, it is also a way to repay her kindness." "All right." Yao Yao nodded repeatedly. After briefly inquiring with the Azure Dragon War God about the location and situation of the Lan family, Yi Feng headed over without delay. But before he even arrived, the Azure Dragon War God sent him a message, "Master, my subordinates have informed me that Lan Euro is currently at the Feng family estate." "Oh?" Yi Feng frowned. "Send me the location. I will go there myself. Shall I send someone nearby to intervene first?" The Azure Dragon War God asked cautiously as he sent the coordinates. Yi Feng declined. "Just follow my instructions. No need for action yet." With that, Yi Feng took Yao Yao and rushed toward the Feng family. Just as they arrived at the gate of the Feng estate, Yi Feng saw a luxury car parked outside. He turned to Yao Yao and said, "Stay here and keep watch. If anyone tries to flee, stop them all." "Yes, young master." Yao Yao agreed firmly. Yi Feng then strode quickly toward the Feng family's manor. But as he reached the entrance, he was blocked. "Stop right there. What do you want?" a bodyguard asked arrogantly. Yi Feng shot back, "Is Lan Euro inside?" The bodyguard sneered, "Whether she is or not is none of your business. Get lost." But before the last word left his mouth, something suddenly slammed into his head. His vision spun, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yi Feng withdrew his palm and entered the manor. Seeing the wide-open door to a room, he did not hesitate and walked straight in. As soon as he entered, he saw Lan Euro facing the Feng family's young master, Feng Yu, gulping down a bottle of white liquor. Feng Yu stared greedily at Lan Euro's soft, delicate body, licking his lips. "Ha!" Lan Euro gasped for breath, her hair disheveled, a flush spreading across her face. Her body swayed, nearly out of control. She did not want to drink, but for the Lan family's sake, she had no choice. Seeing this, Feng Yu's eyes lit up. His gaze lingered on Lan Euro's pale skin. In his eyes, she was now 100 times more alluring than usual. So long as she drank that wine, today's outcome was sealed. There was no way she would leave here intact. "So you are young Master Feng Yu?" Just as Feng Yu was about to make his move, Yi Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Both Feng Yu and Lan Euro turned sharply toward Yi Feng, their expressions filled with curiosity. "Who was this person?" Feng Yu frowned and said, "Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm busy?" Yi Feng shook his head. "You will not be laying a hand on her. I am taking her with me." "Oh?" Feng Yu smirked. "You dare posture in front of me? Do you even know who I am? What does that have to do with me?" Yi Feng walked straight over to Lan Euro and said, I am taking her away." "You must be looking to die." Feng Yu's face darkened, and he reached for the pistol on the table. Lan Euro glanced at Yi Feng and said weakly, "I do not know who you are, but you should leave now. If you stay, he will kill you." Yi Feng looked at her. She was in such a pitiful state that even he felt a twinge of sorrow. He sighed, "Must it come to this, all for the Lan family's business?" Lan Euro, in a haze, asked, "How do you know that?" Yi Feng smiled. "I knew your sister. I learned a few things on the way here, so I came specifically to help you. Do not worry. Leave everything to me. At the word sister, Lan Yuro's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. You still think this is funny, boy? Fang Yu glared at Yi Feng and sneered. Today, I will let you go, for Miss Lan's sake. Leave now while you can. Otherwise, breaking your arms and legs will be the least of your problems. Fang Yu's expression twisted with menace. The power of my Fang family is not something trash like you can comprehend or even imagine. In truth, Fang Yu was barely paying attention to Yi Feng. In his eyes, Yi Feng was just some nobody, not even worth his time. His attention was entirely on Lan Yuro's seductive figure. A lascivious smile crept onto his face. She was like a flower in full bloom, radiant and irresistible, her body so alluring it could drive a man insane. With her intoxicating appearance after the alcohol, she penetrated deeply into one's soul. Fang Yu's heart raced. With a lecherous grin, he walked toward Lan Yuro. Miss Lan, it seems you're not doing so well after that drink. It just so happens I've had a new bed installed in the next room. Let me take you there and have a look. As he spoke, he extended both hands to grab at Lan Yuro. At that moment, Lan Yuro was dizzy, her whole body burning hot and drenched in sweat. She had no strength left, as if her body were melting into a puddle. There is something in the wine, she gasped, her voice broken and shaky. Too late to realize that now. Fang Yu grinned lasciviously. You dared to come here to apologize, so you should have known the consequences. I will not tear up the contract. I will destroy the Lan family, make you my prisoner, my woman. Just as Fang Yu reached out to touch Lan Yuro, Yi Feng's voice rang out, majestic and thunderous. If you dare lay a finger on her today, I will break your arms and legs. Yi Feng's voice was filled with an aura of cold killing intent, like a terrifying being that had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His voice alone was enough to make one's heart tremble. Upon hearing it, Fang Yu suddenly felt a chill. That dreadful murderous aura nearly took physical form, sweeping across his body and causing him to tremble uncontrollably with fear. It was the first time this young master of the Fang family had ever felt anything like this. You're looking to die. Fang Yu gritted his teeth, suppressing his terror. He cursed angrily and glared at Yi Feng. Suddenly, he raised the handgun in his hand, aimed it at Yi Feng, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Be careful! Lan Yuro cried out in alarm. Bang! The sharp sound echoed throughout the entire room. The bullet, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, shot toward Yi Feng at high speed, but Yi Feng did not even move. A burst of inner force exploded outward and instantly deflected the bullet. What? Fang Yu was stunned, and panic overtook him. He clenched his teeth and fired several more shots in rapid succession, all aimed at Yi Feng. This thing is useless against me. Yi Feng sneered coldly, then moved abruptly. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Fang Yu. Boom! Yi Feng ignored the incoming bullets and launched a punch like a cannonball, slamming directly into Fang Yu's abdomen. The immense force caused his abdomen to collapse inward. Fang Yu felt a searing pain tear through his body. He vomited blood violently before he even realized what had happened. Then he was hurled backward and crashed into the wall, his limbs twisting unnaturally as if all his bones had shattered. Yi Feng looked at the pistol on the floor, walked over, and crushed it with a single stump. Then, with powerful strides, he approached Fang Yu. At this point, Fang Yu's consciousness was fading, he was nearly dead. He looked at Yi Feng, and the arrogance in his eyes had long since vanished. Today, I will spare your life, Yi Feng said coldly. But as for the rest, you should know what to do. He was clearly referring to the exploitative contract. Fang Yu tried to speak with his hoarse throat, but no words came out. He could only nod weakly. Looking at his pitiful state, one could not help but feel a hint of pity. Just one punch, yet it nearly killed him. Yi Feng turned around and saw Lan Yuro swaying unsteadily, about to collapse. He quickly stepped forward and supported her, explaining, Your sister once did me a great kindness. Today is merely my way of repaying that debt. I will take care of the rest. You do not need to demean yourself any further. Lan Yuro felt dizzy and could not quite make out Yi Feng's words. But faintly, she caught the word sister, which gave her some sense of reassurance. After the two had left, Fang Yu struggled to raise his arm and swallowed a healing pill. Instantly, he regained some vitality, and even his physical injuries improved slightly. He stared in the direction Yi Feng had gone and growled, No. I must report this to the Xiao family right away, let them eliminate that bastard. He pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number, reporting everything that had just occurred. Outside the Feng family estate, Yi Feng, carrying Lan Yuro, quickly found Yao Yao. Seeing this, Yao Yao was startled. Young master, why are you carrying a woman? Yi Feng glanced down at Lan Yuro in his arms and casually explained, this is Lan Yuning's younger sister, Lan Euro. She drank some wine with the Feng family's people and ended up like this. Though Yifeng did not say much, Yao Yao was clever. With a quick turn of thought, she understood what had happened inside the Feng family's villa. Furious, she said, "Young master, let me go in and slaughter them." "There's no need." Yifeng shook his head. "They are nothing but lapdogs of the Shao family. Once we deal with the Shao and William families, the Feng family will not even have the right to stand against the Lan family. For now, let us return Lan Euro to the Lan family and ignore the rest." "All right." Yao Yao nodded. The three of them quickly left the Feng estate and made their way to the Lan family. At that moment, the key members of the Lan family were all gathered, each one wearing an anxious expression. Lan Shang, the family head, could not help but sigh. He turned to those beside him and said, "Still no word? Did you not say she would be found soon? Where is she now?" One of the family members trembled and replied nervously, "It is said someone saw second Miss Head to the Feng family." "What?" Lan Shang's eyes widened in rage. "The Feng family are scoundrels. Ready the car, I am going to the Feng estate myself." At that moment, Lan Shang was deeply distressed. His eldest daughter, Lan Yuning, had finally become a war god, only to disappear afterward, her whereabouts still unknown for a long time. And now his second daughter, the current chairwoman of the Lan family, was entangled in this mess with the Feng family over a contract. Not only was he the head of the Lan family, he was their father. Yet he had failed in every way. The guilt was unbearable. Just as Lan Shang was about to head to the Feng family, Yifeng happened to step out of the car, carrying Lan Euro. Lan Shang's eyes widened instantly. He rushed forward, pointed at Yifeng, and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why are you carrying my daughter?" Yifeng frowned slightly, but seeing the man's concern for his daughter, he remained calm and replied, "She was drugged by the Feng family. I arrived in time to save her and brought her back." As he spoke, Yifeng gently placed Lan Euro down. Then he extended his finger and pressed 3 inches below the nape of her neck. A surge of pure inner force entered her body, expelling the alcohol and aphrodisiac from within. A muffled groan escaped her lips. Lan Euro suddenly began coughing violently. Yifeng quickly supported her and gently patted her back. Cough, cough, cough. A pale expression appeared on Lan Euro's beautiful face. She had regained consciousness. Looking around and realizing she was back at the Lan family, she finally relaxed slightly. "Euro!" Lan Shang rushed forward, eyes full of pain and concern. "Are you all right?" Lan Euro shook her head and let out a breath of relief. "Dad, I am fine. I would not have made it back today if not for him." Then, she looked at Yifeng and lowered her head, saying gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life. But, I have something to ask you. It is about Lan Yuning, is it not?" Yifeng smiled. Lan Shang and Lan Euro both exclaimed in shock, "How do you know about her?" Yifeng then told them about the events at the burial ground and added, "I owe her a debt and I have come specifically to repay it." Lan Shang could not help but hold his forehead and sigh. That foolish girl. Of all places, why did she insist on going to the burial grounds? It is so dangerous there. Lan Euro also looked mournful and said, "Why did sister go there? Could she not just train somewhere else safely?" Lan Shang then grabbed Yifeng by the shoulders and urgently asked, "Since you were able to come out of there, why did you not bring Yuning out with you?" Yifeng shook his head helplessly. "I do not even know how I made it out myself, how could I possibly bring her out too? But once I finish what I need to do, I will definitely return to the burial grounds. If there is a chance, I will bring her back. There is no other choice then." Lan Shang let out a deep sigh and then earnestly said to Yifeng, "Yuning's matter. I am begging you. As long as you can bring her back, I will agree to anything even if it costs me my life. Please, take this to heart, truly to heart." Seeing Lan Shang's anxious and pleading expression, Yifeng suddenly felt something soft stir in his heart. He was briefly stunned, then nodded and said, "All right, I promise you." Lan Shang instantly breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a sincere smile, as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Lan Euro stepped forward and said, "Please, take care of my sister. As long as you can bring her back, our Lan family will repay your kindness with everything we have." "You flatter me." Yifeng waved his hand and looked at Lan Euro. "I came today to help because, first and foremost, we need to address the difficulties your Lan family is currently facing." As soon as he said that, Lan Shang and Lan Euro both froze. They looked at each other in confusion and said, "Other than the Feng family's contract, our Lan family is not facing any other difficulties, are we?" Yifeng glanced at Yao Yao behind him and then explained, "We overheard something on the plane. The Shao family and the William family are plotting to acquire the Lan family's assets. They have even joined forces with foreigners to establish a new brand called Qitian. I suspect it will be launched soon. Qi Tian. Lan Euro exclaimed, I have heard of that brand, but I did not expect the Shao family and William family to be behind it. The Lan family was no stranger to the Shao family. Both were families with war gods of the Dragon Nation, and they had clashed both openly and covertly in the past, with more than a few conflicts breaking out. If the Shao family was behind it, it would at least make sense. But the Lan family was not some weakling to be manipulated at will by the Shao family. After a moment of thought, Lan Sheng said to Yifeng, I will look into this matter. Seems like the Lan family needs to be cautious for a while, would not want those people to find an opening. Lan Euro also nodded and said, Alright, I will go inform the rest of the Lan family's businesses to keep a close watch on their movements. Yifeng then added, the main issue is finding a way to draw out the Shao and William families. I know where the Shao family is, but the William family is likely hiding. Yao Yao stepped forward and said, Young master, why do we not go to the Shao family directly and use my soul-searching technique? As she spoke, a faint trace of demonic energy rose from her hand. It was not particularly noticeable. Yifeng shook his head. That would only alert them. Let us see if there is another way first. To draw them out? Lan Euro frowned and thought for a moment before suggesting, what if we host a banquet and specifically invite the Shao family and William family? That direct? Yifeng blinked. Lan Euro smiled. The more prestigious the family, the more they care about face. The simpler the approach, the more effective it is. Yifeng blinked again, then smiled. It is worth a try. Just then, Lan Euro received a phone call. After hearing what was said on the other end, her expression changed dramatically. Zhang Ying is marrying Xiaoran Huang? What? Lan Shang was shocked. Impossible. That old relic from the Zhang family would never give Inger to Xiaoran Huang. Yifeng, curious, asked, what exactly is going on? Lan Euro's breath became hurried, her emotions unsettled. Zhang Ying is from the Zhang family of the imperial capital. Although the Zhangs are not a top-tier noble family, they do control major industries in the capital. Ying is also my best friend. The Zhang family once offended the Shao family, making them enemies. There is no way Zhang Ying would willingly marry Xiao Runhuang. Something must have happened to the Zhang family, or the Shao family must be blackmailing them with something. That phone call just now was an invitation to her wedding tomorrow. Lan Sheng pondered and said, this is definitely not simple. Our Lan family just signed a business agreement with the Zhang family, and now they are marrying Inger to Xiao Runhuang? This clearly targets us. Lan Euro took a deep breath. No matter what, I will not let Inger marry Xiao Runhuang. At the mention of Xiao Runhuang, Yifeng recalled that once talented youth who had been on par with him, but everything had changed. As for the Shao family, Yifeng had no intention of letting them off. So, he said to Lan Euro, I will go with you tomorrow. If possible, I will intervene and rescue her. If the William family is present as well, it will be the perfect chance to take them all down at once. All right, thank you so much. Lan Euro expressed her deep gratitude to Yifeng. After chatting a bit longer, Yifeng and Yao Yao decided to temporarily stay in a guest room at the Lan family residence. Lan Euro and Lan Sheng each went off to handle their own matters, leaving Yifeng and Yao Yao with a moment of peace. Yao Yao sat in a chair and asked Yifeng, Young master, how do you plan to help the Lan family win the business war? Yifeng thought for a moment and replied, simple. Since this is a battle over cosmetics, as long as the product quality is excellent, no matter what tricks the others play, there will be no real issue. After all, with the Lan family's scale, they are not easily shaken. At this, Yifeng smiled. Let us go examine their cosmetics later. With a few tweaks using medicinal herbs, it will be enough. It is not difficult. With the immortal demon hall at his disposal, obtaining a few beauty pill formulas was hardly a challenge. And the effects would completely crush every product currently on the market. Yao Yao's eyes immediately lit up. Somewhat shyly, she said, then, young master, can I try one too? Yifeng was briefly stunned, then smiled. You want a beauty pill too? Yao Yao gave an almost imperceptible nod. By the time Lan Euro returned, it was already quite late in the evening. Yao Yao had already fallen asleep. Yifeng, however, had remained awake, waiting for Lan Euro mainly to give her the formula for the beautifying pill. Seeing her return, Yifeng immediately walked over and asked, how did it go? Upon seeing Yifeng, the hardness in Lan Euro's heart softened a little. Perhaps it was because he had saved her. Whenever she was near him, she felt a deep sense of safety. The Qitian brand has already launched. Their movements are quick, Lan Euro sighed. But fortunately, the Shao family has not made any moves yet. However, I have tested some of their products. The effects are more than twice as good as ours, and their prices are significantly lower. Yifeng simply smiled and said, I have a pill formula. Would you be interested? What kind of formula? Lan Euro asked curiously. The beautifying pill, Yifeng replied, flipping his palm. A flawless, pearl-like pill appeared in his hand. I just refined this one. You can try it, just swallow it directly. Really? Lan Euro accepted it cautiously. Although she did not have high expectations, given that Yifeng was her benefactor, she figured she would at least give it a try. She looked at the beautifying pill in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then swallowed it. Instantly, she felt a warm current flowing through her body. To her astonishment, her fatigue disappeared in an instant, and even the weariness from the past few days seemed to dissipate. Lan Euro suddenly felt an itch on her arm. She looked down and was shocked to see that a small wound, which she had accidentally gotten earlier, was healing rapidly, vanishing before her eyes. The skin that regrew was smoother than before, with no trace of a scar left. Even the acne scars and blemishes on her face had completely disappeared. This beautifying pill. Lan Euro pulled out a compact mirror and stared at her reflection, stunned into silence. Yifeng smiled nonchalantly. So, the effects are decent, right? Lan Euro put away the mirror and nodded repeatedly. They are more than decent. If our Lan family can mass-produce this beautifying pill, then no matter what tricks Chitin pulls, they will never surpass us. But, are the ingredients expensive? After all, this was a business matter. Cost had to be considered. Yifeng shook his head. The ingredients are very easy to find. The cost per pill is about 5 yuan, give or take. What did you say? Lan Euro's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 yuan? You mean this pill, with such miraculous effects, costs just 5 yuan to make? Of course, Yifeng replied matter-of-factly. It is all about combining the effects of many inexpensive herbs. As long as you understand pharmacology, it is actually quite simple. With that, Yifeng casually tossed the pill formula to Lan Euro. She hurriedly caught it and then asked with clenched teeth, "How much are you planning to sell this formula for? Our Lan family still has some capital, we should be able to afford it." In Lan Euro's eyes, this formula was easily worth over 10 billion. The production cost was only 5 yuan, and the effects were incredible. Where else could you find such a deal? But Yifeng was stunned by the question. He scratched his head and said, "I am not selling it. I am giving it to you." What? Lan Euro clutched the formula in disbelief. You are giving it away? Yes, Yifeng said, puzzled. Is there something wrong with that? And no. Lan Euro shook her head. But why would you give away such a precious formula? Yifeng chuckled. Because I decided to help your Lan family, and I owe Lan Yuning a favor. I already told you that. And besides, the formula is useless to me. I do not need the money. If it helps draw out the Xiao family and the William family, that is the best result for me. And that is what is truly useful to me. Lan Euro immediately stepped back in shock. She could not believe that something so good had just fallen into her lap. It was unbelievable. Looking at the formula in her hands, she hesitated, then said, I cannot accept it for nothing. Here is my proposal. Our Lan family will handle production and sales of the beautifying pill. You will receive 50% of the profit. That is fair, right? Yifeng could not be bothered to negotiate. He just waved his hand helplessly and said, decide however you like. Anyway, it is late. I am going to bed. We still have your friend's situation to handle tomorrow. With that, Yifeng turned and left. Lan Euro stood frozen, watching him enter the room. She reached up, pinched her cheek, and, feeling pain, muttered, it is not a dream after all. Back in his room, Yifeng did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed and took out the beast pattern diagram teleportation array. He stared at it and murmured, last time I was in a rush and only cleared 7 levels. The beast pattern diagram has 9 in total. 2 remain. Although the talismans it produces are now useless to me, this still serves as foundational training in talisman crafting. If I learn it all, I am sure it will be of value later. Maybe I will come across more advanced talisman scriptures in the future. As he spoke, Yifeng activated the teleportation array. A beam of light flashed, circulating across the floor, soon forming a glowing teleportation circle radiating with brilliant energy. Without hesitation, Yifeng stepped into it. The chaotic darkness fell silent. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside the 7th level trial space. Looking at the wave of ferocious beasts surging before him like a tide, Yifeng was briefly stunned. Why am I starting at the 7th level? Should it not be the 8th? Could it be because I did not enter the 8th level last time? Fine. I will warm up on the 7th level, it will help shake off the rust. With that, Yifeng strode toward the talisman crafting desk. He centered his chi in his dantian, his natal spirit sigil spinning wildly in his mind. He swiftly picked up the brush and began to draw meticulously on yellow talisman paper. The life-bound divine sigil unique to the 7th level surged wildly. In less than 3 minutes, Yifeng had already successfully crafted a talisman. Time continued to pass quietly. The second, the third. Before long, Yifeng had successfully refined 10 beast pattern talismans. He then ceased his movements. With a wave of his hand, the 10 talismans lined up neatly in midair and began to emit an intense glow, unleashing a terrifying and immense burst of energy. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The tide-like wave of demonic beasts was completely obliterated under the terrifying beam of energy. The power was absolutely devastating. Immediately after, the entrance to the 8th level trial space appeared. Without a moment of hesitation, Yifeng stepped forward and entered the 8th level. He arrived in a tranquil expanse of water, with windless stillness and mirror-like calm. He stood alone on a solitary island, surrounded in all directions by serpentine creatures lurking in the waters, each of them at least at the 6th level of the Qi movement realm. Anyone else witnessing such a sight would have been scared to death. But Yifeng paid them no mind. He swiftly approached the talisman crafting desk, took out the new beast pattern diagram, and began to study it carefully. This time, the diagram appeared to depict the leg of a demonic beast, for thick and powerful limbs indicated that the beast was formidable. In Yifeng's eyes, the diagram was composed of numerous intertwined lines forming the structure of the beast's leg. Relying on his keen perception, he noticed one particular line that stood out. He followed it with his eyes as it twisted and turned through the pattern. Once he had traced it to the end, he comprehended the mystery behind the 8th level of the beast pattern diagram. Then, after less than 10 minutes of research, Yifeng had completely grasped it. Phew! Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. This beast pattern diagram is fascinating. Who would have thought it contains such profound mysteries? I wonder what the diagram on the 9th level looks like. With that, Yifeng quickly returned to the talisman crafting table and began engraving with complete focus. Soon after, 10 brand new beast pattern talismans were successfully refined. Once Yifeng activated them with his inner force, they burst with immense power. Like waves of divine light, they surged forward and instantly devoured all the serpentine beasts, leaving not even bones behind. Seeing the overwhelming effect of the new talismans, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. The luminous lines within the 8th level beast pattern diagram already produced such terrifying power. What about the 9th level? With that question in mind, Yifeng stepped forward into the teleportation array leading to the 9th trial space, and the space around him shifted once again. The 9th level trial space. This was the final layer of the trial. Yifeng found himself inside the crater of a volcano, surrounded by high stone walls. The ground beneath his feet was the only place to stand, while endless molten lava boiled and churned all around. At the bottom of the volcano, something seemed to be stirring, causing a wave of heat to rise, sending torrents of magma shooting into the air, scorching, seething with energy. Gurgle gurgle. Around Yifeng, from deep beneath the magma, emerged countless fish-shaped lava creatures. They began to launch a fierce assault, spewing molten lava from their mouths that was even hotter than the magma itself, laden with highly corrosive energy. Although a protective aura blocked their attacks, the molten lava still clung to the aura, beginning to corrode it with extreme heat. At this rate, if not dealt with quickly, the protective aura would not last long. Moreover, more and more lava beasts were surfacing, and their attacks were growing even more intense. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The harsh sound of corrosion rang in Yifeng's ears. And the intense heat of this environment was something even the protective aura could not fully resist. Clearly, it was designed to make talisman crafting much more difficult. Both sound and mental interference made the challenge substantially harder. Even Yifeng, under normal circumstances, required a quiet environment to guarantee the quality of his talismans. Any distraction could render all effort wasted. In surprise, Yifeng exclaimed, "So there are still changes like this? No wonder each trial level is so hard to surpass. It seems crafting is influenced by many external factors. This is more complex than I imagined. I must calm my mind quickly, focus, center myself. Even a moment's hesitation could result in failure." With this in mind, Yifeng took several deep breaths to still his mind, blocking out all surrounding distractions, and began to study the final beast pattern diagram before him. He picked up the image of a beast's head and began to study it carefully. It looked like a hybrid between a monkey and a wild horse. Even Yifeng could not tell what kind of beast it was. But one thing he was certain of: if he could fully understand the structure and patterns of its body, he could unleash its full power. Involuntarily, Yifeng engraved the image of this 9th level beast pattern diagram into his mind, then began mentally assembling it together with the 8 diagrams he had previously mastered. Soon, they formed a giant, awe-inspiring beast. It had crimson-red skin, 2 hands, 4 muscular legs, and a face twisted with rage, its entire body radiating indomitable might. Yi Feng wasted no time. He began meditating in earnest, observing the patterns in his mind. As his understanding of the diagram grew sharper, the life-bound divine sigil in his consciousness began to coalesce and fuse rapidly. In less than a moment, Yi Feng's eyes snapped open. He had fully comprehended the 9th-level beast pattern diagram. Excellent. Fascinating. Yi Feng praised aloud twice, then laughed. I look forward to discovering more beast pattern diagrams. As he spoke, Yi Feng stepped to the talisman crafting table. Following his instincts, he casually drew a few strokes, then picked up the completed talisman and activated it. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded throughout the trial space. Instantly, the surrounding magma roiled and surged. With a violent eruption, it blasted into the sky, and in the dark sky of the trial space, a massive, crimson-red foot came crashing down from the heavens, stomping directly into the lava, obliterating all the lavafish beasts in an instant. Buzz! Yi Feng successfully cleared the trial and was promptly rejected by the trial space, which transported him out. At first, he was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Looks like I've graduated. Just in time for a break." With that, Yi Feng did not hesitate. He lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, in another realm, before Sword Immortal could step into the teleportation array, he sensed a presence through some mysterious force. He suddenly turned his gaze in one direction and muttered, "Could it be he already passed the trial? What kind of genius is this, to complete it with such speed?" The next morning, Yi Feng and Lan Yuro rose early and then hurried to the Shao family estate. Before them stood an expansive classical manor. Yi Feng and Lan Yuro walked quickly to the gate, only to be stopped by 2 security guards. "Halt! What are you here for?" The guards sized Yi Feng up and down, noting his cheap, street market clothes and generally poor appearance. He looked completely unremarkable. Yi Feng thought for a moment and said, "I'm here to see Zhang Ying." "You? Want to see Miss Zhen?" The moment those words were spoken, the 2 guards' eyes widened as they exchanged glances. Is this a joke? At that moment, Lan Yuro stepped forward, pulled out an invitation, and coldly declared, "Are you not going to let us in?" One of the guards recognized her at once. Lan Yuro was a famous figure in the imperial capital, impossible to mistake. The 2 guards immediately broke into smiles and nodded eagerly, bowing repeatedly. "So sorry, honored guests. Please, come in." Truly, judging a book by its cover, Yi Feng remarked as he followed Lan Yuro inside. "Not worth our time," Lan Yuro said nervously. "We need to find Zhang Ying first." As soon as they entered the manor, they saw vibrant red decorations strung over the buildings and plants, cheerful and festive. Servants bustled about, carrying various items emblazoned with the character for happiness. "This wedding is happening so fast," Yi Feng could not help but say. "In just a few short days, they've rushed to set a date. Looks like they're eager to swallow up your Lan family." Lan Yuro sighed. If it were up to her, she would never allow her best friend to get involved. Inside the mansion, Zhang Ying sat before her vanity, wearing a striking red wedding dress. Her expression was blank as several makeup artists busied themselves fixing her hair and makeup. Beside her, Wang Shokue stared at her daughter, brows furrowed. Seeing her dazed look, she snapped, "Get it together. Today is your wedding to young Master Shao. Wipe that frown off your face. If he hears anything unpleasant from you, just see what I'll do. You should understand it, Zhang Ying, the future of our Zhang family rests in your hands now. By latching onto the Shao family, our family can live peacefully in the capital again and finally rise to prominence. Family, always about the family." Zhang Ying let out a cold laugh, a tear silently falling from the corner of her eye. Her face, however, remained expressionless and numb. "Am I nothing more than a tool for the Zhang family?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shokue showed no trace of motherly affection. Instead, she replied coldly, "From the moment you were born into the Zhang family, your life and your body have belonged to us." Zhang Ying slowly closed her eyes. Living in the Zhang family meant she never had control over her own destiny. If she were to blame anything, it would be being born into the Zhang family. Father. In her mind flashed the image of a thin yet gentle figure, but it was him who had ultimately ruined her life. Just then, a booming voice rang through the hall. "Young Master Shao has arrived. Young Master Shao has arrived." At the sound of those words, the fierce look on Wang Chokue's face instantly softened into one of joy. She spoke sweetly to Zhang Ying, "Inger, hurry and greet young Master Shao." Zhang Ying hesitated briefly, then slowly stood up. "I understand." Inside the hall, Shao Runhuang stood tall in a pristine white suit, his eyes sweeping across the room with contempt. He turned to the man beside him and said, "Do you see? The Zhang family used to be a major household in the capital. Look at them now, utterly pathetic." A burly man laughed and said, "I thought the Zhangs would still have some fire in them. Turns out they're just a bunch of worthless mongrels now." "Ha!" Xiao Runhuang sneered. "They think marrying into the Xiao family means they've made it. But once I marry Zhang Ying, the first thing I'll do is swallow up the Lan family, then the Zhang family. I want everyone in the capital to know that only the Xiao family rules this city." It was painfully clear. Xiao Runhuang had no real interest in marrying Zhang Ying. To him, she was nothing more than a pawn to be used. As the two men spoke, Wang Qiukui quickly led Zhang Ying out. Xiao Runhuang's eyes were immediately drawn to her. Zhang Ying's striking red dress hugged her proud, curvaceous figure. Her skin was pale and smooth as mutton fat jade, a phoenix hairpin adorned her head, her slender waist could be held in one hand. Though her features were delicate, her beauty was heavenly, she was the very picture of a stunning woman. Xiao Runhuang looked her up and down, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. No wonder she's ranked among the top beauties in the capital. I dislike complications, let us start the wedding right away. Yes, young Master Xiao. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped out beside Wang Qiukui, none other than Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhang family. Zhang Yi came forward and placed his arm around Wang Qiukui, saying, "Today, we are honored by young Master Zhao's presence. No need to delay. I declare the wedding begun." But at that moment, a voice rang out from the entrance. "Hold on. We have not agreed to this." Yifeng looked around at the gathered crowd, his gaze quickly landing on Xiao Runhuang. Then he saw Zhang Ying in her red gown. "Who are you?" Zhang He frowned. "Young Master Xiao, is this someone you brought? Where did this mangy dog come from? Security, throw him out." Wang Qiukui waved her hand impatiently, assuming Yifeng was just some beggar looking for money. Suddenly, several black-clad bodyguards surrounded Yifeng. Xiao Runhuang gave him a casual glance, then his eyes widened, a flicker of rage flashing in them. "So, you actually have the balls to show your face here? Xiao Runhuang, do you actually think you're that powerful?" Yifeng said with a smile. In Yifeng's eyes now, Xiao Runhuang was nothing. Xiao Runhuang's previously gleeful face turned cold in an instant. He never expected to run into Yifeng here. Xiao Runhuang stared coldly at Yifeng, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Today is my wedding day. I do not wish to raise my hand. Leave my side immediately, or else I do not want to see blood spilled here." "Your wedding day? I do not see the slightest bit of joy on your face." Yifeng narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze onto Xiao Runhuang. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. "And I have come here today for one reason, to take Zhang Ying with me. We are a legitimate couple. A proper wedding." Xiao Runhuang clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. "What right do you have to take her away?" Yifeng glanced at Lan Yuro behind him, then turned his gaze to Zhang Ying and called out loudly, "Zhang Ying, do you want to marry Xiao Runhuang?" His deep voice struck like thunder, reverberating through everyone's ears and leaving their heads buzzing. Lan Yuro also stepped forward, encouraging Zhang Ying, "Inger, if you do not want to marry Xiao Runhuang, say it out loud. We have the ability to take you away from here." Zhang Ying's delicate figure trembled slightly at their words. She cast a resentful glance at her parents beside her. Zhang Yi fixed his gaze on Zhang Ying, his voice full of anger. "Inger, you must understand clearly what the right decision is, to marry Xiao Runhuang and unite the Zhang and Xiao families, thus strengthening our clan. Otherwise, we are doomed to ruin." Wang Qiukui saw the ever-changing expression on her daughter's face and immediately understood what she was thinking. She rushed forward and grasped Zhang Ying's hand. "My good daughter, I raised you with great effort. As your mother, I have never lied to you. If you marry Xiao Runhuang, you will enjoy endless wealth and prosperity. Moreover, our Zhang family will bask in his glory. With the support of the Xiao family, we will no longer fear downfall. If you follow Lan Yuro today, I will kill myself right here. Without Lan Yuning, the Lan family is no longer worthy of our allegiance." As she continued speaking, Wang Qiukui was abruptly interrupted by Zhang Ying. Beads of sweat rolled down Zhang Ying's resolute face. Her voice was stiff but full of sorrow. "I know in your eyes I am nothing more than a tool, but I also have a will of my own. I do not want to marry Xiao Runhuang. All these years, you have never loved me. Then let me be honest too." Zhang Ying wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her once soft gaze turned icy. "If you truly want to die here, then do it yourself." Then she turned to Zhang He, her voice cold as frost. Family, it is always about the family. I, Zhang Ying, do not care about the Zhang family, nor do I want any part of it." With that, Zhang Ying spread her arms wide and shouted to Lan Yuro and Yifeng, "I do not want to marry Xiao Runhuang. I do not agree to this wedding. Please take me away." "Good. Yi Feng smiled and nodded in satisfaction. But Xiao Runhuang's face turned ghastly. With so many people watching, Zhang Ying had said such things. Was this not a public slap in the face? The very thought made Xiao Runhuang furious. He glared hatefully at Zhang Ying and growled, "Since you insist on being stubborn, I will send you to hell so you can reflect on your actions." He took one step forward, then suddenly charged at Zhang Ying, channeling his inner energy into his fist. A terrifying pressure erupted. If this punch landed, Zhang Ying would undoubtedly die. Ah! Zhang Ying screamed as Xiao Runhuang rushed at her. But before anyone could react, Yi Feng suddenly moved. In an instant, he appeared beside Zhang Ying. His gaze hardened as he summoned the vast power within him, and then launched a punch of his own. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. To everyone's horror, Xiao Runhuang's body was hurled through the air and smashed violently to the ground. He vomited blood, his meridians shattered, and his dantian was destroyed. You! Xiao Runhuang lay on the floor, staring at Yi Feng in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could be this powerful. Clack! Yi Feng stepped forward over the cracked ground, slowly approaching Xiao Runhuang. His voice was cold and emotionless. "If you still believe the gap between us is the same as it once was, then this is your fate. I will spare your life today, but there is one thing you must understand." Yi Feng's previously expressionless face suddenly curled into a faint smile. "The reason I came to the imperial capital this time is to destroy the Xiao family." What? Xiao Runhuang was shaken to the core. He could not believe Yi Feng actually intended to annihilate the Xiao family. It was simply unbelievable. "Do you not know that my father is the war god Yunxiao?" Xiao Runhuang shouted, his eyes wide with rage. Yi Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "I know, so what? Just a war god. It is not as if I have never killed one before. What was the last one's name again?" "I believe it was war god Haoyan." Xiao Runhuang's pupils shrank in terror. So the famed war god Haoyan had been slain by Yi Feng. Yi Feng no longer paid him any attention. He had spared his life to lure out the William family behind the scenes, otherwise, it would be impossible to uproot them entirely. He walked over to Zhang Ying, who was still stunned, and smiled at her. "Well, do you want to come with us?" "Ha?" Zhang Ying snapped out of her daze and nodded desperately. "I want to go with you. I do not want to be a pawn in a political marriage." "Then let us go." Yi Feng ignored everyone else and brought Zhang Ying to Lan Yuro's side. Lan Yuro looked at Zhang Ying in her red wedding dress and hugged her tightly, fighting back tears. "Do not worry. As long as I am here, they will not be able to touch you." "Thank you." Zhang Ying looked up and let out a long sigh, then gently patted Lan Yuro's back for comfort. The three of them quickly left the scene. No one dared to stop them. What a joke! Even Xiao Runhuang could not withstand a single blow from Yi Feng. Who would dare stand in his way? Just like that, the three safely returned to the Lan family residence by car. Lan Shang received Zhang Ying and arranged a room for her. After all, they had once shared a bond. It was only right to help her. At that moment, Yayao approached Yi Feng and asked curiously, "Young master, what should we do next?" Yi Feng paused and thought for a moment, then said, "I have already revealed myself back there. The Xiao family and the William family will soon hear of it. Now, we wait in silence for what is to come." "Just wait for a while?" Yao Yao tilted her head, a little confused, and asked. Yi Feng nodded and said, "That is right. They will definitely take action soon. We are in no rush." "Alright then, I will take this time to train harder." Yao Yao smiled, then returned to her room on her own and began cultivating. Yi Feng watched her leave and muttered, "It seems she is about to break through. Her cultivation speed is quite impressive." With the great celestial profound pill, Yao Yao's cultivation naturally progressed at an accelerated rate. Back in his room, Yi Feng also began cultivating. He retrieved a crystal-clear white orb from the immortal demon space. It resembled the core of the sacred mountain of Sakura Nation. The immortal demon hall watched Yi Feng cultivating. That core from Sakura Nation's sacred mountain was, in fact, something it had left behind. At that time, Yi Feng's body was unable to withstand such a vast amount of energy, and since the immortal demon hall could seal off the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it could not allow that energy to go to waste. Therefore, the immortal demon hall used the core of the Sakura divine tree to create a new core, albeit a smaller version, now held in Yi Feng's hand. Even though it was smaller, it still contained an immense amount of spiritual energy, more than enough for Yi Feng to use for a significant period of cultivation. Within the immortal demon space, there also stood a massive pillar. It was the spirit-linking pillar into which Yi Feng had channeled energy for the beast pattern diagram. He had stored it away, not knowing when it might come in handy. While Yi Feng focused on cultivation. In the Xiao family, war god Yunxiao, Xiao Xiong, looked at Xiao Runhuang. who lay on the bed barely clinging to life. His cold face radiated fury, and his tightly clenched fists emitted crackling sounds, his veins bulging, clearly visible from the surge of blood. "Who did this to my son?" Xiao Xiong suddenly turned and roared at the subordinates behind him. "Go investigate this at once. I must know who laid a hand on him." Reporting, Patriarch. A subordinate stepped forward cautiously and reported, "I have investigated. According to witnesses at the scene, it appears a man named Yifeng was responsible for injuring the young master." "What?" Xiao Xiong's face changed dramatically. With a sudden burst of strength, he shattered the purple sandalwood table beside him into countless fragments, his powerful inner force reducing them to dust. "A mere Yifeng dares injure my son to this degree?" Xiao Xian's expression darkened. "Go and find out where Yifeng is. I will go meet him myself." "Yes." The subordinates dared not linger a second longer. They quickly accepted the order and hurried away. Xiao Xiong turned to look at Xiao Runhuang. Though the injuries were curable, the recovery would take a long time, and his meridians in Dantian had been damaged, even his cultivation level had regressed. Sigh, Xiao Xiong picked up his unconscious son and walked outside. "It seems I must resort to that." The Xiao family wielded tremendous influence in the imperial capital and possessed vast resources. At this moment, in the forbidden grounds of the Xiao family, Xiao Xiong carried Xiao Runhuang into a field wrecked by countless weapons. He passed through numerous formation barriers and finally arrived at the core of the forbidden zone. At the center, a massive beast corpse lay skewered by a giant, unknown spear. The creature's face was twisted in agony, and the surrounding area was littered with bones, testament to the brutal battle that once took place. Before the corpse, there sat a shallow pool filled with thick, blood-red liquid. Its stench was overpowering. This liquid had all originated from that ancient beast. Xiao Xiong looked at Xiao Runhuang in his arms and murmured, "You have advanced so quickly only because I fed you the flesh and blood of this ancient fierce beast. In our Xiao family, only you possess the talent and constitution to withstand the vast spiritual energy within it. If it were anyone else, even me, our bodies would have exploded from the force." This blood pool was originally meant to be used once you reached the 5th stage of the Qi movement realm, but now, it must be used immediately. This blood pool contained all the blood from the ancient beast. Much of its flesh had also been infused into the liquid. Xiao Xiong slowly placed Xiao Runhuang into the pool. The moment his body touched the liquid, thick white smoke began to rise. A burning, corrosive pain spread across his body, causing Xiao Runhuang to scream awake instantly. "Aha!" Xiao Runhuang shrieked in pain, thrashing about uncontrollably. Xiao Xiong winced at the sight but hardened his heart. He immediately pressed Xiao Runhuang's body deeper into the pool and shouted, "Stop screaming! If you want to become a true human emperor, you must endure this pain. If you can absorb all the blood of this ancient beast, you will be invincible. Do you not want to take revenge on Yifeng?" At the mention of revenge, Xiao Runhuang paused, then his rage surged. Of course he knew what the blood pool was, and why Xiao Xiong had brought him here. When he thought of Yifeng's arrogant face and the humiliation of being stepped on, he could not suppress the fury in his heart. "I understand. Soon." Xiao Runhuang calmed down, lying motionless in the blood pool, allowing the thick, living blood to flow into his body. The ancient beast's blood would continuously erode his body, dissolving flesh and bone. Then, relying on the liquid's regenerative power, his body would rebuild itself again and again until it became so strong it could no longer be corroded. This cycle would repeat until his physical form was tempered to an unbreakable level. At the same time, the immense power within the blood pool would merge into Xiao Runhuang's body, granting him even greater strength. This process required tremendous talent and willpower. The pain of having one's body constantly dissolved was not something ordinary people could endure. Xiao Runhuang's eyes widened in fury, unblinking. He stared at the ancient beast's skeleton and muttered over and over, "I will kill Yifeng." Seeing that Xiao Runhuang had fully quieted down, Xiao Xiong was somewhat shocked. Then he smiled and said, "It seems the benefits Yifeng has brought us are even greater than I expected. With this, my Xiao Runhuang will rise like a dragon and lead the Xiao family to unprecedented glory." The next morning, Yifeng woke up early and practiced the coiling dragon fist technique in the square. Zhang Ying had not slept all night. Hearing movement outside, she looked through the window and instantly saw Yifeng's heroic and graceful figure. Her face flushed red, and after a moment of thought, she got dressed and stepped out, watching Yifeng practice from a distance. Yifeng sensed someone was watching him, but he did not stop. He completed a full set of coiling dragon fist before finally circulating his energy to stop. Seeing this, Zhang Ying immediately walked over gracefully and nodded in greeting. "I have not thanked you for what happened yesterday." "It was nothing." Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and waved his hand. Besides, I was helping Lon Euro. You do not need to take it too seriously. How could I not? Zhang Ying bit her lip gently. If not for you, I would have been forced to marry someone I do not love. In that case, I would rather be dead. Yifeng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, then thank me. Looking at Yifeng's handsome smile, Zhang Ying suddenly felt her tender heart being struck by something. Blushing, she fidgeted and said, I want to repay you, but I do not know what you like. Repay me? Yifeng thought seriously. If he refused, Zhang Ying would likely hold on to this matter. It would be better to suggest something simple. So Yifeng said, then help me pick out clothes for my younger sister. What? Zhang Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to pick clothes for your sister? Yes. Yifeng said as if it were obvious. My sister has been following me around lately, and her clothes are quite worn out. Although they have been washed, they just do not feel clean anymore. I think she needs a new outfit. Zhang Ying wiped the sweat from her forehead, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Lon Euro also came over, having woken up early. Hearing their conversation, she could not help but laugh out loud, then quickly cleared her throat and walked over as if nothing had happened. Stop laughing. Zhang Ying elbowed Lon Euro, annoyed. Well, since Yifeng has asked, you should help out, Lon Euro said with a smile. I also noticed that Yao Yao's clothes seem a bit worn. I was planning to go shopping anyway. You can come with me. Alright then, Zhang Ying sounded slightly dejected. How are things going with the Lon family? Yifeng turned to ask Lon Euro. Lon Euro replied, I have not told my father about the beautifying pill yet. If we want to launch the product, we need proper certifications. I plan to handle everything within the next couple of days. That is fine. Yifeng was not particularly concerned about the beautifying pill. What he wanted to know was the movements of the William family. So far, they had not revealed any significant activity. In fact, Yifeng had yet to encounter a single member of the William family. A bunch of rats hiding in the sewers, flushing them out would take some effort. Yifeng said to Lon Euro again, keep an eye on the William family. Let me know if anything comes up. Understood. Lon Euro nodded. Yifeng then considered the situation. Feeling it was still not enough, he decided to send a message to the Azure Dragon War God, asking him to also monitor the William family. With the vast intelligence network under the Azure Dragon War God, they would undoubtedly dig up something. As the three chatted casually, Yao Yao walked over, rubbing her eyes sleepily. She said to them, Young master, you are up so early. Young master? Zhang Ying looked at Yifeng with confusion. I thought she was your sister? Not by blood, Yifeng explained casually, then asked Yao Yao, did you not sleep well last night? Yao Yao smiled and opened her palm. A brilliant, radiant demonic aura bloomed like a flower. Yifeng was surprised at first, then exclaimed with joy, you have reached the Qi movement realm. Yes. Yao Yao said proudly. Now I can finally help you. And I have new information. As she spoke, Yao Yao took out her phone and addressed Yifeng with a serious expression. Seeing the two of them, Zhang Ying sensed the situation was shifting. Just as she was about to say something, Lon Euro tactfully pulled her away. But then Zhang Ying thought again, if someone was being addressed as young master, then their identity and status were surely extraordinary. Now that new information had surfaced, perhaps it was not something she should hear. Someone who did not even place the Shao family in his eyes and planned to destroy the William family, such a figure, let alone herself, even the entire Zhang family was nothing more than an insect to him. How could someone like that ever consider marrying her? As for Yao Yao, her identity and status were undoubtedly equally extraordinary. That chilling aura she had felt earlier could have killed her instantly. Yao Yao looked a bit embarrassed as she turned to Yifeng. Young master, did I come at a bad time? Yifeng shook his head and smiled. No, you came at the perfect time. Later, they will take you shopping for clothes. Get ready. And the information, what is it? Yao Yao immediately responded, reporting to young master, the message came from Black Demon. It concerns the remaining demonic sect envoy. But the intel is quite vague, just a rough trace. Oh? Repeat Black Demon's intel. Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Yao Yao nodded. Black Demon said the final envoy of the demonic sect has gone south to Dragon City. After investigating there, he headed toward the capital. Reportedly, this envoy is a member of a major family in the capital, perhaps he is visiting relatives. Visiting relatives? Yifeng was surprised. So even those who cultivate demonic arts care about such things? Beings like Yao Yao had intense emotional fluctuations, but most disciples of the demonic sect had long abandoned deep emotions, caring only for their cultivation and power. Yifeng rubbed his chin. Coincidentally, we need some time to gather information about the William family. During this period, we can investigate the demonic envoy. Did Black Demon provide any other details? Yao Yao shook her head. No. That is all we have for now. Although it is not specific, it gives us a starting point for investigation. Very well, Yi Feng waved his hand. Since that is all the information we have, there is no point in speculating further. Yao Yao, go with them to buy clothes. You have been wearing that outfit for quite a while now, it is time to get a new one. Yao Yao blushed and shook her head. Young master, I am fine wearing this. I do not need any other clothes. Yi Feng smiled. You are still a young lady. How could you not care about your appearance? Listen to your young master. Girls should always wear beautiful clothes. Also, buy some extra outfits and keep them in your storage ring. That way, you will not have to worry if something gets damaged. Alright then. Yao Yao finally agreed. I will go find them now. With that, Yao Yao turned and ran off. Watching the excited and happy Yao Yao, Yi Feng chuckled and shrugged, then pulled out his phone and called the Azure Dragon War God. He informed him not only about Xiao Renawan's situation and the William family, but also about the demonic sect. Since the Azure Dragon War God was stationed near the imperial capital, he could investigate much faster than Yi Feng himself. Yi Feng explained the situation briefly. The Azure Dragon War God responded confidently with a laugh, "Rest assured, Master. Now that I am in the area, my intelligence network will intercept plenty of information. The moment something happens, I will inform you immediately." Good. Yi Feng warned him, "Be careful. That demonic sect envoy is extremely powerful. It is best not to provoke him or let him notice you. Just report any information to me." Yes, understood, the Azure Dragon War God answered promptly. Yi Feng then ended the call and was just about to leave when Lan Sheng appeared behind him. Lan Sheng approached with a smile and said, "Mr. Yi, I just heard from Euro about the beautifying pill. I wanted to speak to you about the next steps." Yi Feng happened to be free, so he nodded. "Go ahead, tell me whatever it is." "It is like this," Lan Sheng narrowed his eyes and said, "To increase publicity, we plan to host a banquet specifically to introduce the beautifying pill. I hope you, as the creator of the formula, will make an appearance to help promote it. Once it succeeds, we will definitely reward you handsomely. What do you think?" "That is all?" Yi Feng waved his hand grandly. "Simple. Just tell me when the banquet is. But if I am unavailable, then I will not attend." "Of course." Lan Sheng laughed. "Since that is settled, let us call it agreed. We plan to hold the banquet tomorrow. The invitations were sent out today. Did you invite the Xiao family?" Yi Feng asked. Lan Sheng shook his head. "We are enemies now, there is no reason to invite them. Besides, I am worried they would cause trouble at the banquet." "I see." Yi Feng was not particularly disappointed. Lan Sheng cupped his fists toward Yi Feng. "Thank you." Then he turned and left on his own. Yi Feng had nothing else pressing to do, so he stayed in his room and continued cultivating using the miniature sacred mountain core. With the assistance of the immortal demon hall, his cultivation speed was astonishing. Spiritual energy from heaven and earth formed a vast ocean around him, swirling ceaselessly with Yi Feng at the center, continuously absorbed into his body. At this rate, it would not be long before Yi Feng broke through again. By afternoon, Yi Feng's phone suddenly rang. He focused his attention and saw it was a message from Lan Euro. "We are being harassed." Without hesitation, Yi Feng replied, "Where are you?" "Imperial Star Mall, 5th floor, clothing store." Yi Feng did not waste a second. He borrowed a car from Lan Sheng and headed straight for the Imperial Star. As soon as he arrived, he sprinted forward, reaching the 5th floor in less than 3 minutes. There, he immediately saw Lan Euro and Zhang Ying surrounded by a group of drunken men. Seeing the scene, Yi Feng surprisingly let out a small breath of relief. He stepped forward and shouted at the group, "Get the hell out of here." His voice carried spiritual energy, piercing like a thunderclap. Everyone's eardrums felt like they might burst from the pain. The drunkards clutched their ears and turned around. When they saw Yi Feng, they instantly became furious. One of them pointed at him, just about to curse. But Yi Feng sank his energy into his dantian, took a powerful step forward, grabbed the man's hand, and forcefully snapped his finger in half. "Afa!" A piercing, gut-wrenching scream rang out, drawing the attention of everyone in the mall. Unmoved, Yi Feng stared them down and said coldly, "If you do not want to die, get lost." Sensing the terrifying force radiating from him, the drunkards instantly sobered up and fled in a panic. Zhang Ying, seeing they were gone, rushed to Yi Feng and said gratefully, "You saved my life again. I really do not know how to repay you." Lan Euro added, "You came just in time. If not." Yi Feng glanced around and asked, "Where is Yao Yao?" If she had been there, he would not have needed to come himself. Lan Euro explained, "She said she sensed something strange about the mall and went off on her own to check it out." Yifeng frowned. Just as he was about to ask more, a new message appeared on his phone. He opened it and his pupils instantly contracted. It was from Yao Yao. There is demonic sect energy in this mall. No way. Yifeng's eyes darted around. Soon, he began spotting faint traces, ones only the demonic sect would leave behind. He was all too familiar with demonic energy. It seems the remaining demonic sect envoy was here recently, Yifeng muttered, estimating the lingering time of the aura. But there is no guarantee he is already gone. Yao Yao is probably tracking him now. With that thought, Yifeng turned to Lan Yuro and Zhang Ying. You two go home immediately. I have something to take care of and cannot stay. Then Yifeng turned and left, leaving the two women staring after him in confusion. Around a corner, Yifeng found Yao Yao. She was stealthily tailing a man. Yifeng approached and asked, "Is it him?" Startled, Yao Yao sighed in relief when she saw Yifeng. She then replied earnestly, "Yes, young master, it is definitely him. Based on the demonic energy I sense, there is no mistake."
This episode was made possible thanks to my Patreon supporters. Part 6 is already available there too. Click the link pinned in the comments and consider subscribing. Thanks for watching. See you soon.